morning, freaks. Feel better this morning than I did yesterday morning, but I don't feel as good now as I did last night, but we'll see how during the day. But I have all 28 of the notebooks ready to go. Some of them I put paw prints on the front, on the actual notebook itself, on the outside. I think it looks better that way. Anyway, see how it goes. Yeah, I don't really have time to do the Daybell trial. It's too tedious with all the just audio only. I don't know. We'll do an update at some point. I'm actually more interested in Chad's trial, to be honest with you. I don't know. But just having audio only makes it really difficult. People get bored really quick. Anyways, here we are again, you guys, with an 8-hour stream. So during the stream, if you'd like to help support the channel, that would be awesome. I gotta take off at some point to drop stuff off at the post office. Wearing my N95 mask, of course. I think Chad's sort of the murders were at his property. He's kind of the ringleader, came up, I don't know. I think people are just more into, like, her because she's a she. And she's just, her personality is crazy. But Chad is, I don't know. I mean, he's actually one there doing the murders, with Alex. Right? Huh? What do you? I've had COVID, BJ, for like 10 days now. So, I mean, do you not watch the channel, or not sure what you're talking about?
All right, court will call 20 CR 1358, People versus Letecia Stauch. Record should reflect the jury's not present in the courtroom. Is there anything we need to take up outside the presence of the jury at this point in time? Prosecution?
No, you are.
Defense? Oh, we've got everybody, right? Oh. All right, we're going to give the jury just a couple of more minutes yet.
Yeah. No.
They're ready. Okay. Okay. Didn't ask, but I assume we have our witness, right?
Yes.
Okay.
She's here.
So much for the epic snowstorm.
I was thinking exactly the same thing.
Yeah.
All rise for the jury, please. Thank you. May all be seated. Court will recall 20 CR 1358, People versus Letecia Stauch. Record should reflect the jury has returned to the courtroom. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm glad everybody made it in light of our epic snowmageddon. Again, has anything occurred since we were last together that causes any of you to believe that you could not continue to serve as a fair and impartial juror in this case? If so, please raise your hand. No response. All right. With that, prosecution, call your next witness, please.
Thanks, John. Good morning. We would call Dr. Jackie Grimmett.
Snuck up on me. I'm sorry. If you would raise your right hand. Do you swear affirm the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Go ahead and have a seat in the witness stand. Please watch your step as you step into the stand. Mr. Young.
Thanks, Judge. Good morning, Doctor. How are you?
Morning. Good, thank you.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury and spell your last name for the record?
My name is Jackie Grimmett, Grimett.
What do you do for a living?
I'm a forensic psychologist.
How long have you been a forensic psychologist?
10 years.
Could you give the jury a little bit of your educational background?
I have a bachelor's degree in psychology, a master's degree in psychology and health, master's degree in counseling, and a doctoral degree in clinical psychology.
And are you working currently?
I am.
What is your profession?
I am in private practice as a forensic psychologist.
And where do you practice? What states?
I live in Hawaii. I practice full-time in Colorado.
And are you licensed to practice psychology in both those states?
Yes.
Do you have to be licensed in the field of psychology to perform evaluations and do forensic evaluations?
Yes.
Could you give the jury a little bit of your background with regards to professional memberships that you belong to?
I belong to the American Psychological Association, the Colorado Psychological Association, the Hawaii Psychological Association, and I'm a specialist in the American Board of Forensic Psychology.
And are you a board certified forensic psychologist?
Yes.
What does that mean?
It means I've gone through a rigorous peer-reviewed process involving a written exam, submitting practice samples, and submitting to a 3-hour oral exam with a panel of experts who then attest to that I've reached a level of competence in the field of forensic psychology.
It sounds like that's something more than just sending a check to someone and getting a certificate in the mail.
It was a multiple year process.
And what percentage of forensic psychologists are board certified? Do you know?
I think that there's about 3% of psychologists in the country are board certified in forensic psychology, and that totals about 350 psychologists in total.
And are you in a position now where you approve others who may be seeking to be board certified?
Yes, I serve on the exam faculty for the board. So I review practice samples and I conduct oral exams.
And so you get to do what you had to
They
do
did to me.
before. You get to evaluate those people.
Yes,
How long you've been doing that?
about a year and a half.
The jury's heard a little bit about what a forensic psychological evaluation is. How many of those have you conducted in your career?
Probably about 1,500.
And 1,500, we're not going to get into those, but have those been both for the court, the prosecution, and defense counsel?
The majority of the work I do is court ordered. I have done a few evaluations at the request of the prosecution. I have done a fair bit of private evaluation for the defense.
Okay. What about your past professional history? What kind of jobs have you held as a forensic psychologist or a psychologist?
My first job as a psychologist was as a forensic psychologist. I worked at the Colorado Mental Health Institute at Pueblo as a forensic evaluator, doing competency evaluations full-time for about 4.5 years before I left to pursue private practice.
I imagine a lot of those 1,500 evaluations came from that role.
At this point, about a third.
Okay. What about after that? What'd you do?
I've been in private practice, mostly doing competency and sanity work. I do some civil capacity evaluations, undue influence regarding wills for the elderly, some mitigation work for the defense. I both do private practice, second opinion competency evaluations, and I'm also a contractor for the state.
And in your career, have you both performed, we'll rephrase that, but have you treated patients for their psychological issues?
Yes, prior to becoming a psychologist, I was a licensed professional counselor for 10 years, and I treated people doing therapy weekly, mostly returning soldiers at Fort Carson from Afghanistan and Iraq.
Post-traumatic stress symptoms?
Yes.
Is a forensic examination different from what would be called a clinical evaluation as a psychologist?
Yes.
What's the difference?
A clinical evaluation is typically requested by the person coming to seek treatment. They've got symptoms and they're in some discomfort, and you develop a therapeutic relationship with them. You're there to help them. In a forensic evaluation, the person being evaluated is never the person who actually requested the evaluation. It's typically an attorney or the court. There is no therapeutic relationship there. You're not there to help them. You're there to help answer a legal question. So there's no treatment. In a clinical evaluation, you take the patient at their word. What they tell you is their experience, and that's what you treat. In a forensic evaluation, you consider what the person tells you, but you also look for collateral information to support that what they're telling you is genuine, and there's records to document that what they're claiming to be experiencing is genuine.
And have you been qualified as an expert in the field of forensic psychology in the past?
Yes.
Approximately how many times?
80?
80?
Yes.
And have those all been in Colorado or other states?
Colorado.
At this time, we would ask that the court allow Dr. Grimmett to be qualified as an expert in the field of forensic psychology and render opinions in that field.
Yes.
No objection.
The witness will be so qualified. Go ahead.
Dr. Grimmett, could you explain to the jury how you became involved in this case?
Excuse me. Yeah, I was approached by the defense to complete a court-ordered second opinion evaluation of competency to proceed.
And when you say court-ordered evaluation, what does that mean?
Well, when somebody raises the issue of competency, the process is the court issues an order and the state has to conduct an initial evaluation. Either attorney can request a second opinion at that point, and the judge then issues an order for a second opinion to take place.
And really what I wanted to get to is, were you aware that there'd already been a competency evaluation done in this case when you got this order to do the second evaluation?
Yes.
Okay. And is that common practice based on your experience?
I'm always aware there's been a previous evaluation.
The fact that the defense requested you, how does that impact your evaluation in this case?
I try to take an impartial stance in every case. My job is to help give the court information that they can use to come to an ultimate opinion on competency. In pursuit of that, I contact the defense counsel and the prosecution to get their input. And I'm always considering if the other side had asked me to do the evaluation, would my opinion be the same? And I try to check any non-impartiality I might be experiencing.
Okay. Could you give, well, let me ask you, have you done insanity evaluations in your career as well?
Yes.
Could you let the jury know what the difference between a competency evaluation is and an insanity evaluation in a forensic setting?
Sure. Succinctly, a competency evaluation is an evaluation of someone's present state. So the day I meet with them, how are they doing? Are there any impediments to them being able to proceed with their case? An insanity evaluation is a retrospective evaluation, so you're assessing how they were doing at the time of the offense, not how they're doing now.
And so with regards to this case, did you conduct an insanity evaluation?
No.
And would you need to do an insanity evaluation before you could render opinions with regards to Mrs. Stauch's sanity at the time of the crime?
Absolutely.
So you can't do that, right?
Right.
All right. I want to make sure everyone knows that before we go forward. So let's talk about the competency evaluation for this particular case. What did you receive in preparation for your competency evaluation?
I received the court order. I received the previous evaluation. I received discovery in the case, which was voluminous. Included videos. I received jail medical records and recordings of jail phone calls between Ms. Stauch and other parties.
A lot of information, I take it.
A lot of information.
There was a large amount of police reports and what's called discovery in this case. Did you review all of that?
Yes.
Now, there's been reference to the DSM-5, the diagnostic manual that I think everyone knows that psychologists and psychiatrists use to evaluate people. Within that manual, would you find competency?
No.
Is that a medical diagnosis?
No.
Is that a legal term?
Yes.
What about insanity?
Same.
Legal term?
Legal term.
It's not in the DSM-5.
No.
So how do you go about determining whether or not someone's competent to proceed? What do you look for? Kind of run the jury through that process.
So the statute outlines what a competency to proceed evaluation entails. The requirements are that the defendant needs to have the ability to have a factual and rational understanding of the proceedings, and also to have an ability to consult with their attorney to assist in their defense. So in pursuit of that, I would conduct a clinical interview, look at their current mental status, ask them very specific questions about the legal process and their case in order to establish whether or not they had that understanding and ability, and if not, why not? And that why not has to relate to a mental illness.
And so why is it that you need to look at the police reports and the discovery in a criminal case in conjunction with talking to whoever's being evaluated?
So in order to assess whether the defendant has a rational and factual understanding of the proceedings, that includes their case, I have to understand their case well enough to know whether or not they understand their case.
And so prior, I'm assuming you eventually sat down with Ms. Stauch and had a forensic interview with her?
Yes.
Prior to that, did you review the materials in this case, the police reports and so forth?
Yes.
Did you have any concerns about Mrs. Stauch's credibility going into that forensic interview?
Credibility is always something to consider in a criminal case. There's always high stakes, especially in a case like this. There seemed to be a lot of inconsistencies in the records that I was reviewing that made me question what kind of presentation she was going to have when I met with her.
And I should have asked you this before, but do you recall when you got the court order to do the evaluation?
I know it's in my report. The date of the order's in my report. I don't know off the top of my head.
If your report was filed on January 7th of 2021, obviously it would have been sometime before that.
Yes, I met with Ms. Stauch in December 2020. So the order would have come in probably a
Sometime in
month
that
or two
time
before
frame?
then.
Okay, that's fine. So you said you met with Ms. Stauch on December of 2020. Do you see Ms. Stauch in the courtroom today? Could you please point her out and describe what she's wearing?
She's sitting in between the two attorneys with teal.
May the record reflect identification of the defendant subject to cross-examination.
The record will so reflect. Go ahead.
How long did you meet with Ms. Stauch?
I met with her for about 3 hours and 40 minutes.
And did you meet with her one time or on different times?
I met with her once.
And could you just give, I know it's a long process of the forensic interview, but could you give the jury a little idea of how the interview started and what your first impressions were of Ms. Stauch when you started the forensic interview?
So whenever I sit down with a defendant, I give them a notification of purpose. Because it's a court-ordered evaluation, they don't really have the ability to not participate. They can choose not to participate. I still have to do an evaluation of that person. So I explained that there's no confidentiality, that I'm not there to help them. I'm here to help the court. What's going to happen with the report that I get, those kind of things. And then I checked to make sure that she understood what I had to say, and she understood the context of our meeting, and she indicated that she did. She made some complaints, I believe, about her attorneys and feeling it was a conspiracy, but understood what we were doing. And then I proceeded to ask her background questions, trying to establish what her social and mental health history had been in order to give some context to the current day. And that took a long time. Ms. Stauch is very verbose and likes to expound on her answers. So the interview took a long time. And then I had some concerns based on the prior testing from the original evaluation, where she produced invalid results on some tests, and the inconsistencies that I was seeing both in the records and in meeting with her, that I administered some tests to assess for the genuineness of her responding. And then I proceeded with the legal questions at the end.
Based on your history in this profession, I would imagine that you've seen people with some serious mental illness. We talked about the post-traumatic stress disorders that our soldiers have when they come back from Afghanistan and things like that. Did you note any of that on your initial impression of Ms. Stauch?
Did I note what specifically?
Whether or not she had a severe mental illness based on your initial conversation?
No, I did not believe she had a severe mental illness.
Had you seen that in your past where you're treating someone and the moment you see them, you know something's off? For instance, you might be experiencing some sort of psychosis or things like that.
Yes, sometimes it's very obvious from the get-go, and sometimes it takes some time.
Could you give the jury an example of something that you've seen in your past where right away you knew there was some psychosis going on?
Sometimes as soon as somebody steps into the room, they're already having a conversation that you're not part of. And you try to interrupt them and orient them to what is happening, and it's as if you're not there. And the things that they're talking about are not apparently real. Conspiracies, people following them, all kinds of things.
Did you see anything like that with Ms. Stauch when you initially started talking to her?
She engaged in some behaviors. I think I mentioned in my report that she was humming to herself. She was putting her head on the wall. Her affect, which is what her expression of emotion, didn't really seem to fit what was happening. She seemed happier than she should have been. And she, at some point, turned around to talk to somebody else and then turned around to tell me what was happening.
What was that all about?
She said that she was talking to a vampire and then resumed conversation with me.
We're going to talk about the vampires later in your testimony. Earlier, you indicated that you had some concerns about some prior psychological testing with regards to your interview with Ms. Stauch. Could you expand on that? What did you mean, and what were these psychological testing that you had concerns with?
So the previous evaluators had administered an MMPI and a PAI. I can say what those are if you need them for the record.
Sure. Why don't we talk about that? First, we're hearing about it.
The MMPI is a Minnesota multiphasic personality interview. I think they gave version 2 or 2 revised format, I'm not sure. And the PAI is a personality assessment inventory. So those are long kind of forced choice self-report measures to look for psychopathology, any mental illness symptoms that people are experiencing. And you can answer them in such a way. There's what we call validity scales, which assess how genuinely you're responding. And you can answer in such a way that the protocols are not interpretable because it appeared somebody was trying to make themselves look worse than they were, or they were answering in a way that most people don't answer. And that's what happened with Ms. Stauch.
And do you recall reading is there a computer printout that's associated with the answers that Ms. Stauch gave talking about various scales and whether or not she's feigning psychological symptoms, that kind of?
Yeah, you can get a computer printout of the results, yes.
And do you recall what the printout said with regards to the MMPI-2 that Ms. Stauch did with the prior evaluators?
I just remember it was uninterpretable because it was invalid responding.
Do you know whether or not she, based on the psychological testing, and was it Dr. Torres and Dr. Gray that did the prior competency evaluation?
So Dr. Torres and Dr. Gray did the prior competency evaluation. They had a colleague, Dr. Hashimoto, actually administer the tests.
And is that the test that you looked at prior to your interview?
Yes.
Did the results of that test indicate that her symptoms were the equivalent of someone who should have been in a psychiatric hospital? Various psychiatric issues?
I don't recall that it said that specifically. Typically, when a protocol is uninterpretable, I don't delve too much more into that because the information you get is not good information you can rely on.
Okay. Well, we'll ask Dr. Torres about that. You indicated that you reviewed materials prior to this interview. Did you review the notes from the mental health staff at the jail regarding Ms. Stauch prior to your interview with her?
Yes.
Let's talk about those for a moment. Why did you review those notes?
When you're doing a competency evaluation, you just get a snapshot in time of somebody. You know, I met with Ms. Stauch for 3 hours and 40 minutes, but she may function differently outside of that environment. So I'm looking for information on how she does in general, not just considering my observations. People that have more contact with her might have different impressions, and those are important.
What was your impression of the notes as chronologically it led up to the point where you're doing a competency evaluation, starting from the moment she went into the jail on March 5th, 2020, up until December 2020 when you're interviewed?
They typically indicated that Ms. Stauch was complaining of anxiety and nightmares when she was receiving medications for those. I think from memory, she received those medications fairly quickly. And then in May, she had requested to come off of one of them because she didn't want to take it anymore, and the jail staff accommodated that. So she was taking one anti-anxiety medication when I met with her, which was Buspar. She had consistently been observed to not have serious symptoms of mental illness. There were quite frequent reviews of whether or not she was having hallucinations, complaining of hallucinations, suicidal, homicidal thoughts, those kind of things. She was consistently described as not experiencing any psychotic symptoms like that, although she had filed kites that were rather incoherent, didn't make sense, and the staff had noted that her behavior didn't match the kites.
Was there anything in the jail notes that led you to believe that perhaps she may have had a serious mental illness prior to your interview with her in December of 2020?
In the jail notes specifically? No, I think when she came into the jail, she didn't report any mental health history. And as her stay progressed, she started making comments about having been diagnosed with bipolar disorder, PTSD,
Stop, sponsored by
multiple personality disorder, as she called it. But that didn't feature until November.
And was that after she had raised competency in this case?
Yes.
I'm going to object to the term that Ms. Stauch raised competency that was raised by her prior attorneys.
Did you also review Ms. Stauch's jail calls, or at least some of her jail calls that she had with various people while she was incarcerated?
I did.
And why did you review the jail calls?
It allows me to extend my observations of her in a somewhat more natural context where she's not interfacing with a mental health professional, but she's talking to people that she knows. And the whole point of reviewing all these different sources of information is looking for consistency. If someone is impacted by something, you would expect them to be consistently impacted by that, not dependent on the context. So that's the purpose of reviewing those things.
I want to come back to the vampires now that we're talking about the jail calls. Did you know about Ms. Stauch's conversations about vampires based on the jail calls that you listened to prior to meeting her in December of 2020?
There was not a lot of content in the jail calls. I believe maybe one or two contained some statements, but not to the degree that she discussed with me.
What did you find relevant about the jail calls that you listened to?
There was some inconsistency between who she was talking to and what she was saying. She was talking to people and saying illogical things, saying that she wasn't doing well, losing her mind, those kind of things, and then consecutively calling her daughter and giving her very clear instructions on how to manage bank accounts, job interviews, what can you get for me, very clear, coherent requests that didn't make sense.
Oh, that must have been another
And were these phone calls you said
personality on the other conversation.
consecutively? Are they literally back to back? One moment she's talking crazy to someone, next moment she's talking to Harley, her daughter, and having a normal conversation?
Certainly on the same day.
Earlier, you testified that in a competency evaluation, you look at the statute and you make a determination of where you're going to go within that statute, I take
Smiley
it?
face.
That's a bad question. I'm going to rephrase it. Going into the competency evaluation, are you looking to diagnose her with a mental illness?
It's required for a competency evaluation to include a diagnosis. I don't go into a competency evaluation to diagnose someone. Some people don't have diagnoses, but I'm simultaneously looking at their competency-related abilities and whether or not they're experiencing any mental health symptoms and formulating as I go along whether or not there's a barrier to them being able to meet the requirements to proceed.
Are you essentially gathering facts, looking at those facts, and weighing those facts to what the law is with regards to competency, and then rendering opinion back to the court?
Yes.
Is that a fair assessment?
Yes, that's much more succinctly than I said it.
So during this interview, what are you looking for when you're talking to her? And why do you not rely on everything she's telling you with regards to vampires and other things that we're going to talk about?
For the reasons I mentioned, it's a forensic evaluation. There's often motivation to present yourself a certain way to achieve a certain outcome. So I'm trying to weigh what her experience is, what others have experienced with her. My goal is always, is there a barrier to competency? That's really all I'm looking for. Can you do this? If not, why not?
And earlier you mentioned some things that were mentioned in the jail notes, but did Ms. Stauch tell you what she felt her mental illnesses were?
I don't, well, she mentioned bipolar disorder to me. She did not ever say to me, I have dissociative identity disorder. And she told me briefly about some trauma she'd experienced, but I don't remember her explicitly stating I have PTSD.
Let's talk about the bipolar disorder first. Did you do anything to either diagnose her with that or rule it out, or what'd you do with the bipolar disorder information?
So I noticed from the first competency evaluation, they offered a rule out diagnosis of bipolar disorder, which means that there's not enough information to say yes or no. So I considered that in meeting with her, and bipolar disorder was something she mentioned in the jail record, and it's something she mentioned to me. As part of all competency evaluations, I go through many different symptoms of disorders to see what somebody might be experiencing that they don't know is a mental illness. She said she was bipolar and described being impulsive all her life and being hyper, having mania, as she called it, for like a few minutes to a few hours. And those are not consistent with a bipolar illness.
Needless to say, you didn't diagnose her with bipolar disorder?
Excuse me. So the first evaluators offered a rule out, and in my evaluation, I ruled it out, saying I did not believe she had that.
You mentioned dissociative identity disorder. How did that come up in your conversation with Ms. Stauch?
She mentioned two instances whereby she asserted that she had found herself in places that she hadn't planned on being. And she also told me that she had various different personalities, and she named them for me.
Let's talk about the personalities first. What personalities did she name to you that she had?
She named Taylor, Keisha, Jasmine, and I believe Jasper.
Okay. I'm sorry, Taylor, Jasmine, Tisha,
Yeah,
and Jasper?
Jasper.
Okay. Did she ever mention Victoria?
No,
Did she ever mention Harmony?
no,
Did she ever mention Christina?
no,
Little Lucia?
no,
What about Maria Sanchez?
no.
So as she's saying these things to you, did you see any signs that she was changing
Damn,
personalities?
she's a whole
or
football team by
turning into
herself.
someone she's not?
No.
Based on what she's telling you, did you consider dissociative identity disorder as a diagnosis?
I considered it.
Tell the jury about that. What did you consider and what did you do to either diagnose her with it or rule it out or however you approach that?
Dissociative identity disorder is a very rare disorder. Somewhere between 0 and 1% of people have it. It's a very destructive, disabling disorder. People tend to be very high consumers of mental health services when they have DID. It can be very frightening because people don't know what's happening to them. They feel very strange and they can't explain what that is. So there's a lot of mental distress that goes along with that. And those people typically have very poor functioning, can't hold down jobs, can't hold down relationships, just not very productive. In talking with Ms. Stauch, she did not describe any such dysfunction. Her history didn't support that. And in describing the alters, which is what those different personalities are clinically referred to, she had selected names for them based on things she liked and aspirations she had, which is inconsistent with this disorder where typically the alters present themselves to you. You don't create them and you don't name them kind of whimsically.
What personality
So I
is
just didn't see
Letecia
any of the
playing now?
impairment that would be expected to go along with the claims that she was making.
If you wouldn't mind pulling that microphone a little closer to you, just to make sure everyone can hear you.
Sorry, the chair is tilted and,
The microphone moves, the chair doesn't.
okay, is that better?
Happen to everybody else, it's okay.
So
Sleepy Joe. I'm just
can
kidding.
you expand on this disorder? What have you seen anyone with this disorder in your career?
I don't believe I've ever seen anyone with DID.
Based on, what do you based your opinions on then? Is it the DSM-5 and
Research?
research? Is this a type of disorder that would be hidden from relatives and family members?
I mean, with the expected dysfunction that I described, I don't know how somebody would be that impacted by a disorder and nobody would know something was wrong.
And is it, based on what you've read and your experience, is it common for family members to actually seek help for someone who's having blackouts and not knowing what's happening and forget, things, significant things are happening in their lives, they're not able to function because of this type of stuff?
I would certainly expect that there would be some intervention sought.
See any of that with Ms. Stauch?
I wasn't provided any information to suggest that she had been a high consumer of mental health services or that anybody had concerns along those lines.
And just so we're clear, in a competency evaluation, does it end with a diagnosis of a mental disorder?
No, I'm not sure I know what you mean.
Well, in your evaluations, or if you diagnose someone with, let's say, schizophrenia, is that the end of the evaluation? You say, oh, she's got, or she or he's got schizophrenia, we stop.
Okay, I understand, sorry.
Okay.
No, absolutely not.
Why is that?
So the profession of psychology considers mental illness but the statute, the legal system considers mental disability. So I'm assessing for a mental disability. And the difference between those two is a mental illness is what you've heard of: depression, anxiety, schizophrenia. Within those disorders, everybody's going to experience them differently. So if two people are diagnosed with depression, you don't know what their experiences are or how impaired they are. A mental disability says, okay, they have a mental illness, but they're disabled by it. So it's to a high degree. It's not sufficient to have an illness. It has to be impacting functioning, and that in a specific way for competency, and that renders it a mental disability.
And is that the same for an insanity evaluation? Does it end with a mental illness diagnosis, or do you have to go further, similar to what you talked about in the competency?
It's a slightly different definition, but yes, it's not sufficient to just have a mental illness.
I just want to talk about the vampires some more. Did you talk to Ms. Stauch about her experience with vampires during your forensic interview?
I did.
Tell the jury about that.
Ms. Stauch introduced a vampire called Justice. She said that there was a button in her cell that she could summon Justice, Jasper, perhaps Patrick, if I remember correctly. She said she had been introduced to vampires when she lived in Alaska previously, and they used to go door to door like Jehovah's Witnesses. And she didn't really offer them in any kind of meaningful way, like wasn't explaining anything or trying to use that information necessarily, but she certainly referenced them throughout the interview.
Did she tell you where she got these names for these so-called vampires she's talking about?
She directed me to the movie Twilight.
And did you find out that these names were from the movie Twilight or the book series involved in Twilight?
Yeah, a few of them for sure. I'm not familiar with the series myself, but I Googled. She talked about a vampire council, and the name of the council was taken directly from that series. And then a couple of the names for sure came from there as well.
And is that something that would be common with
Letecia's
someone who has dissociative identity disorder, that they would be able to tell you exactly where the names of other personalities came from and things like that?
Are you drawing a connection between the vampires and
Well, the vampire thing isn't another personality.
No,
This is a whole different thing.
I'll
It was
ask
a
you
wrong.
different question.
It was a
What
wrong
relevance,
thing
if
she was
any,
trying
did
to
that
sell.
have in your evaluation?
It's
The
a
fact
button
that
to
she's talking
press.
about vampires that came from a movie.
That's delusional.
well, certainly if somebody's talking about vampires and that appears real to them, that could signify that they're experiencing a mental illness. So I
Yeah, but that's not
looked further to see.
DID.
I'm looking for consistency again.
It's different.
So it was notable that she said that she had been interfacing with these vampires since Alaska, but she made no mention of them to the previous evaluators. And she also
That
didn't
attorney
mention
looks
them
happy
throughout her
with
jail
this
stay
stuff.
until several months in. I think I lost track of your question. I'm sorry.
Well, what's the significance? It's one thing to say that I talk to vampires and I see vampires. What's the significance of her saying clarification?
with
Well,
DID.
these vampires came from a movie.
Right. So that's not consistent with a mental illness. It sounded like a fabrication. If people are talking to vampires, I would expect them to have their own unique aspect to them and something unique to the individual.
Low steam
that would make
guys.
sense in a greater
sure what
scheme
to
of how
do
they
over
see
there.
the world. And it just seemed like she was conveying a story essentially from fiction.
And did she bring this up on her own, or did you ask her questions that might trigger that answer?
I didn't ask her any questions about vampires initially.
Look at
And
the whole defense team.
I forget the term you used to describe how she was talking to you, but
Oh, God.
she likes to talk, for lack of a better way to say it, right?
Yes.
Would she just volunteer information to you and change subjects as you're talking to her?
She didn't change subjects a whole lot. I didn't get the impression from her that she wasn't following my line of thought. She was telling a coherent story. She just gave far more information than was necessary to answer the question.
Did you perform any psychological testing with Ms. Stauch?
I administered 2 measures to assess for genuine
How about an
responding for her
exorcism?
mental
Did you
illness
perform one of
symptoms.
those?
And what were those measures?
The MFAST, which is a Miller Forensic Assessment of Symptoms test, and the SIRS-2, which is a structured interview of reported symptoms.
And what were the results of those psychological tests?
So she exceeded the cutoff on the MFAST. It's a screening measure for feigning. And feigning means the intentional exaggeration or production of mental illness symptoms. So she crossed over the threshold, indicating that she might in fact be feigning, but because it's a screening measure and it wasn't 100% sure, I gave another more comprehensive measure. On that measure, there's several scales. It looks at different aspects of feigning. Are you reporting symptoms that you're not manifesting observable behavior of? Are you reporting inconsistent symptoms, rare combinations of symptoms? So she just elevated one scale on that test, suggesting probable feigning. But on the test overall, it was indeterminate.
In your report, it indicates that she yielded a total score of 12. Do you remember what test that was on?
That was on the MFAST.
And what does that mean to you as a psychologist?
So the cutoff in the manual is 6. So if you score anything above 6, it's presumed feigning. But because it's a screening measure, there's a lot of false positives. So they suggest you do more testing. So it's out of 25. If somebody scores over 16, it's like 100% rate of also elevating the SIRS. So at 16, you don't have to give the SIRS as well. So 12, it was certainly elevated. I had concerns, but I wanted to be thorough. I didn't want to just, it's a very prejudicial term to say somebody's feigning or malingering.
Sure.
So I just was being prudent.
Okay. Well, in your report, you indicate that such a score is highly suggestive of malingered psychopathology and indicates the need for further assessment. What did you mean by that?
And that's taken from the manual. So because it is high, most people don't get that score by accident. However, because it's a screening measure, it's not very sensitive. You're going to get false positives. People are going to look like they're feigning when they're not feigning in that scoring range. So that's why more testing is done.
What does the term malingering mean?
Malingering, excuse me, I'm sorry. Malingering is like feigning where you're intentionally exaggerating your symptoms, but with malingering, there's an added element of the presumption of trying to obtain a secondary gain.
Did you see that in this case?
It certainly seemed that Ms. Stauch was presenting symptoms that she didn't appear to have. I can never know if somebody is trying to achieve a goal or not. So I didn't offer an opinion on malingering, but certainly there were suggestions that she was not as impaired as she was portraying.
Did you diagnose Ms. Stauch with anything or any mental disorder out of the DSM-5 as a result of your competency evaluation?
My diagnostic impressions were that she had some personality dysfunction, both with traits of borderline personality and narcissistic personality, but not meeting threshold for either full disorder. And I offered a rule out of PTSD versus an unspecified anxiety disorder. I just didn't have enough information. And given that it wasn't a clinical information and I wasn't there to help her, I didn't want to probe too much into her trauma.
Did that have any impact on your ultimate conclusion with regard to competency, either of these diagnoses?
Well, those diagnoses would not really reach the threshold of a mental disability.
Is that why you didn't go further and try to rule out post-traumatic stress?
Whether or not she had post-traumatic stress, she did not demonstrate functional impairment as it related to competency. So for my purposes, it wasn't important.
Okay. So what does it mean when you say other specified personality disorder with borderline and narcissistic features? Can you break that down for the jury?
So personality disorders, just like other clinical disorders, have certain criteria that need to be met. And you have to have so many. I believe there might be 7, and you have to have 5 of 7 for each one. So in my impressions of her, she had a couple of features of borderline personality disorder. She was impulsive. She had some kind of push-pull relationships. I don't know what Dr. Moore testified to yesterday, but there was insisting that she saw Dr. Moore, and then Dr. Moore would show up and she'd refuse to see her. That's quite consistent with a borderline personality. And the same for narcissistic personality. Those features are typically a sense of entitlement, grandiosity, a lack of empathy are three big ones. Miss Stauch told me on 2 occasions during the interview that she lacked empathy and she didn't experience people's thoughts and feelings. She had grandiosity throughout our meeting where she, grandiosity. Thank you. Throughout our meeting where she touted her accomplishments, her intellect. She was refusing to meet with people that didn't have the highest credentials. She didn't want to meet with social workers. She wanted to meet with people with higher degrees in order to talk about her problems. Wasn't sure that she met all the criteria for the disorder, so I was just trying to convey, my goal in an evaluation is to try to help the person reading it experience what I experienced meeting with her. And her personality was very much at the forefront of our interactions. So that's what I was trying to convey.
Did she ever refer to you as being an actress?
She made a comment. She said, "I think you're an actor." And then she just continued talking to me. Like she didn't really have the concern.
Was that about the time you were introducing yourself and saying what your role was, or at what point did that come up?
No, it was somewhere in the middle.
Okay. There's a couple things I want to talk about, the borderline, well, the personality disorder diagnosis that you have in your report. Are you familiar with the term transient episodes of psychosis?
Yes.
What is that, and what does that mean?
Well, transient means it comes and goes. The psychosis, part of the DSM, the psychosis that can go along with borderline personality disorder is typically related to fears of abandonment. The disorder itself is an attachment disorder where people, the primary goal is to not feel abandoned. So there's these desperate attempts to keep people in your life, at the same time pushing them away. So the transient episodes of psychosis that the DSM refers to is kind of a paranoia about abandonment that might manifest like you text your loved one, they don't text back as quickly as you think they should, and you start thinking that they're leaving you. And then you go into a spiral thinking that the relationship is over, and then they text you again and they were busy, and then you're like, oh, I'm fine now. That would be considered a transient episode of paranoia.
Okay. Seems like that's pretty common, at least. I hear about that on occasion. Did you see any of that with Ms. Stauch during your evaluation?
No.
Is that something that you, are you capable of ruling that out as a symptom or being anything to do with Ms. Stauch?
It wasn't something I observed during my interview. She has personality dysfunction that I wouldn't say I would rule it out as ever being possible happening. I didn't see it firsthand.
So it didn't come up?
No.
I want to talk to you a little bit about what she, well, let me ask you this. Did she talk about Gannon and Gannon's death?
A little bit, yes.
Did she talk about feelings that she wanted to bring him back to life?
Feeling that she could bring him back to life.
Yeah, that's probably a better way to ask you that. Tell the jury about that. What did she say about feeling that she could bring Gannon back to life?
She described holding some religious beliefs based on a local pastor of a church here in Colorado Springs who purportedly had brought somebody back to life at some point in time. And she believed that Gannon could meet that same outcome based on those religious beliefs.
Sounds kind of weird to me. I mean, how did that come into play in your evaluation?
Well, it's an unusual belief that I obviously explored further. Clinically, it kind of appeared to be a bit delusional to me. However, religious beliefs, by definition, are not delusions. The DSM has an exclusion. If it's a commonly held belief in a subculture of religion, then it's not a delusional belief. So I chalked it up to subscribing to religious beliefs that weren't in the mainstream.
Did she talk to you about her upbringing in North Carolina and her religious beliefs as a child as she was brought up in North Carolina?
No.
Okay. Did she talk to you about Tupac?
Briefly.
What did she say about Tupac?
At the same time that she was talking about Gannon being able to come back to life, she also said she believed in the conspiracy of Tupac Shakur not being dead, actually.
And Tupac Shakur is who?
He was a rap artist that was famously murdered in a very public way.
And so was this in conjunction with talking about Gannon, possibly bringing him back to life based on what the conspiracy was going on with Tupac and his murder?
Yes.
Are you familiar with what diagnosis Dr. Gray and Dr. Torres gave Ms. Stauch in their first competency evaluation?
In their first competency evaluation, yes.
Is it similar to what your diagnosis was?
I believe it was very similar, except they had the added rule out of bipolar disorder.
Is that a coincidence, or did you tell us about how that might happen? Did you consult with them at all on your diagnosis, or was your diagnosis independent of what their diagnosis was?
I did not consult with them. You know, you would hope that when several mental health professionals meet with someone, there's going to be consistency across what they believe. That's what the DSM is for. It helps to guide us, gives us a common language to talk about things. You know, my impression of Ms. Stauch was that she had heavier narcissistic features than borderline. I'm not sure what the other doctors' impressions were, but we saw the same constellation of symptoms.
Was that surprising to you that you had the same diagnosis than they?
No, it happens often.
Okay. I can just have a second, Your Honor.
Me?
I want to ask you a question about some phrasing in your report and just expand on that. On page 22 of your report, you indicate that her presentation is better explained by the maladaptive features of her personality, which includes efforts to control her situation and obtain emotional relief. Do you recall saying that in your report?
Yes.
What is that? What does that mean?
Is it okay if I refer to my report?
Absolutely. Page 22, last paragraph.
So the maladaptive features of her personality that I'm referring to are the borderline and narcissistic personality characteristics that I've outlined. Can you point me to the paragraph?
Sure. It's the last paragraph on page 22. It would be the second sentence in that paragraph.
Okay, thank you. So the symptoms that she was presenting to me, like having the personalities and having conversations with vampires, all the things that we've talked about so far seem to be an effort to achieve something for her. And my impression was that she was trying to feel better. She was trying to make sense of her situation. She's trying to deal with the reality of her situation. And considering that context, that seemed a better explanation of why she was making these efforts to portray herself in certain ways to meet that goal. Because of her personality structure, it wasn't in a very perhaps methodical or logical way. It wasn't perhaps ideal for her to get what she needed. But people with personality dysfunction don't tend to do things in a straight line. It was just, there was an absence of mental illness, but some behavior that I needed to explain.
In your opinion, did Ms. Stauch have a mental disability or developmental disability that prevented her from understanding what's going on in the courtroom?
No.
Did she have a mental disability or developmental disability that prevented her from working with her attorneys and proceeding forward in the court case?
In my opinion, no.
And is that why you came up with the ultimate conclusion within your report?
The ultimate conclusion that she was competent to proceed. And it's an opinion. The court has the ultimate conclusion.
Good point. That was your opinion,
Yes,
and it was based on everything that we talked about just now.
yes.
Is there anything else significant that you would like to share with the jury about your evaluation of Ms. Stout?
I can't think of anything.
Okay, if I can just have a second, Your Honor. There's one thing I forgot to cover with you, and dissociative identity disorder. The first part of that is disassociation. Could you tell the jury what that is and what that means from your standpoint?
Dissociation is kind of losing track of the present momentarily. It can manifest in a variety of ways. Many of you probably experienced driving down the highway and finding yourself passing an exit and you don't remember the 3 exits prior.
I can laugh
That's
too.
dissociation. You're still focused, you're still driving, you're still being safe, but your attention was somewhere else. So that would be kind of an adaptive, benign experience. In the extreme, dissociation happens maybe in the context of a trauma that's occurring where the physical body is being exposed to something very terrible and the mind is able to go somewhere else to separate itself so to not have to experience what the body is experiencing.
And I imagine you may have seen some severe disassociating features with some of the soldiers that you evaluated early on in your career, with some post-traumatic stress issues that were going on during battle, for lack of a better word.
Yes.
Is that kind of what you're talking about, those severe versus everyday disassociations that we may experience?
Yeah, just with anything, most things in the DSM,
I don't think it was
they're all
unprofessional. He
symptoms.
just laughed
We all
'cause he-
experience most of them. They become a
Yeah.
problem when they
It's
impact
just
your
who
functioning.
cares? God.
So dissociation is a normal thing when you're doing
People are
repetitive
people.
things. It's a problem
should
when
it
it starts
be
interfering with your life.
That you and I
When
should
you're
get
needing
along
to
so
be
awfully.
somewhere and psychologically you're somewhere else or it's causing a lot of distress for you.
Thank you, Jan. Those are my questions. Thank you very much.
Cross-examination. Thank you.
Oh, here we go.
Morning, good, thank you.
Oh, it's the other guys. Low steam guy didn't make the cut today. Oh boy, here we go. Here we go. This is going to be good,
I
everybody.
kind of pick up where Mr. Young left off and talking about disassociation, in general. And I think you said it's everybody to some degree disassociates from time to time.
Yes.
And how the mind does it,
We
or
just
the
don't
exact mechanisms,
change to a personality.
It's somewhat unclear, but it somewhat has to do, at least my understanding, is it's where memories are stored. And so memories may be stored in a place that's not necessarily easily retrievable.
I'm not sure that's specific to dissociation, but that does happen.
Yes.
I guess I would need a clearer question.
Well, I guess, for example, one part of disassociation is, a person comes home, from work, they immediately get into a heated argument with their spouse, and they can't remember where they left their car keys. But sometimes if they may go back to that emotional state of anger, then they may be able to, that memory may be more accessible to them.
Yeah, there's a specific term for that. It's called state-dependent learning,
Okay.
where you can go back to the state you were in when you did something to try to remember
Set
the thing you
setting.
forgot.
Okay.
Yeah.
And is that a type of disassociation?
It's an encoding issue with memory.
This
So
is
it's
just
a
all
memory issue. I'm not
mumbo
sure that
jumbo.
it would be
Sorry.
dissociation. I'm not an expert on dissociation.
Okay.
But I'm not sure it'd be classified as a memory or a dissociation issue, but it's certainly a process that happens.
Well, and dissociation is an occurrence that
Finding your
happens
car
with
keys
post-traumatic stress disorder, or can.
versus
Can,
a new
yes.
personality.
And it's, to some degree, it's a defense mechanism
Yes.
when a person is confronted with trauma at that point in time that they're just not capable of dealing with.
Yeah, it works in two directions. It can be
So what was
uh,
the trauma that
an
Letecia
adaptive
experienced?
escape, or it can be you dissociate to a bad place.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes it's
Before killing
beneficial,
Gannon.
and then sometimes it can be
That
to
made
where
her switch
it's
to kill everybody.
where we get to it's a
kill
disorder. I
Gannon.
mean,
what
Well, you
the
can
hell?
think you're back in the war zone, for example. Yeah.
and kind of like the same thing, that trauma can be stored, that memory of that trauma can be stored in a place, and then certain things can trigger it.
Yes.
Smells,
Yes.
times. If
Yeah.
if it, something happened like around a certain holiday, I could get closer to that holiday, and I could start experience the stress of the trauma, and sometimes people don't even realize why they're experiencing that.
Yes.
That's oftentimes why, you know, veterans or other people who have experienced that type of trauma get into therapy and everything like that to try to figure out, why am I behaving, you know, this way around these certain types of, for lack of a better word, trigger.
Yes.
And something that was beneficial allowed them to get through a traumatic, you know, experience. Then when they're taken out of that kind of that traumatic experience, it impacts like a day-to-day functioning.
Correct.
Their brain kind of reacted rationally to an irrational situation.
Sure.
And
You
then
need that
when they're
trigger
in
button.
rational situations, sometimes their brains act irrationally.
Yes.
And again, that's something that oftentimes people have been through traumatic, you know, one traumatic event can cause post-traumatic stress disorder.
One traumatic event can cause post-traumatic stress disorder, but most don't.
And what's the difference between post-traumatic stress disorder and complex post-traumatic stress disorder?
Complex I'm going to say PTSD. It's just
Okay.
complex PTSD typically refers to repeated trauma, more than just one single incident.
Okay. And I mean, in a, you know, hypothetical example of a woman, a grown adult woman who is sexually assaulted by a stranger, that can cause PTSD.
It can.
It can. Now, and let's get this straight. And I think the jury may have some questions. Trauma affects people differently.
But that isn't what happened.
Correct.
Right?
Yes.
We already know that.
Some people,
She admits to
and
killing.
we don't know why. There's a lot of different theories.
This is
Some are genetic. Why trauma affects people differently. You can't, I know it's easier because we're having a conversation and nod your head, but you have to say yes because she's
Well,
taking it down.
I wasn't sure you're asking me a question, so
Okay.
I'm just like gesturing, but
Yeah.
if you need a response, yes.
Yeah. So one of the factors that can impact how somebody deals with stress can be genetics.
I believe, well, neurobiology, I'm not sure
Yeah.
that it's passed down from generation to generation.
Also can be upbringing can impact how somebody can handle trauma.
she sounds northeast.
Yes.
If other
Just west
if there
of
are
7th
other
Street,
kind
Glasgow.
of anchors, people or places in their lives that can help somebody handle trauma.
What do you mean?
Well, I mean, if somebody, for example, a woman is sexually assaulted, but she has, you know, a strong community, she has a strong family around her, she has support, other, you know, support groups and everything like that, that can help her deal with trauma better than somebody who is isolated and alone.
Yeah, I mean, some people are just more predisposed to having trauma,
Okay.
but most people who are exposed to traumatic events don't get PTSD.
Yes. And when we're talking about dissociative identity disorder, most of the literature indicates that that is a response to overwhelmingly child sexual trauma.
Yes.
And the basis kind of for
What
that
proof
in
does
the literature
Letecia
and
have
thinking of how
that
this
she was
develops
assaulted as a child.
is you have a child who is perped on by a caregiver is the kind of classic example of it.
I don't know that I have looked into the literature to that degree. Childhood sexual abuse is certainly problematic. I haven't looked at perpetrator literature.
Well, for a child who is perpetrated on by a caregiver, creates a problem for that child.
Right.
Because you have somebody, because kids are not self-sufficient, correct?
Correct.
They rely upon a caregiver to give them food, correct?
Correct.
They rely upon a caregiver to give them a shelter,
Yes.
correct? And we've learned more and more in the last 20 or 30 years, they also rely upon that caregiver
Scout
for,
Dude
you know,
said.
emotional support.
Right.
This
And that-
motherfucker
and
has
we'll
no
get
idea
into that
about
a little bit,
PTSD.
attachment theory and so forth, but
We don't
that's actually a
volunteer to
need
go
of, you know, young children
Go, we are
is emotional
forced
support from a
to see
caregiver.
someone because
Yeah.
other people
And
and
so a
friends,
child who is
family members,
perpetrated on, who
bring
was
up a lot.
molested by a caregiver, the point behind, or the theory behind DID is they disassociate. And so the memories of the perpetration and the molestation go into one place. And then there's another personality or ego state that doesn't have that memory, and so can look to that caregiver for the food, shelter, and emotional support. Are you aware of that? That's the theory behind.
I'm aware of that theory, yes.
Okay. And therefore, it's basically a defense mechanism that would allow a child to survive and to be able to function in a horrible situation.
Yes, dissociation would be an adaptive function.
An adaptive function of that thing.
But
And
12 personalities.
the literature, especially, I mean, when you're talking about, you know, sex assaults in general, it's generally thought of that it is more traumatic for an individual who is aggrieved or who is molested or
only
sexually
manifested
assaulted
itself
by
on that day.
a family member or something like that. That is generally considered more traumatic than by a stranger.
Someone in a position of trust, yes.
That causes, you know, can cause long-term mental health issues.
It can, yes.
And just to be clear, not every kid who is sexually assaulted or perped on by an adult develops a serious mental illness. Some of them are able, for whatever reasons, to adapt and overcome a relatively normal life, correct?
Yes.
While others can, based upon the trauma suffered as a child, develop serious mental illnesses.
Yes.
And when we're talking about, you know, disassociation and kind of alter ego states, more and more we are understanding that everything
He's
is
trying to get a bunch of
continuum.
yeses from her, and then he'll
I mean,
dovetail
mental
into
illness.
All
their
mental illness and all. I
witnesses
mean,
and-
you think you said
See?
before. I mean, everybody disassociates to a degree, and then it becomes a problem where it becomes a mental illness, which is interfering with day-to-day life.
Right.
And the same is kind of, you know, everybody to a degree has some different either ego states or personas that they put on.
Yeah, for example, who are you today?
I mean, that's very common, yes.
Very well, when I walk in here, I got my tie on, I'm going to talk professionally, I'm going to try to act smart.
Oh, so you're going
That
to
may
act
be
smart,
a
so you're
very
fake.
different persona
Interesting.
than I act with my kids.
Oh, weird. So you have two different
And
personalities.
it's not something that, especially once you've done it a bunch of times, you even have to think about it. I don't have to be up here thinking, be lawyer persona, be lawyer persona. I walk in, I've
I think
got
we
my
need some
tie,
taco stomps on
everybody's
this guy.
looking.
Come on, where
I
are they?
slide into that role.
Right. That's a conscious process.
A conscious process, yeah.
Right.
And when you get what dissociative identity disorder is, to some degree, somebody who doesn't have control of sliding in between the different roles, they lack, I don't want to say capacity, but they lack control over that. They can slip in and out of the different personas without the ability to necessarily control that.
Well, it would be an unconscious choice.
An unconscious, yes. And they also lack the thought, at least in the DSM and a lot of literature, is they lack the ability to access some of the memories that the other persona has.
I think there's some variation with that, but yes,
That
that can happen.
the one persona is keeping all the bad memories to itself, and so the other persona can function in real life.
In theory, yes.
In theory, there's literature in the DSM-5. That's what the DSM-5 indicates.
Sure.
Okay. And again, it only becomes a disorder when what was a defense mechanism or a coping mechanism begins impacting day-to-day life. That's when it goes into the disorder.
When it causes functional impairment, yes.
Functional impairment. It causes something like a person's not able to hold down a job for a long period of time.
Yes.
It causes problems when they have inability to have a long-term relationship with people.
Yes.
When it causes them to have problems with family members and so forth.
Sure.
And you never,
Taco Stauch
I wasn't the
with
one,
smiley-
and just
smiley face.
so that the jury understands, we're not Miss Stauch's first set of attorneys. You understand that?
Oh, yes.
Yeah, eventually you were requested by a woman by the name of Kitty Strobel.
Yeah, the public defender's office.
Yeah. And did they provide you any type of work history of Miss Stauch?
I had some data. I think just specifically there was some letters from Dr. Niederhauser referencing work.
And we'll get to those later. But I
Okay.
mean, just, generally life history, whether or not she's had trouble maintaining a job, whether or not she's constantly been changing jobs, that type of stuff. That was
No,
not
I don't
provided to
think
you.
they provided me that.
Okay. And that may be something that you talked about might be relevant towards either dissociative disorder or borderline personality disorder. Is somebody who constantly cannot hold down a job, that can be symptomatic of either one of those diagnoses, or can be evidence of it, not in and of itself, but circumstantial evidence
Well,
of it.
and many other things. So
Sure.
it's an important thing to ask about, yes.
Absolutely. What type of mental illnesses are comorbid with dissociative identity disorder?
So comorbid means that they're happening at the same time.
I just wanted to seem smart.
You did,
Oh, thank you.
yeah. Dissociative identity disorder, PTSD, borderline, bipolar, well, sometimes it's confused with bipolar disorder. I don't think it's comorbid with it. Anxiety disorders.
Okay, and you are aware that Ms. Stauch had been diagnosed with a general anxiety disorder?
I'm aware she reported that.
Okay, well, I mean, you're aware that the jail was actually prescribing her medication for anxiety?
Yes,
Well, and you're aware from a letter from Dr. Niederheiser that she was suffering from anxiety and stress.
yes,
And that was a letter that was dated a couple months before the events in question.
yes.
Another possible indication of dissociative identity disorder is self-injury.
Not just DID, but yes.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just talking something that the DSM-5 lists as something that occurs in a, generally, you can see, can be evidence of DID, and that would be self-injury is one of the things that DSM-5 indicates.
I'm actually not aware of that.
What about suicide attempts?
I don't have the DSM-5 memorized, as I'm sure you can appreciate.
Absolutely.
I don't know the full extent of the criteria. I obviously reviewed them as part of my evaluation, but I haven't memorized them, and I don't want to say yes or no to symptoms that I'm not clear on.
If I may approach.
You may.
Okay, I'm on page 294. And if you could look at the associated features supporting a diagnosis of dissociative identity disorder.
Thank you.
Okay, and so self-injury, anxiety, all those things can be associated with dissociative identity disorder.
Yes.
May I approach? Thank you. You are also aware that the DSM-5 indicates only a small percentage of people with DID present in a manner that somebody would see the shifts in personas.
Yes.
And so, asking individuals who maybe have talked with Ms. Stauch for an hour or so who don't know her, if they've noticed changes in her personality, would not necessarily be that relevant in determining whether or not she has dissociative identity disorder.
Yeah, that wouldn't be very reliable.
Yeah, I mean, it would be kind of misleading to indicate that somebody with dissociative identity disorder is going to be changing personas multiple times in a 1-hour conversation.
Yes,
That's not consistent with any literature whatsoever.
correct.
You also, with dissociative identity disorder, impairment varies widely from apparently minimal to profound.
Yes.
And that's in the DSM-5. And so somebody, you just said, but on direct, you're saying you would expect to have all like these problems with dissociative identity disorder, but the DSM-5 seems to indicate that it can be minimal disruptions or profound disruptions depending upon the individual.
So I was referencing my competency evaluation.
Okay.
So
Yes.
if somebody is experiencing mild symptoms of anything, it's not going to be something that presents as a barrier. So I'm looking for symptoms to a degree that they're causing functional impairment. So I'm offering testimony specific for the purpose of my evaluation.
Okay. And many mental illnesses, or almost all mental illnesses, they fluctuate.
Yes,
And that's why when you're talking about competency, you're doing competency at that specific time,
yes,
because it's not static.
it's not.
It can vary.
Yes,
And almost, even a mental illness such as schizophrenia can vary. Sometimes people can be in active psychosis, but you could have someone who has schizophrenia and a month later, they may look apparently normal.
yeah, we talk about symptoms waxing and waning.
And I've had experience with clients who have grown up in very traumatic, chaotic environments that are actually much more comfortable in jail or prison environments. And have you seen that same type of thing?
Yeah, people get institutionalized and they
Well-
need that structure. And sure, ask your question.
Okay, let me for example, like somebody who, again, one caregiver may be abusive. They sometimes may not have food. They may not know what's going to go on for day to day. Jail or prison is very structured. You eat at this time, you do this at this time, everything like that. Sometimes people from traumatic environments can actually be much less stressed in jail and much more adaptive in jail.
Some people, yes.
Yeah. And so the degree, sorry, it's thirsty. As to the structure of the jail was impacting the presentation of mental illness, we don't necessarily know.
I wouldn't know in the course of a competency evaluation.
A lot of times people with dissociative identity disorder will try to conceal that's going on from other people around them.
I haven't worked, to my knowledge, directly with people with DID, so I can't answer that.
Are you aware that the literature reflects that generally people are in mental health treatment between 4 to 6 years before they're correctly diagnosed with DID?
Yes, I believe it can take a long time.
Are you aware that the DSM-5 indicates one of the things that leads a lot of individuals with DID to therapy initially is OCD?
I think I remember reading that.
Okay, and what is OCD?
Obsessive compulsive disorder.
What does that mean?
You have thoughts that are very disturbing to you that drive you to engage in a behavior to alleviate the distress of having the thought, like hand washing, germs, stuff.
It's a coping mechanism.
To alleviate mental distress.
Okay. Can it be a coping mechanism to alleviate the mental stress of childhood trauma?
I mean, there's no straight line to get to OCD, so
Okay. It can vary, but that's a realistic hypothetical.
sure.
The DSM-5, the DSM-5 is helping figure out what's wrong with a person and give them a label, correct?
Right.
And the reason for that, and again, I think Ms. Young has brought this up, is not necessarily designed for the forensic setting. It's designed more for the clinical setting, that we give somebody a label, and then based upon that label, this is kind of the course of treatment.
Right. It's very much specifically for clinical treatment, and it provides a common language for providers to be able to talk about, diagnose, and come up with plans for patients.
But it is still relied upon to a large extent, even in a forensic setting.
Well, there's a forensic caution
Sure.
in there, but yes, it's the only diagnostic manual we have.
That's the only thing that we don't have anything else, so we have to use it, even though it's not necessarily specifically designed for that.
Correct.
And it has what's called, when it lists differential diagnoses, what is that?
A differential diagnosis is if, let's say, DID is the primary diagnosis you're looking at, a differential diagnosis would be other things to consider that it could be instead.
Okay. And one of the things that it lists, it lists personality disorder, and it lists specifically borderline personality disorder.
Yes.
And it specifically states that oftentimes borderline personality disorder can present similarly to DID.
Yes.
And you diagnosed Ms. Stauch with a persistent personality disorder with borderline and narcissistic features.
Yes.
And when we're talking personality disorders, those are kind of organized by clusters.
Yes.
And narcissistic and borderline, I think they're in the B cluster.
Yes.
And when we do clusters, that means we're organizing personality disorders that have some similarities.
Yes.
And that's how, when did we start doing the clusters?
For my time.
The DSM-3?
It was definitely in the DSM-4 TR, which is my time.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if it wasn't in the previous
Okay.
editions.
And we'll have other personality disorders that could be, there's cluster A and there's cluster C that are kind of different than cluster B.
Right. And we no longer have clusters in the DSM-5 TR.
We don't?
Don't think so. It's more of a dimensional continuum.
You sure?
I'm not for sure.
Okay.
I
If
thought,
the
I thought that
DSM-5
we
seems-
the clusters.
Okay. The DSM-5 still indicates cluster B. Would that be,
If it indicates it, then it's correct.
if I may approach?
You may.
659.
You got to give him credit, you guys. I mean, he
Look at you looking
actually,
smart again. Yes, you're correct.
he's looking smart again. Look at that. He's
Thank you.
outdid her. That's pretty crazy, right?
Antisocial, histrionic, borderline, narcissistic.
Yes.
Jeez,
To your
looking
what is
smart
the
again,
antisocial
she
personality
said.
disorder?
man, she's not helping the prosecution
Antisocial
at all.
personality disorder is a pervasive pattern of breaking the law, having difficulty adapting to authority and social norms, deception, lying, general rule-breaking behavior.
And Ms. Stauch has had multiple evaluations. She's had 2 competency and 2 sanity.
I'm
Your
not
knowledge.
familiar with what happened after I met with
Okay.
her.
Are you aware of anybody ever diagnosing her with an antisocial personality disorder?
Not to my knowledge.
What's a psychopath?
Psychopath is not a diagnosis.
Okay.
It is a person who manifests a lot of antisocial traits, lack of empathy, callousness, kind of parasitic behavior, living off of other people. There's a specific criteria that need to be met to be diagnosed as a psychopath, be assigned the label, but it's not a clinical diagnosis. It's not in the DSM,
Nobody has ever diagnosed her or given her the label of a psychopath to your knowledge.
to my knowledge.
Talk a little bit about borderline personality disorder. What is borderline personality disorder?
Borderline personality disorder is a disorder of interpersonal relationships where the person has a profound fear of abandonment, chronic feelings of emptiness, tendency to engage in self-destructive behavior, whether it's sex, gambling, self-injury, suicidal gestures, and possible transient episodes of psychosis.
Okay. And similarly, both the underlying literature seems to indicate that both DID and borderline personality disorder are generally caused by childhood trauma.
I believe that for borderline personality disorder, it's not necessary or sufficient to have had childhood trauma.
No, but the thought of is that childhood trauma can cause borderline personality disorder.
It can certainly lead to it, but it's not required.
It's not, yes. So DID, it's almost exclusively
Trauma-based.
childhood trauma. I mean, most of the literature has anywhere between 94 to 100% of people with DID suffer significant childhood trauma, and it's almost always sexual childhood trauma, correct?
Probably.
Okay. And borderline personality disorder, there's a correlation, but not necessarily a direct cause.
Yes.
And a high degree of people with borderline personality disorder reflect childhood trauma.
Yes.
And some of this, at least my understanding, how are you familiar with attachment theory?
I mean, I've had it as part of my training.
Okay, and it's Boundley. I'm mispronouncing that.
Bowlby.
Bowlby. And what is attachment theory?
Well, Bowlby, this is going back to the 60s, I think, before
Yeah.
my time. There was research done on the damage of separating mother and infant There's a critical period between the age of 0 and 2 where attachment with the caregiver forms. If those attachments are disrupted, it can affect the child's functioning going forward.
And basically they took, it was him and then a Mary Ainsworth. They took, I think it was 1 or 2 year olds, children in between that age. They put them in a room and then they had the caregiver leave.
Ainsworth did, yes.
Yeah, Ainsworth did. And
Ainsworth?
And based upon that, and then the caregiver, Mary Ainsworth, the caregiver would be gone, I think 10, 15 minutes, and then the caregiver would re-enter the room.
Yes.
And what they were basically able to notice is 3 different phenomena with the different children.
Yes.
One phenomena, which they would then label secure attachment, which is what as parents we hope to be able to do with our children, is the child would be distressed, and then the caregiver would return to the room and the child would be soothed.
I believe with secure attachment, the child was able to self-soothe before the caregiver returned.
Are you sure?
But they were comforted by the caregiver returning.
Or would that be avoidant attachment with the child that doesn't seem to care whether the parent comes or goes?
I think they were still distressed, if I remember correctly. They just weren't comforted by the caregiver.
Oh.
This has been a long time.
Okay.
I'm not going to argue with you.
Absolutely.
Amy, if you could find a reasonable breaking point.
This is a good breaking point, Your Honor. This is good. Sure.
I didn't want to interrupt.
No.
Okay. All right. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we will take our morning recess. If I can have everyone back in the jury room at say 10:40, we should be able to start on time at that point. Again, don't discuss the case among yourselves. Don't discuss the case with anyone else. Don't do your own research about any aspect of the case. With that, we'll see you back at 10:40. All right, from the jury first.
Man, this judge, man, he loves his breaks. Man, he doesn't want to miss one of them. I mean, you'll never see him extend anything. It's just, I
Thank you. May all be
gotta
seated.
get my break.
Dr. Grimmett, you can step down if you would like to.
Thank you.
We're being recessed. Thank you.
All rise.
Yeah, he's already out of there, man. He's eating a Big Mac and he's ready to go. Yeah. Anyways, there we go. We got the dogs. Well, we kind of died down a little bit, you guys. So if you guys want to help support the channel, we do these 8-hour streams during Letecia here. I'd appreciate the support. You know, I'm getting up literally 2 hours before I normally would get up, and still doing my night show to do these. Where is this? Also, when you're looking at a trial, I know we always hate the defense, but when they do something good, you don't need to go, oh man, what a pile of shit. This guy is, you know, this attorney right here makes the low steam guy look like the worst attorney there's ever been. Okay? This guy, you know, he gets up there, he's always got pretty good questions and stuff, but he studied this stuff, right? I mean, you got to give him credit for that. Like, he's up there, he's trying to sell the case for his client. It's total garbage, right? But the fact that he knew stuff that the witness didn't know at all. I mean, like, she goes, oh shit, yeah, okay, I thought that was out of there. I mean, you know, that looked good on his part, right? So whether or not, if you dislike him or not, that's beside the point. You know, it's like, just watch what's being said and what they're doing, instead of going, oh, I hate the defense, I hate everybody, oh god, they suck. You know, try to analyze it like you're totally never heard of the case before in your life, and you're listening to it. That way you can predict what a jury might do. So the thing is right now, this guy's making some headway with the state's witness. I mean, the state had this witness come on here, and he's actually, you know, making some headway here. Sadly, but he's shown that he's appearing almost as knowledgeable as the witness on the stand to probably the jury, and the witness herself said, "Oh, now you're looking like a smart guy again a couple times." You know, that's not good, right, for the prosecution. I don't know if you guys are even here. I don't want to hear it, Gray. I just want to hate everybody. Anyway, obviously the support for the channel speeches don't really work well for me, so if anybody else wants to give a speech, that'd be freaking great. Thank you very much. And until next time, be safe out there. Just kidding. It's weird how people just can't admit that, like, oh, wow, this attorney, he actually prepared. I guess he should have came in and went, do you think she has DID? No, I don't. Thank you. No further questions. One part I thought was lame was when he brought up so if you're being raped and he looked over the jury to see if they were kind of paying attention. Hey, if somebody was raped, is that something that could create a DID? You know, as if he was trying to relate it to her story, which everybody knows is bullshit. I mean, are they literally trying to sell that there was actually a rape by Eduardo or whatever? I mean, that part was stupid. He looked over the jury to see if they were biting, and then he sort of switched over to the early childhood trauma stuff. That just miraculously kicked in on the day of the homicide of Gannon. Because nobody else ever noticed it. I mean, I bet you bring up Al again. Hey Al, have you ever seen her have a different personality? No. Anyways, yes, I do these 8-hour streams, and I am a monetized YouTube channel. You guys are the only source of income for these shows. If you feel like I'm doing a good job, pretend I'm a Starbucks tip or whatever the hell it is. You know, I'm spending the 8 hours here. And well, other people do it great. Well, I'm not those other people. I actually do something with the income that comes in too. You know. Hey, thanks, Jay Tharp. Appreciate it. And Benji. Yeah, we've donated, my channel has donated $144,250 to true crime charities and a DNA fund since January 2020. Okay? And that's why I try to actually raise funds, because it helps support me as well as being able to do that. So I hope you guys feel like that's something worthy. Thanks, Benji, for the hard work, valuable, true. Yeah, thank you. Jay Tharp said, thank you, Gray, for all you do, and we can get a wave started, please, freak community. God bless you all, and stay safe out there daily. Your hard work, and valuable time are truly appreciated, Gray. Yeah, well, thank you. I think the dogs need biscuits. On some of the notebooks that I'm sending out, I actually put the. So I have this paw print that I got, but it was too small, so I bought another one. And so I put the paw print on the front. 2 of them on the front. Some of them don't have that because I didn't think of doing the paw prints on the front of the notebook until later, but it looks kind of cool. Like one's up above, below, and then I put one inside because Blue signs it, you know? Blue's signing the damn thing. Looks pretty cool. Yeah, did you see that when Blue just pushed him? I mean, Chloe pushed Blue. That was crazy. Chloe's such a great little. I mean, they're both awesome. They're just totally different personalities, but Chloe's. What's she looking at? A box. She's just so curious and very confident, observant, playful, funny. You know, she's like a perfect dog, really. And Blue is really affectionate and, you know, barks if there's people, you know, coming around. And he's really smart as well. I mean, everybody probably says the same thing about their dogs, you know. Yeah, Chloe's only like 3 or so. Blue, I think, might be 10. We haven't really kept track that well. You know, now that I think of it. Because we got him when he was... They said he was 2, so we really didn't know. He's been around a long time. I don't know. I don't know if other people want to wear somebody else's dogs on their sweatshirt. Oh, are those your dogs? No, there's some guy on YouTube's. Yeah. Maybe a mug or something, because it's the Grant Hughes Investigates family. Other than my wife, she's not on there because she doesn't want her face out there. But Gray, that's you don't really have a wife, Gray. It's not real. You're. No, I've always liked Chloe. That's why we got Chloe. But Blue, she's like a hell demon. She still is. I mean, you guys have seen it when Chloe's playing with Blue, how she'll just keep biting him and biting his ass. Like, even if he's playing with a toy, she doesn't go try to play with the toy with him. She just starts biting him in the ass, biting him in the face, biting him. It's pretty funny though. She doesn't play like that with humans either. It's just Blue. I haven't really seen her. She doesn't like other dogs. We don't really take them out anywhere or anything. Might get another one though, another small one at some point. Who knows? Blue's looking at me with such sleepy eyes. Yeah, they got just these little dogs. I like maybe get one more. I was thinking of getting like the Pomeranian, what I used to have. They're kind of bigger though. They can get like, I guess you can get a teacup Pomeranian, but they usually weigh like between 6 and 8 pounds. Blue's 4 something, and Chloe's 2, usually 2 something. Chloe's she's so little. I mean, look, I'm not, that's just, look at her head's inside my hand right there. Don't worry, Blue, I didn't forget about you.
No, I said it was on.
Oh, I said, do you want it on?
Oh, I thought you said is it off? Oh, there she is. Okay. All right. Court will recall 20 CR 1358, People versus Letecia Stauch. Record should reflect the jury's not present in the courtroom. Dr. Grimmin, I remind you, ma'am, the church is still under oath. Is there anything we need to take up outside the presence of the jury at this point in time?
I do so.
Defense?
No, sir.
Okay, let's go ahead and bring the jury. All rise for the jury, please. Thank you. You may all be seated. Court will recall 20 CR 1358, People versus Letecia Stauch. Record should reflect the jury has returned to the courtroom. When we took our break, we were in the midst of the cross-examination of Dr. Grimmett. That's where we will resume. Mr. Tellini.
Yes, Dr. Grimmett. And back, we were kind of talking about attachment theory, and I'll kind of move on from the exact experiment, but from the experiment, they basically developed 3 different styles of attachment: secure, avoidant, and anxious. Are you familiar with that?
Yes.
And secure attachment, the theory is that comes when a child grows up and they are given the appropriate attention by the parent. The child cries and the parent comes in to soothe them. The child is hungry and the parent comes in to feed them, correct?
Yeah, the child perceives their needs are met.
And the theory behind attachment theory is that then children who grow up securely attached are then able to have secure relationships. They can have a romantic partner. They can explode, romantic relationships or other relationships that actually work and are functional.
It sets a good foundation for that.
Yes. The theory with avoidant attachment, people with that, maybe had a caregiver who was not attentive. The child would cry and nobody would come to soothe it. The child would be hungry, nobody would feed it. And they kind of grow to put on a persona that they don't need anybody and are very kind of self-reliant and feel threatened by intimate relationships and so forth. That would be kind of the characteristics of avoidant.
It could be, yes.
And then we have anxious, and that's somebody who, similar to the avoidant, did not have their needs met by the caregiver, and they can be extremely needy in a relationship. They put a lot of kind of same with that's why I was getting to it. Anxious attachment would be similar to borderline personality disorder.
I think that it stems from an unpredictability and inconsistency with the parenting, where the child doesn't know what's coming, whether they're going to get soothed or not. There's some inconsistency there that causes some distress.
And kind of back talking with borderline, that's with the romantic relationships, they're consumed with it at the beginning and then think that it's going to be taken away and are very threatened by the fear of abandonment.
Yes.
And then later on, they actually came up with disorganized attachment.
Yes.
And disorganized attachment is kind of the anxious, but on steroids. And that's generally thought to somebody who was traumatized by a caregiver.
I'm not too familiar with that.
Okay. Have you ever heard the term disorganized attachment style?
Yes, I could tell you what the criteria
Okay.
are.
But so the same theory of the causes, at least back to anxious, there's some tracking and some similarities between the anxious attachment theory and borderline personality disorder.
Yes.
And you were, as part of the discovery that you reviewed, were you given hours upon hours upon hours of phone conversations between Al Stauch and Letecia Stauch that were recorded by the FBI?
Not hours and hours, no. I did listen to some pretext phone calls, but I don't recall them being hours.
Okay, you're lucky. Somebody who,
Will I caught up?
in the face of a missing child or a homicide investigation, who is incredibly preoccupied with the relationship status and whether or not Al Stauch is going to take her back, that would be extremely consistent with borderline personality disorder.
Yes. Yes.
I mean, so where it appears like this is just irrational, the focus on this.
It's an irrational focus. I would say it's consistent with borderline personality disorder, but also be consistent with other things.
Sure, it could be consistent with narcissistic personality disorder.
Right.
And the DSM-5 itself, it has a ton of different categories of mental illnesses or symptoms of so forth, correct? There's a lot of different diagnoses in the DSM-5.
Oh, yes.
The DSM-5 itself doesn't, at least now, the DSM-5 especially, does not categorize one thing as a serious mental illness versus something else. Like it doesn't say the DSM-5 is, I cut you. The DSM-5 doesn't say schizophrenia is a serious mental illness, but borderline personality disorder is not.
That's correct.
It just says these are the things we look for these diagnoses.
Right.
And all the diagnoses can exist on a continuum.
Yes.
Somebody could have a very, I'll say mild, bipolar disorder can be a serious mental illness, correct?
I mean, it typically is a serious mental illness.
But somebody could have bipolar disorder to a degree that it does not substantially impact their life. And then, so according to the definition of the National Institute of Mental Health, would not be a serious mental illness.
There are mental illnesses in the field that are considered serious because of how impactful they are. And bipolar disorder would be one of those. You don't tend to have a mild case of bipolar disorder, certainly can, but
Yeah.
it is typically a disabling disorder.
But it could not be.
It could not be.
Okay. And that's why I'm saying, that's why the DSM doesn't necessarily label it, because you could also have on the continuum, a severe case of a personality disorder that can impact the day-to-day functioning of that person's life.
Right.
And if it and according to the National Institute of Mental Health, if the mental illness is impacting that person's day-to-day life, then it is then categorized as a mental illness.
I don't concern myself with what the National Institute of Mental Health says for competency evaluations.
Sure.
So I can't really answer that.
Do you know that that's what the definition by the National Institute of Mental Health is for serious mental illness?
No, not particularly. I work off of the DSM, and because
Okay.
I'm not providing treatment,
Sure.
it's not relevant for me
Okay.
day to day.
Would you agree with that definition? Is a serious mental illness is a mental illness that impacts somebody's day-to-day life?
I don't know what the formal definition is, but if I'm assessing someone,
No.
I'm looking for the level of impairment in day-to-day life.
Okay. And sometimes personality disorders can be so severe that they impact a person's day-to-day life.
Yes.
Now, I also I emailed you some articles.
You did?
One of those articles I'm going to be approaching with Defense Exhibit C is hallucinations and other psychotic symptoms in patients with borderline personality disorder.
Yes.
If I may approach? You may. Take a look at that and see if that looks familiar.
Yes.
And just so everybody understands, you said one of the things that you do when you're confronted with, a patient or something new is you do research in your line of profession.
Yes.
And because psychologist or psychiatrist has had specific hands-on experience with every type of mental illness, there's new things that come up, correct?
Correct.
And you do research, and where do you turn for research?
To peer-reviewed journals.
Peer-reviewed journals. And basically what that is, there are, both sometimes practicing clinicians, and there's other people in academia, and they will do studies and so forth and submit articles to peer-reviewed journals.
Yes.
And then those peer-reviewed journals there's lots of different ones in psychiatry, evidently, or psychology. And you will look at it and look to those peer-reviewed journals to inform you on certain situations.
Yes.
The article which I have given you, that comes from a peer-reviewed journal, correct?
Yes.
And it is something that would be, I'm not asking if you agree with everything in it or not, but that would be something that would be generally relied upon people in your field.
It would be considered.
Consider.
Yes.
Yes. That article indicates that they've done studies and people with borderline personality disorder can suffer psychotic symptoms.
Yes.
And I want to step back here for a second. Let's talk about psychotic symptoms. And Dr. Grimmett, if I'm incorrect on any of this, let me know. My understanding is there are psychotic symptoms, and psychotic isn't necessarily a diagnosis itself, but there are certain symptoms that we look at to make other diagnoses in the DSM-5. Would that be accurate?
Yes.
And when we're talking about psychotic symptoms, we're talking about a couple different things. We're talking about delusions.
Yes.
And delusions are a fixed belief that is not amenable to change by evidence.
Yes.
And so I have this belief, and no matter what you show me, what you do, I'm not changing this belief that I have.
Correct.
And, the general delusions that everybody's are, familiar with, we have delusions of grandeur, one type of delusion, grandiose delusions.
Are you asking me a question?
Yes.
Yes.
Another type of delusions would be paranoid delusions.
Yes.
And the delusions can, again, they can be on a continuum.
Yes.
A delusion of grandeur. I mean, hypothetically, if we have the NFL draft coming up this weekend, are you aware of that?
I'm not.
Probably
aware of that.
But, say somebody who hardly ever played for his college team believes that he's going to be drafted despite everybody saying there's no way this is possible. That could be delusional.
Yes.
And that would be on the low end of the spectrum.
I'm not sure it would be considered pathological, but
Pathological, but it's a fixed belief that,
delusions of grandeur are more typically thinking you hold some high status like you're Jesus.
yeah, and that's what I'm saying. And then on the other hand is the Masonic, I'm coming here, I've been blessed to save the world, I have this specific mission, I have super smarter than everybody else, that type of thing.
Right.
Paranoid delusions, the government's after me, they're putting stuff in my head. That would be an example of a paranoid delusion.
Yes.
So that is one symptom of psychosis.
Yes.
Another symptom of psychosis would be hallucinations.
Yes.
And hallucinations could be auditory.
Yes.
And auditory hallucinations, I'm hearing voices, I'm hearing anything that is not really there.
Right.
We have visual hallucinations,
We do.
which is I'm seeing things that aren't there.
Right.
And sometimes I'm seeing things that aren't there and they're talking to me, and that would be an auditory and a visual hallucination at the same time.
That's right.
We can also have tactile delusions. And what is that?
Feeling something on your body that's not there.
Okay. We also have, then the next thing would be disorganized thought or disorganized.
You don't want to cover the rest of the hallucinations?
I can. What else do we have? I thought I have the main ones.
Well, there's a couple more that you should know about.
Tell me.
There's olfactory hallucinations where you smell things that aren't actually there.
Okay.
And there's gustatory hallucinations where you taste things that aren't there.
Okay. All right.
Want to make sure we have all the information.
Absolutely. Thank you. We also have disorganized thought. And what is that?
Not being able to follow your own line of thinking, not making sense in your thoughts and how they come out your mouth.
And that can also be on a continuum, correct?
Yes.
I mean, it can go anywhere from kind of tangential thinking all the way to what's called word salad.
Yes.
And what is word salad?
When the words that come out your mouth are not logically connected to each word, so it sounds like you're just saying words and it's not a sentence.
And tangential thinking is where somebody is jumping from one thing to another without anything necessarily connecting them.
Correct.
And then we kind of have the other ones. We have abnormal motor behavior. And what is that?
Well, that can be lots of things. It might be like a stereotypic shaking. It might be picking, pilling, or having underactive movements where you don't respond.
And then finally, we have the negative symptoms. And what are those?
So the hallucinations and delusions are considered positive symptoms. That means there's a symptom present when you wouldn't expect there to be something. A negative symptom is when you expect to see something that's not there. So that would be underactive motor, flat affect, no change in emotional expression, a lack of energy, lack of interest, lack of engagement, apathy, those kind of things.
Sometimes people who are psychotic can just sit in a room and stare into nothing for hours upon hours at a time.
Yes.
And we use these to make, diagnoses. I mean, generally what we think about psychotic symptoms, the main diagnosis we have is schizophrenia.
We have schizophrenia, bipolar disorder with psychotic features, major depression with psychotic features, or typically bipolar disorder and major depressive disorder with psychotic features are the typical ones.
And there's certain criteria for somebody with psychotic symptoms for schizophrenia. I think it has to be, you have to experience psychotic symptoms for about a month, and then it has to be persistent for over 6 months, correct?
You have to have symptoms for over 6 months. You have to have hallucinations, delusions, and disorganized thinking, or the negative.
You have to have multiple symptoms of psychosis,
Right.
not just one. But there are lots of other mental illnesses that can cause transient psychotic features, correct?
Yes.
Okay. I mean, sometimes PTSD can cause transient psychotic features.
Uncommonly, but yes.
Okay. Dissociative identity disorder can cause transient psychotic features.
I'm not familiar with that.
Okay. And that article indicates that people with borderline personality disorder can suffer from transient psychotic features.
Yeah, and that's one of the criteria in the DSM-5.
Yeah. And it indicates that between 20 to 50% of people that suffer from borderline personality disorder suffer from hallucinations.
In this sample.
Yes. That these hallucinations can be both auditory and visual, sorry.
Yeah.
Sometimes that 50% of the hallucinations had malicious content.
Right. So this was a sample of 143 people, just because you don't have the article.
I know. And Mr. Young's, after I'm done, he's going to come up and you guys are going to discuss why he thinks this article is garbage. But I'm just going.
If I may, at this point, I'm going to object to this line of testimony as to irrelevant. There's nothing tying this to what she did in this case, and certainly nothing tying this to the defendant. So,
Well, first of all, the jury will disregard counsel's statement regarding what Mr. Young may or may not do. As you know, counsel can't testify in this case. Nothing that they say is evidence. Secondly, you qualified this witness as a witness in forensic psychiatry.
Psychology.
Or psychology, that's right, I'm sorry. Forensic psychology. This witness has not said it's outside her expertise, so it's within her expertise. And there were some questions regarding the presence or absence of dissociative disorder, dissociative identity disorder. So I will allow the questioning. Overruled.
And according to this study, 50% of the hallucinations are malicious content.
I don't recall specifically, but yes. Can you direct me to where on the?
If you could look on the second sentence of page 790.
Thank you. Yes.
50% of the hallucinations had malicious content.
Yes.
And so that would mean 50% of the hallucinations seem threatening to the person perceiving them.
Yes.
And I think I gave you a couple other articles that from other peer-reviewed journals that indicate that people with borderline personality can suffer from audio and visual hallucinations.
Yes.
Are you aware of any studies disputing the fact that people with borderline personality disorder can suffer from auditory and visual hallucinations?
No, it's part of the criteria for the disorder.
Okay. And also people with borderline personality disorder can disassociate.
Not just from borderline personality disorder, but they may have other conditions going on that cause dissociation.
Okay. According to this article that we are talking about, the hallucinations, there's kind of three different things that they look about that bring upon the hallucinations. The first one that they talk about is stress.
Yes.
And that periods of stress can cause somebody who has this personality disorder to slip into a psychotic state.
Right. And that's not specific to the article. Again, that's
That's-
episodes is stress related.
Okay. You were provided a letter from December, I believe, 13th from a Dr. Niederhauser
Yes.
indicating that she was seeing Ms. Stauch
Yes.
and indicating that Ms. Stauch needed to resign from her work because she was suffering from stress and anxiety.
Yes.
Another thing, according to this article, that can impact the degree somebody with borderline personality disorder suffers psychotic symptoms is whether or not they experience childhood trauma growing up.
Can you direct me to the page again?
And I'm looking at page 790. So the same page that we were on, it kind of has number 2 or what factors influence psychotic symptoms in borderline personality disorder. The first one, it indicates stress. The second one, hallucinations, childhood trauma, and disassociation.
Okay. I just feel like we addressed this when we were talking about the underlying factors for
Sure.
borderline personality disorder. So I didn't perceive anything in this article to be different than what we've already discussed. That's why I feel a bit confused.
Okay, no, but when we were discussing whether or not childhood trauma causes borderline personality disorder or whether or not it's a correlation, and I think you pointed out, some people can have borderline personality disorder, but not necessarily have childhood trauma.
Right.
And this seems to indicate that people who have both childhood trauma and borderline personality disorder, those people seem to suffer psychotic symptoms more than people who have borderline personality disorder without childhood trauma.
It's just very difficult to work through because most people don't experience just one
Sure.
issue. So if they have borderline personality disorder, they usually have accompanying other dysfunction, whether it's another mental illness or other personality disorders. So trying to narrow it down to say this causes this, there could be a number of reasons why somebody's manifesting symptoms, and me and my role would not be able to say this is coming from that.
Sure. And I wasn't asking that. I'm just saying that that's what this article seems to indicate, correct?
Okay.
And it also says that it can be impacted by whether or not a person feels lonely.
Yes.
It also indicates that people with borderline personality disorder can feel stress more acutely than other people. And I think that would be, I mean, that's pretty much accepted. Would you agree?
But they don't handle stress well.
and I think you talked about it. I mean, someone with borderline personality disorder, they send a text,
Pre-lunch taco stop.
and if that's not
Move the taco
responded to
defending
correctly, I mean, they get,
Their world is ending.
yeah.
Yeah. Sorry. The world is ending.
Okay. All right. So let's now, and actually, Your Honor, at this point in time, I would move for admission of Defense Exhibit C under 803-18 Lunar Treaties.
Prosecution,
May I vote aye?
you may.
Since Exhibit C that you have there in front of you, did you use that in any way, shape, or form in formulating the opinions that you gave to the jury today?
No, I was only provided this last week or the week before.
Does it have any impact on your testimony or your opinions that you gave to the jury today? And our objection would be based on relevance.
May I see Exhibit C first?
Yes. Let me approach?
Yes, please. Thank you.
Third time's the charm.
Also hearsay for that matter.
That's why he's offering to admit it under 803.18. Exception to the hearsay. All right. Under 803.18, statements from a learned treatise may be admitted. They may be received as exhibits. I'm not going to allow this entire article to go back there, largely because it appears to have a lot, or it requires a lot of expertise to decipher large portions of it. 803.18, however, says that if admitted, the statements may be read into evidence as the court permits. If there are certain specific statements, not the entire article, but if there are certain specific statements that you want to read into the records, you can do that.
And again, Your Honor, I'm asking it to be admitted as impeachment on Dr. Grimmett. She has diagnosed Ms. Stauch with a personality disorder with borderline features. She then indicated on direct that that was not a serious mental illness. I think this article impeaches her regarding that and how that borderline personality disorder can be a serious mental illness to the degree that it is. There are scientific terms and extra stuff in here that can be difficult for a lay witness to discern. I would say that goes to weight, not admissibility, and I'm asking it to be admitted under those grounds.
I've made my ruling and I've
Yes,
given
sir.
you an option. So you can either read the specific statements that you wish to have into the record. It sounds like you probably covered most of them, not in exactly the same language that's in the article, but I've given you the option and I've made the ruling.
Okay. And I would just read. Well, let me ask.
You need this back?
Yes.
Do that? Okay.
Well, I have a copy up here. Mo.
Oh, all right. Okay.
Before we leave borderline personality disorder, where does the term come from?
It is considered to be on the borderline between neurosis and psychosis.
And it, in the older DSM, I think under the DSM-2, it was actually listed under the schizo disorders.
That is more information than I have.
Okay.
I don't have a copy of the DSM-2.
Okay. All right. Let's go on to your evaluation of Ms. Stauch. One, well, Dr. Grimm, you've actually done evaluations for me in the past, haven't you?
I have.
This evaluation that you did here seemed much more thorough than a typical competency evaluation. Do you agree with that?
A typical competency evaluation that doesn't have a felony one charge on it.
Sure. And generally on a typical competency evaluation, I mean, is this what percentage of competency evaluations do you go through and listen to jail phone calls?
whenever they're made available to me.
Okay. And is that usual or is that unusual to review jail phone calls?
It's fairly unusual.
Okay. And who provided you the jail phone calls?
The district attorney's office.
Okay. And they actually helped and assisted you in playing them, correct?
Oh, yeah, they're always recorded in a format that's very difficult to decipher.
It is. When you initially started talking with Ms. Stout, she expressed some frustration with her attorneys.
Yes,
She was very frustrated because her attorneys would not come to visit her at the jail.
yes,
And for context, this was during COVID,
it was.
and COVID changed a lot of the ways that we do stuff.
Yes,
In-person visits became the rarity, and a lot of stuff was done over WebEx or so forth.
yes,
You did this one though in person, correct?
yes.
Where in the jail did you do it?
In the no contact booth, I don't remember if it was Alpha or I don't know, but it
Did
was.
it have it like the trap open or was the trap closed?
I documented it was a no contact booth. I don't recall talking to her on the phone,
Okay.
so I'm imagining it must have had a trap.
Okay. And just so that the jury's, aware, this is where you go, it's like you see on TV, the person comes in, there's a big, it's not glass, it's some type of clear plastic in between you and them. And then there's like a little trap door that opens and
Yes,
shuts, and the communication is done through there.
yes,
She was also in shackles,
she was.
and that kind of prevented you from doing some types of testing, correct?
Yes,
Specifically, I mean, there was some further testing that could have been done, regarding malingering and so forth, but that is somewhat prohibited by the nature of the examination.
yes,
Objectively, I understand I understand your position that she was malingering some symptoms to try to seem more mentally ill than she was. Objectively, though, she indicated to you that she did not want to be found crazy.
First of all, I never said she was malingering.
Okay. Okay. It
I had
was,
concerns about feigning, but I did not use the vocabulary of malingering, so I just want to be clear.
what's the difference between feigning and malingering?
Feigning is the intentional exaggeration or production of symptoms. Malingering takes it to the next level, assuming what the secondary gain may be.
Okay. And just to be clear, somebody can have a serious mental illness and feign symptoms.
Yes,
They're not exclusive.
I outlined that in my
Yeah.
conclusion, yes.
I mean, and it's not necessarily even that uncommon.
Not in forensic settings. no.
Not in forensic setting. So a lot of times you can have somebody who has a mental illness, but they will try to exaggerate those symptoms in hopes that you will come with a diagnosis that is helpful for them.
Or they're so mentally ill that they don't understand how they present and they think they have to act worse. Otherwise, I might miss it.
Okay. And to be fair, that makes the job of a forensic psychologist more difficult.
Difficult and interesting.
Yeah. To figure out where the mental illness ends and where the feigning begins can be tricky.
Right.
She did indicate to you though very clearly that she did not want to be found crazy.
Yes.
And then you actually even heard her on some jail phone calls with her daughter Harley, indicating that she passed the first test, the first competency exam with flying colors, and she was going to pass yours with flying colors.
Yes.
So she would have known that she was found competent, and so she viewed that as passing, and she was going to pass your exam as well.
Well, I recall that she had said, I don't recall whether it was to Harley or someone else, that she wasn't intending on passing as well or doing as well in the second time
Yeah.
that she did on the first.
But there's at least one phone call to Harley that she passed the first one with flying colors, and she was going to pass yours with flying colors.
Yes.
You kind of got a history from her.
Yes.
She indicated she grew up in North Carolina.
One of the Carolinas. Yes, I
Yes.
think so.
And do you have your report up there?
I do.
And if it's okay with Mr. Young, I don't have a problem if anytime you need to refer to your report to refresh your recollection to do so. If you could just let us know that you're referring to it.
Okay.
I'm fine with that.
I have no problem with it.
Okay. So she grew up in North Carolina?
Yes.
She was raised by both her mother and father until they divorced when she was 2.
Yes.
She indicated that she didn't really have any contact with her father after that until she was much older.
17, I believe.
She indicated being raised a lot by her grandfather,
Yes.
who was very religious
Yes.
and would alternate between kind of a good guy, bad guy thing. Kind of a sometimes nurturing, sometimes harsh authoritarian.
I didn't go into what she meant by that.
Okay. She did indicate that she was molested by her stepfather.
Yes.
How much detail did you get into that?
None.
None. And that she was also angry at her mother because her mother didn't protect her from the molestation,
Yes.
that the mother had chosen the stepfather over her.
She just, what I wrote in my report is what she told me,
Okay.
that she hadn't forgiven her.
When people or perpetrators molest children or stepkids in that environment, one of the keys to it is secrecy.
That can be an element, yes.
That's generally isn't the element that whoever is molesting a stepchild will do things in order to try to keep it secret within the family.
I don't work with perpetrators.
Okay.
So I just don't have a knowledge base for that.
Then I will move on to my next chapter. She indicated, you talked about kind of her work and vocational history.
Yes.
She indicated to you that she primarily worked as a teacher, but she experienced some mental problems and she started having visions of her stepfather that interfered with her work.
Yes.
She also indicated numerous miscarriages
Yes.
in her history. Did that stand out or?
I mean, it was notable, but remembering that my purpose is to establish if she's competent or not,
Sure.
it wasn't important to answer that question.
Okay. She indicated that she had been hospitalized in Canada,
She said that, yes.
that she was prescribed Zyprexa at
Uh,
one point.
Well, I don't know if she was prescribed or offered, but she said she refused it.
At one point she agreed to, Gideon?
Geodon,
Geodon. And that's an antipsychotic.
yes.
It's kind of an unusual antipsychotic, isn't it?
No,
No? Is that the brand name or is that the,
it's the brand name.
okay.
It might be palperidol. Don't quote me on it. But it's common.
Okay. And then she was also described in taking lorazepam.
She was not taking at the time of the evaluation, but she had.
Okay. And that would be for anxiety?
She said it was for bipolar disorder, but it is a benzodiazepine,
I mean,
typically for anxiety.
lorazepam generally wouldn't be prescribed for bipolar disorder, would it?
It can have indications for bipolar disorder. I've never personally seen it prescribed for that, but when I
Okay.
searched it, it did say it could be used for bipolar disorder, but it's not a first line of treatment
First
for
line thing.
bipolar.
I mean, generally with bipolar disorder, you'd prescribe a mood stabilizer.
I mean, prescribing is outside my scope of practice, but yes, I would expect
That
to
would
see
be-
that they were being prescribed a mood stabilizer.
Sorry. And well, that was actually one of the reasons why you discarded the possible diagnosis of bipolar, because she was given that coming from CMHIP to the jail, but was not given a mood stabilizer. And so that lessened the degree that that was actually a diagnosis, because if it was actually bipolar disorder, CMHIP would have more than likely then also given her a mood stabilizer prescription to take to CJC.
I would have expected to see that, and that was definitely one of the factors I considered.
Okay. But there was, and not only rule out, but that CMHIP in the transfer from her to CJC in the jail records indicated that CMHIP had diagnosed her with bipolar.
So the CMHIP records indicated she had been diagnosed with bipolar, and then she underwent a review at CJC where that prescriber ruled out bipolar disorder.
Okay. So just so that I'm clear, CMHIP had said she was bipolar disorder, and then CJC and Dr. Moore said, no, she's not bipolar disorder.
It was Holly Wallerstein.
Oh, okay.
It wasn't Dr. Moore who did the review.
Okay. But somebody reviewed it and said, no, I disagree with CMHIP. She's not bipolar.
Yes.
And it's always been confusing to me when you say rule out something, because in the general terms, when you say rule out, that makes, every time I read it, I'm thinking you're saying, no, it can't be that. That's not what rule out means, correct?
With a rule out diagnosis, it explicitly means there's not enough information to say they do or they did not have it. It needs to be ruled out.
Yeah. So someone needs to do some more research and everything like that to either say yes or no.
Right.
Very confusing.
Well, and you see it a lot in forensic evaluations because we have time limited meetings with people. So we offer rule outs because we can't be sure.
And because it doesn't necessarily go towards competency.
And he's getting a lot of
I mean, whether
stuff from
kind of
her.
with your,
Yeah, we can't be
whether or
sure.
not she
We're
actually
just not
suffers
sure.
from
Leticia could be a
PTSD
wacko
or not,
with
or
multiple
suffers from an
things.
anxiety disorder or not. You didn't see either one of those.
You can't have
affecting her ability
your
to know
witnesses
what's
like
going
this.
on, or ability to work with her attorneys. And so you have limited resource, limited time, don't have time to make that determination whether we have PTSD or anxiety.
Right. It's not a psychodiagnostic evaluation. So I
Yeah.
just cover what is necessary to support the opinion.
A lot of some things that you considered in your evaluation were jail notes by deputies at CJC.
I mean, I considered the notes. I don't
Okay.
know that I gave them any more weight than anything else.
Sure. Was there a concern on your part regarding bias of the deputies making those notes?
Absolutely.
Okay. I mean, because, well, and so what everybody understands, the deputies at CJC are part of the El Paso County Sheriff's Office, correct?
Yes.
And that's actually the agency that has investigated and is assisting in prosecuting Ms. Stauch.
Yes.
And so, there's always concern for both actual bias and implicit bias. Would you agree with that?
There's bias is always a concern. Yes.
What is implicit bias?
Bias that you're not aware of.
Okay. And so deputies, even trying to be fair, may suffer from implicit bias in noting Ms. Stauch's behavior.
Yes.
And that's something that you consider?
Yes.
When you gave her 2 exams, correct? You gave her the structured interview and what's the other one you did?
MFAST.
MFAST. Let me ask you this. Are you aware of literature indicating that oftentimes people with DID will have elevated scores on the MMPI-2?
Yes.
And what is the MMPI-2?
The Minnesota Multiphasic Personality Inventory, 2nd edition.
Okay. And I think what you're talking about, and so there is literature that people will have an elevated score on that test. If people who actually suffer from DID will look to be elevated, possibly given that false feigning.
There are questions on the MMPI-2 that most people would not endorse that can reflect the experience of somebody with DID. And so it can look like they're exaggerating when it's real.
Do you know, does the MFAST and the structured interview that you did, does that have those same type? Are there any studies indicating that people with DID can have elevated scores on either one of those?
Not that I'm aware of. The questions are not of the same nature that are on the MMPI-2.
What's the difference between the MFAST and the MMPI-2?
Oh, they're totally different tests for different purposes. The MFAST is purely a feigning measure.
Okay. And the structured interview that you performed, that's the SR.
The SIRS too.
Yes, that has different scales.
Yes, so it's kind of an expanded version of the MFAST.
Yes. How many different scales does it have?
I want to say 6.
Okay. And of those 6, only one indicated feigning.
Yes.
The other ones were, I think it said the other ones were ambiguous towards feigning. I think it said
No, I think she only elevated one scale.
okay.
And then the overall index, which considers all the scales, was general indeterminate.
Okay. She indicated there are notes. They're called kites. What's a kite?
A kite is a complaint, a grievance, or a request that an inmate can file to get certain needs met in the jail.
Some of her kites were complaining that the solitary confinement was causing her mental health problems.
I think I read a kite where she was asserting mental abandonment.
And that the solitary confinement eats away at your soul and your brain feels like something's eating it.
I don't think solitary confinement was the term. Maybe segregated housing.
If you look on page 7 of your report.
Oh, stand corrected.
Okay. I'm concerned why mental health has not helped me with the solitary confinement is the first line of the kite.
Yes.
And then the second line of the kite is I thought mental health is an advocate for mental safety. This eats away at your soul and my brain feels like something is eating it.
That is what the kite says, yes.
Are you aware or have you found, because I couldn't find any studies relating how solitary confinement could impact either dissociative identity disorder or borderline personality disorder?
Not specific to those disorders. I know that there's plenty of studies on the effects of solitary confinement on the mental health of an inmate,
Yes.
but I'm not familiar with specific diagnoses.
And I've bizarrely seen some studies that go both ways. Sometimes I've seen studies that indicate solitary confinement can be helpful for people with psychotic features.
I have recently read, there was a large literature on the detriment of solitary confinement for quite a while.
Yep.
And there does seem to be some burgeoning literature that maybe it's not that bad.
And it kind of depends on the different person.
Individual.
Some people have a mental illness, solitary confinement makes them much worse. Some people, it appears surprisingly, with a mental illness, solitary confinement can help them.
Yeah, there's lots of individual differences.
Could somebody who has dissociative identity disorder in different personas, could one of their personas as a defense mechanism try to feign mental illness?
Hypothetically, I imagine so.
Okay. And again, with the feigning, let me go back. Your understanding with dissociative identity disorder, let me say this. My understanding from the literature, when you have a dissociative identity disorder, personas are generally locked in the time that they are created. Are you aware of that?
No, I think that goes beyond my knowledge of the disorder.
Okay. Some, would you agree? Well, let's just get this out. Let's agree. We were all, the vampire stuff is feigning made up garbage. We can agree with that, can't we?
Your words, not mine.
All right. It almost seems made up garbage in a childlike way. That this is so ridiculous that no intelligent adult would expect anybody to believe.
Chewbacca?
I would certainly say it was contrived.
It's contrived and stupid.
Uh, I didn't make any opinion as to
Okay.
what kind of intellect it reflected.
And whether or not it could have come from a persona who was locked in a childlike
I
state.
just dismissed it as irrelevant to competency.
Okay. Because it doesn't matter.
Doesn't matter.
It was not believable and was not impacting. Justice the Vampire wasn't keeping her from discussing stuff with Miss Strobel.
Correct.
She did indicate that one of the things that would kind of soothe her when she suffered from anxiety was to hide under the covers.
That it was more effective than medication, yes.
Okay. I think we covered this a little bit, but in regards to determining, the feigning and the degree, more tests would have been needed in order to be able to do that, correct?
Well, my intention had been to give the MFAST the SIRS if necessary, and had they not indicated any feigning, I would have liked to have given the PAI or the MMPI myself.
Okay.
Given the results of those tests, it didn't seem productive, because if she feigned on those, it was likely she would also invalidate the ones she'd already invalidated in the previous evaluation.
And we had a previous one where the MMPI-2 is a lengthy test.
The PAI, both of them are. They're over 300 questions each.
Okay. And because we had one prior that was invalid, that would have been waste of the kind of short amount of resources that you have.
Well, just feigning is a dynamic concept. Just because you feign at one point in time doesn't mean you're always feign.
Sure.
So the fact that she'd invalidated it previously didn't mean I necessarily thought she would invalidate it again. But after she did not do well in the measures I gave her, that was an indication that she wouldn't be forthcoming on the test.
When you were discussing things with her and you're discussing with her, oftentimes her thoughts were kind of circular and almost tangential to a degree.
I don't know that her thoughts were circular. Her speech is circular.
Yeah, speech.
I think I portrayed her in my report that she wasn't tangential. She always stayed on topic. She just provided a lot more information. I don't recall having to redirect her. I might have cut her off because she was trying to give me too much information, but I don't recall her being tangential.
And I guess what I'm getting to is I kind of read your report, and if I read it incorrectly, let me know, that you gave some consideration as to whether or not her manner of speech would reflect disorganized thought. And there was they had some similarities in the interview that you had with her, but then you went and listened to the jail phone calls and it didn't seem to be that way. Would that be accurate?
Well, it was those things and the kites where she wasn't making sense.
Yeah.
So I was looking at all of that, and it seemed like with the phone calls, she was able to be very concise, given that there was a time constraint for the phone calls, and had that reflected an actual mental disturbance where there was thought disorganization, she couldn't have just selected to be concise.
Okay. But at least with you, there was some similarities between how she talked and how somebody may talk if they have a disorganized thought process.
No,
No?
she wasn't disorganized.
Okay.
She was organized and garrulous, very, very wordy.
Extra wordy as far as extra information that was not necessarily needed to the questions.
But not irrelevant.
Okay. But the extra information, I mean, that can be an indication of disorganized thought.
If it doesn't make sense.
Okay. And you indicated that a sincere belief that somebody can raise somebody from the dead would not be delusional?
In the context that she provided it with her religious beliefs, that would be correct.
I mean, she seemed to indicate that she believed, like Andrew Womack, that she could raise Gannon from the dead.
Right.
And that wouldn't be consistent with facts, would it?
What fact? Whether or not
It's
somebody-
biology.
I thought you meant the facts of what Andrew Womack claims.
Well, we can just.
I believe the standard accepted belief is that we cannot raise people from the dead.
Yeah.
It appears there's a faction of religious practices that does, in fact, believe that things like that can happen. And given that she presented that idea in the context of a religious belief, I attribute it to her religious beliefs rather than a delusional belief.
How can, I mean, oftentimes people with psychotic disorders have delusions that are religious in nature, correct?
Yes.
So how can it be distinguished between a delusion, which is basis of a psychotic disorder, versus delusion that is based upon religious upbringing?
It's a great question. She believed what other people believed. It's a shared belief.
Okay.
So it's a shared belief specific to that religious organization, or I don't know what the correct term would be. So it didn't have the personal meaning to her outside of the context of that larger religious group. She was in step with what they purport to believe in. Therefore, I consider it to be a religious belief. Whether or not it makes sense to me, whether or not it's rational is a different question. But in terms of looking at the diagnostic criteria, the fact that it's a religious belief shared by other people, and that's the context in which she shared it, it would not be considered pathological.
Would it be pathological, though, considered as to a specific person, not just the belief that the dead can be raised, but that she has that innate ability herself to raise a specific person from the dead?
If she had presented that idea to me without the context of the religion, I would certainly have had more concern. But she said, I know about this guy, and he said he did this, and I tried to find him because I want him to help me too. That's a totally different quality.
And I mean, but clearly in people who are raised in very religious upbringing, oftentimes will suffer from psychotic delusions that are based upon religion. That is not uncommon.
But it won't be considered psychotic just because of the beliefs that they hold. If they're just holding their mainstream beliefs within their religion, that would not be considered. It's when they take it to a further level that goes outside of what the mainstream of that religion believes.
Just a moment. Oh, I have. Thank you, Dr. Bennett.
Yeah.
Redirect.
Yes, thanks, Jim. Did you consider that she could have just been making this up to make you believe that she was delusional?
Which part?
The part about raising Gannon from the dead.
I mean, I considered whether or not it was truly delusional. Did I consider whether she genuinely believed that? It was probably part of my calculus.
When we talk about self-reporting and your interview with her and the reason why you want to look at all the collateral information, is that one of the reasons why? Is sometimes someone who's charged with first-degree murder is going to not be truthful with you in the evaluation because they want to appear to be something they're not.
Yes.
I want to clear something up for the jury. Is the accent from Scotland?
We've been taking bets. The accent's from Scotland.
I just got to keep consistent with all my witnesses, figure out where they're from so the jury knows that. I want to go back to Mr. Tonini's initial cross-examination when we were talking about trauma and that trauma is related to post-traumatic stress disorder. Do you recall that line of questioning that he started out with?
Yes.
Are there studies, or in your opinion, are there any time frames as to when someone might be experiencing delusions or psychosis as a result of trauma?
I don't know that there's a whole lot of research on trauma and psychosis. It is something that happens. It's not part of the diagnostic criteria. So anecdotally, it's something that we see. Trauma itself, the development of PTSD can happen fairly quickly after a trauma happens, or there can be a delayed onset, sometimes up to a couple of years before people start manifesting symptoms. Sometimes not until another traumatic event happens that it all comes crashing down.
This sexual assault that Ms. Stauch was telling you about that occurred between her and the stepfather, did she give you a time frame as to when that happened?
No,
Did you find any collateral resources that it actually happened?
I didn't investigate it.
And is that because it didn't play any relevance to your purpose for the evaluation?
Correct.
Hypothetically thinking, is trauma that happens 20 years ago, is that going to trigger something 20 years from the trauma?
With nothing in between?
Nothing in between.
It wouldn't be typical.
Why?
Well, there would have to be an explanation of what's happening 20 years later that it's an issue now. What was the person able to do, or why was it not impactful at the time? I would just have a lot more questions.
Would the trauma that's impacting your psychosis or delusion, whatever we want to call it, would it have to be related to whatever the trauma was to begin with 20 years ago?
No.
Why is that?
The body experiences trauma and it doesn't have the brain to make sense of it. So it's very physical. So the body just responds to the danger, not necessarily the context or the meaning of the danger. So it doesn't matter what kind of trauma it is.
Would you expect there to be stress or trauma in relation to killing an 11-year-old boy by stabbing them 18 times, hitting them with a blunt force object 4 times, and then shooting them once and attempting to shoot them 2 more times? Would there be some trauma associated with that?
There certainly could be.
Would there be some stress associated with that?
I would imagine so.
Would you expect others to see that an individual who just did that, for instance, in a cross-country drive to Florida?
I would expect if the person was traumatized by that happening, there would be signs of that.
And if the individual was Miss Stauch's daughter, who she'd known for 17 years, who's been by her side the entire time, do you think her daughter might notice that there might be some stress or trauma related to that action of killing an 11-year-old boy?
I would think so.
Dissociative identity disorder. Is that a particular disorder that leads someone to murder someone?
I don't believe that there's a high base rate for that.
Is there anything in the DSM-5, a mental illness, that has a criteria that says someone with this mental illness is going to go out and kill an 11-year-old boy? You understand why I'm asking that?
Yeah.
Does mental illness lead to murder?
Not in and of itself, typically.
Are there people who have serious mental disorders or mental illness that are able to function in life and society and obey the laws?
Those are 2 different questions. Can they function to varying degrees? Does a mental illness cause you to break the law? No, it does not.
People who suffer from dissociative identity disorder, do they have recall or they remember the events that might lead them to a forensic setting?
I think that's probably a debatable issue. There would probably be an argument that an alter may have been responsible and the memories don't cross over. So that's hard for me to answer.
And is that because there's not a lot of data on that information?
There's not a lot of data, and I would imagine it varies because somebody with dissociative identity disorder could commit a crime as the primary persona, the host, and it has nothing to do with the alters. So then they would have memory of it. So there's too much information there.
And so just to clear things up, when you're doing a competency evaluation, you're evaluating Ms. Stauch on the day you're seeing her.
Yes,
In an insanity evaluation, you have to evaluate her on the day of the crime.
right.
And would you look at her actions and the evidence associated with her actions in making that determination?
For the sanity evaluation?
Yes.
Yes.
Would it necessarily mean much in an insanity evaluation how her mental illness may have progressed due to solitary confinement in a jail setting?
It wouldn't speak to her mental status at the time of the offense.
I'll go back to your forensic interview. Counsel asked you some questions about that. Do you recall that line of questioning?
Not specifically.
I believe they ask you about how the prosecution provides you with the reports and things like that.
Yes.
Do you know who provides all the police reports to everyone in this case?
The prosecutor's office is responsible to give it to everybody. Like the state evaluators, they get it from the prosecution, so I request it from the prosecution.
Why didn't you ask that we go sit in on the interview with Ms. Stauch and you during your evaluation?
I can't imagine why I would think that was appropriate or necessary. A forensic evaluation is typically just conducted between the examinee and the evaluator. There can be impacts from having somebody else present in the room. There's statutory protections in the course of a competency evaluation that the information the defendant provides can't be used to incriminate them, so they don't need their own attorney there. If their own attorney isn't there, I don't think it's appropriate that the prosecutor should be there. I've just never encountered that would be a reasonable request.
Have you ever had a defense attorney sit in on an insanity evaluation with you?
No.
Why? Probably for the same reasons you just answered, I take it?
Yeah, and it's never been requested. For evaluations of this level of charge, it would be video recorded, so there would be no need for somebody to observe it because it's being memorialized.
Her social history that you discussed with Mr. Cellini on cross-examination that's in your report, was that based entirely on her self-reporting, what she's telling you?
The portion titled social history, yes,
The thing about miscarriages is based on what she's telling you.
yes.
The notes that Mr. Cellini asked you about from deputies, were there other notes from mental health professionals within the jail that you relied on or at least considered in making your determinations?
I reviewed our entire jail record, so I was looking at jail deputies, mental health staff, so the prescriber, Dr. Moore's notes, and any deputies that had been tasked with making behavioral observations of her, all of them.
I can just have a second, Your Honor.
You may.
Those are my questions, thanks.
Do any of the jurors have any questions for Dr. Grimmett? Looks like we have couple coming. Counsel, retrieve those. Mr. Young, if you would retrieve those and counsel approach, please.
Yeah, can we hurry this along? I need to get my Big Mac. I got one waiting for me. There's a McDonald's down the street. Well, we're going to take our afternoon break right now. We'll see you at 1:30, an hour and a half, which is a ridiculous amount of time for lunch. Okay, we're going to have an extremely long lunch today. Instead of you coming back earlier so you could leave earlier, we're going to still have you come back at 1:30. So I'll see you in 3 hours, okay? Thank you.
Dr. Grimmett, can a difficulty or inability to face evidence or to be rigorously honest or to hold oneself accountable for consequences of actions be indicative of mental disability or past trauma-related BPD?
Really long question. Can I ask you to break it into chunks?
Sure. Can a difficulty or inability to face evidence or to be rigorously honest, or to hold oneself accountable for consequences of actions, be indicative of mental disability or past trauma-related borderline personality disorder?
Okay, I think I can answer that as a whole.
Would it help if you have the question in front of you? Okay. I will need it back.
Thank you. Okay, so the difficulty or inability to face evidence or be rigorously honest or hold oneself accountable for consequences are not signs of a mental illness. That would not reach the level of a mental disability. Can it be indicative of past trauma or BPD? Possibly, but the manifestations of that, the inability to face the evidence and be honest, those would not be considered symptoms of a mental illness that would reach the level of a mental disability.
Okay. And then I need it back so I can read the next question. Everybody knows what it is. Can compulsive lying indicate mental disability?
Compulsive lying is usually associated with an antisocial personality. It would not be a symptom of a mental illness, so it would not reach the threshold of a mental disability.
What does it take for a theory put forth in a psychology peer review publication to become mainstream enough to be published as part of some version of the DSM?
Very good question.
That's a terrible
My
question,
honest
even though you
answer
said
is
it was
the
a good
DSM is
question.
very
Who
flexible.
cares?
There are groups of people that want to put forth ideas, and there's committees, and there's voting, and there's agendas, and
That's just,
sometimes
it's
the
not even
case
related to the
research as
case.
to what gets
What the hell
accepted and
kind of
what
question
doesn't.
was that? Hey, what kind of,
Would
do you
be
like
enough people endorsing ideas
prime rib
and
or
testing
T-bone?
out those theories and
Man,
seeing
give me
if
the
they're-
answer to that.
They're accurate and gaining
Hey,
momentum.
what magazines do you
and
like
that
to
helps
read,
it become more
doctor?
acceptable in the field
Oh, that's
and going
awesome.
into the
I like to
DSM.
read Scientific America.
Is it possible for a person with a great or normal upbringing to have anxiety disorder or to develop dissociative identity disorder?
If they have a normal upbringing, that's a decent question.
Anybody can develop anxiety. That's not
Anxiety is just anxiety. It has nothing to do
particular
with multiple
any kind of upbringing.
personalities.
Certainly, people with difficult upbringings tend to have worse outcomes, but people with good upbringings can have anxiety for a variety of reasons. I'm sorry, can you please, the DID piece?
Yes. Is it possible for a person with a great or normal upbringing to have anxiety disorder or to develop dissociative identity disorder?
The second
Dissociative
part.
identity disorder is very highly correlated with trauma. So you don't just start to dissociate by having a normal
So
upbringing.
now the
and you
defense
having
is
bad
going to have to sell that she was
It's
attacked.
generally accepted that DID
when she was a
comes from
kid.
some kind of bad event.
Right. I will allow reasonable follow-up as to those questions only. Prosecution?
Nothing.
Defense? Mr.
Yes, I have a
Tillman?
follow-up question. Have you ever read the encyclopedia, cover to cover?
Sincere belief that people are going to believe me, despite the fact that I have repeatedly lied to them about other stuff, be delusional.
I'm not going to allow that. I'm not sure. Tell me where that fits in on the questions that I've allowed.
The first question about whether pathological lying or refusal to face the evidence in front of you could be signs
Okay.
of mental illness.
All right, go ahead.
I'm going to rephrase the question so I make sure I'm answering
Yeah.
it correctly. Is it delusional to believe that despite the fact that I have lied repeatedly, now I think they're going to believe me?
Yeah,
Is that what
can
you're
that be delusional in some sense?
saying? I think that
No.
practical approach to that would be it might be irrational, but it doesn't necessarily.
It's
cross
just
the
like when a
threshold
child
into
asks for a
delusional
cookie
belief.
5 different ways and says no every
Is
time.
it fixed?
And the answer
Is
is no,
there any
right?
ability to consider an alternate point of view? There's other questions I would need to ask before
It's just such a crappy
making
answer.
a statement about that. But just because something's irrational doesn't mean it's delusional.
Okay. And then as far as the question regarding
I think she
when
could have turned it
does
around as being
an
part
article
of
become mainstream
being
and in the
borderline or
DSM-5,
something.
the DSM-5 actually states that people with borderline personality disorder can suffer psychotic-like symptoms, including hallucination, body image distortions, ideas of reference, and I'm going to say this wrong, hypogenic phenomena during times of stress. I can't say it. Can you pronounce this for me? I mean, approach.
Hold on. Let's finish the question, and then I'm not going to allow that question, but you can go ahead and finish it.
Well, and Your Honor, it is asking when the publication become mainstream and in the DSM-5, and it appears that the ideas presented in that article are part of the DSM-5.
Which is a different question than what is being asked. So I'm not going to allow that. So you can, because the question is, what does it take for a theory put forth in a psychology peer review publication to become mainstream enough to be published as part of some version of the DSM? What you're reading sounds like it's from the DSM and is in the DSM. The question here is, what does it take for an article, psychology peer review publication to become mainstream enough to be published as part of the some version of the DSM? So I'm not going to allow that question.
Can I rephrase?
Yeah, sure.
Are you aware that the theory presented in that article has become mainstream enough to be put in the DSM-5?
I'm not familiar enough with the article to speak to whether or not it relates to what's in the DSM-5.
In follow-up, are you aware the DSM-5 indicates people with borderline personality disorder can suffer from hallucinations?
Objection, Your Honor, is to beyond the scope.
No, I'll allow that.
Yes.
Thank you.
Right. Right. Thank you, Doctor. You may step down. Ladies and gentlemen, we will take our noon recess. If I can have everyone back in place by 1:30, we should be able to start on time at that point. Again, don't discuss the case among yourselves. Don't discuss the case with anyone else. Don't do your own independent research about any aspect of the case. And we'll see you at 1:30.
There's a Big Mac right down the street. It's eat an hour and a half. I also like to get large fries. Sometimes I supersize it. Supersizing is really yummy. You can keep eating the fries for a long time if you supersize. Have any of you tried the apple pie? It's very good. A little too hot sometimes, but what I like to do is blow on it until it gets cool and then I eat it. They're very yummy. I also like the strawberry milkshakes.
Is there anything we need to take up outside the presence of the jury at this point? Prosecution? Defense? Okay. All right. We'll see everybody at 1:30 then. Thank you.
All rise.
Anyways, I'm gonna do the. I'll just leave it on, I guess. I got to go drop these packages off. Little slow morning today, but hey, if any of you guys like to help support the channel, you know how it works. All right, but I'm just gonna play the. We're just gonna have the dog camera on, so when I leave, they get really upset, and then you guys can tell me what they did when I was gone dropping off these packages. I'll wear an N95 mask, of course, because I'm still testing positive, which is frustrating, and I don't feel that great again today, so better than 2 days ago, but you know, just man, this sucks. Anyways, we'll see you guys in a little bit. I don't know what that means, liquid IV. Well, any crazy behavior? Like, what did they do after I left?
All right, court will call 20 CR 1358, People versus Letecia Stauch. Record should reflect the jury is not present in the courtroom. Is there anything we need to take up outside the presence of the jury at this point in time? Prosecution?
Nothing from the people, thanks.
Defense? Okay, got everybody ready? Let's go ahead and bring them in.
I'll the defense exhibit C, I just offer that as offer. Yeah.
I don't know. I gave it back to you because it had to go to Dr. Grimmett. So upload it. Okay. And then, yeah, since it's offered, just upload it as Exhibit C. What? Yes.
I can't just get it. No, it's okay. I'll figure out.
Yeah. Actually, maybe we probably ought to do that because otherwise it's going to be in a different format.
Just as long as it doesn't go back to the jury.
Yeah.
No, no, I wasn't planning on sending it back to the jury, but the issue is if in civil cases, we always have both sides upload it, but this is a little bit different. Let me think about that.
Okay. I'll let Jack.
Okay. All rise for the jury, please. Thank you. You may all be seated. Court will recall 20 CR 1358, People versus Letecia Stauch. Record should reflect the jury has returned to the courtroom. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. When we took our break, we were still in the midst of the prosecution's case in chief. That's where we will resume. Prosecution, call your next witness, please.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. We would call Dr. Loandra Torres.
Raise your right hand, please, ma'am. Do you swear or affirm the testimony about to give in this man will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Go ahead and have a seat in the witness stand. Please watch your step as you step into the stand. Mr. Young?
Thanks, Judge. Good afternoon, Doctor. How are you?
Good afternoon. I'm good, thank you.
When you get settled, I'll have you introduce yourself to the jury and spell your first and last name, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Dr. Loandra Torres. That last name is spelled Torres.
Is your first name Loandra?
That is correct.
One of the few names I was able to get right, perhaps. So what do you do for a living, Doctor?
Currently, I'm employed with the Office of Civil and Forensic Mental Health. I am the Clinical Director of the Court Services Department.
What does that mean?
Well, it essentially means I'm involved in a number of different duties. The Court Services Department here in the state of Colorado is responsible for a number of the court-ordered evaluations as it pertains to competency to proceed, as well as the mental state at the time of the crime evaluations. So in my role, I'm responsible for supervising the supervisors who supervise all of the state evaluators who do those types of evaluations. Another one of my primary roles is to advise administration as it pertains to clinical issues associated with policy and legislation. And my tertiary role is that I am the associate director of our formal forensic psychology fellowship with the department.
Are you a psychologist?
I am a psychologist.
How long have you been a psychologist?
I have been licensed since 2012.
And have you been doing that same role, or at least in that at some point with that agency throughout your whole career?
Not throughout my whole career.
What did you start out being when you became a psychologist?
I was initially licensed in Texas, and I worked in Texas for a couple of years conducting competency to proceed evaluations at a private hospital. Then I came to Colorado, was licensed here. I worked for a couple of years at the state hospital down in Pueblo, primarily doing violence risk assessments with individuals who had been adjudicated not guilty by reason of insanity. Following those 2 years, I transitioned to the Court Services Department, worked as a state evaluator, doing competency to proceed evaluations, as well as mental state at the time of the crime evaluations. I did that for a couple of years, promoted to a supervisor level, so started supervising individuals as well as conducting these evaluations, eventually promoted to the clinical director level, where I started transitioning to doing the things that I already outlined, in addition to continuing to do some evaluations.
Do you assign evaluations to particular psychologists and psychiatrists within that agency?
No, I'm not involved in assignment.
Are you a board certified in the field of forensic psychology?
I am.
And what does that mean to be board certified?
Being board certified essentially means that you have
But are you a human lie
through
detector?
a rigorous examination
I
that
doubt it.
includes a written examination and an oral defense of your work in front of a panel of experts. So your competence in the field is acknowledged to be at a high level enough to become board certified.
And is that rare for a psychologist licensed in Colorado to be board certified?
Yes.
Why?
Because it's difficult and it takes many years. I think the whole process for me at least took approximately 2 years and a lot of studying to accomplish.
Could you tell the jury a little bit about your educational background?
Yes, I have my bachelor's in psychology from Johns Hopkins University. I then went on to obtain a master's and a doctorate in forensic psychology from Alliant International University in Los Angeles. Following the completion of my doctorate, I did a 1-year formal postdoctoral fellowship, which helped me specialize in the area of forensic psychology and conducting competency and mental state evaluations.
And have you taught and gave presentations in the field of forensic psychology?
I have.
Tell the jury about that.
My teaching has been, well, formal teaching, I'd say, has been pretty limited. I did conduct a course out of Texas Tech University during my fellowship year, but I've been involved in training for quite some time. As I noted, I'm the associate director of our formal forensic psychology fellowship. So that means that I assist with the training of individuals who have received their doctorates and are specializing in these types of evaluations. So there's a lot of training and education that goes into that. In addition, being the clinical director for the Court Services Department, I am involved specifically in the training of competency to proceed evaluations, along with one of my colleagues.
How many competency evaluations have you conducted in your career?
Competency? I think it's fair to say that I've probably conducted somewhere between 700 to 800 competency evaluations.
And how many legal insanity evaluations have you conducted in your career?
Sanity, I've done close to 35.
And have those 35 been here in Colorado?
All but one.
Assuming that one was in Texas?
Yes.
See how I put that together so quickly?
Very good of you.
Have you testified as an expert in the field of forensic psychology in the past?
I have.
Approximately how many times?
31.
And out of those 31 times, did those include both competency hearings and perhaps jury trials involving the issue of insanity?
Yes.
At this time, we would ask that the court qualify Dr. Torres as an expert in the field of forensic psychology and allow her to render opinions in that field.
No objection.
The witness will be so qualified. Go ahead.
So Dr. Torres, could you let the jury know how you became involved in this particular case, the people of the state of Colorado versus Letecia Stauch?
Yes. I became involved in this case in 2020. I was one of the evaluators who conducted her initial competency evaluation.
And how did that competency evaluation come to you?
I can't say I remember the specifics, but we do have a process for assigning evaluations. And given the high profile nature of this case, they asked myself and Dr. Gray to conduct it since both of us are board certified in forensic psychology.
We're going to talk about Dr. Gray in a second, but why 2 psychologists involved in this case versus just 1?
Usually with such high profile cases such as this one, we like to involve 2 individuals because it's 2 sets of eyes. 2 individuals who can draw an opinion from what we see, what we are reading, and that's the primary reason.
And who is Dr. Gray?
Dr. Gray is currently employed as the the director of training at the court services.
Hey, they're talking about
department.
me. I'm Professor Gray. Hey, yeah, I can help you guys out. Now, listen, what I would do is
Hospital, Colorado Human. What is it called? Colorado Institute.
The Colorado. It's not the Colorado Mental Health Hospital in Pueblo.
Okay. Is that where does he still have an office down there?
He does.
And what does he do there at the state hospital?
His primary duties are ones of training, so he is our primary training director. When I noted that I do training for competency evaluation, he is the other colleague I referenced. He is also the primary director of our postdoctoral fellowship, overseeing the training of our postdoctoral fellows. He is also involved in organizing the yearly or bi-yearly trainings that we have as a department, which revolve around a number of different topics, those associated with competency, those associated with clinical diagnosis, etc.
And did this case come to you and Dr. Gray for evaluation based on a defense counsel raising competency in this case on June 5th of 2020?
Yes.
And could you, the jury's heard a little bit about a competency evaluation, but could you let the jury know what you did upon receiving an order from the court to do that competency evaluation?
Sure. We have a pretty standard process that we follow. The first thing that we do whenever we receive an order for competency is that we contact both sets of attorneys, the defense attorney and the prosecuting attorneys, to ask any questions about why the issue of competency was raised, what concerns there might be, if there are any concerns at all. Following that consultation, we then review all of the information that we have available to us. In this case, there was a good amount of discovery that we had to review in preparing for the actual interview. Once that is completed, we conduct an interview for competency to proceed. In this case specifically, it occurred over the course of 2 days, meaning that there were 2 separate meetings, and we conducted some psychological testing as part of our evaluation.
And I'm going to talk about that competency evaluation here in a little bit, but did you also conduct an insanity evaluation based on the defendant's not guilty by reason of insanity plea that took place in February of 2022?
Yes.
And so I may be jumping back and forth as we talk about those, but did Dr. Gray assist you in that evaluation as well?
Yes, both of us worked on the sanity evaluation as well.
And did you use information that you gained or you looked at in the competency evaluation from June of 2020 for the evaluation you did on insanity from February of 2022?
We did incorporate, we did consider our competency evaluation. The discovery was pretty much the same for both cases. And for our sanity evaluation, we had access to a number of other documents like medical records, health records, employment records.
And did you receive additional discovery based on the time frame between the competency evaluation and the insanity evaluation?
We did.
And I think you already answered this, but I'm going to ask it anyway. Why were you and Dr. Gray chosen to do the insanity evaluation on this particular case?
We were chosen to do the sanity evaluation for similar reasons in that both of us are board certified and it is a high profile case. But in addition to that, we had already reviewed the discovery from the competency evaluation, which makes it a little bit easier. It facilitates the evaluation moving forward. It means another evaluator doesn't have to review all of that information. A tertiary reason would be because we had already seen her at one point in time, which could be helpful in terms of coming to conceptualization for the issue of sanity.
Did the prosecution or defense counsel have any say on you and Dr. Gray doing the evaluation in either the competency or the insanity evaluation?
No.
Was that simply a court order? It went to the state hospital. There's a process where people are assigned to do the evaluation and then it's done.
Yes.
Okay. However, you did indicate that you contacted both parties initially to see what concerns there may be or what issues there might be for you to look for. Is that what you testified to?
Yes, we did that for the competency evaluation as well as for the sanity evaluation.
And as you do these evaluations for court order, is there any incentive to go one way or the other in your conclusions?
No, we're paid the same regardless.
I hope you understand why I'm asking that. I'm not trying to offend you or anything, but do you just look at the discovery, the police reports, everything involved, go through the same process where you may interview the defendant and then look at collateral information based on that interview and then make a decision?
Yes.
Okay, so we're going to go through that process, and I'd like to start with the competency evaluation first, okay?
Okay.
What did you review prior to your competency evaluation with Ms. Stauch? Was it back in June when you saw her, or was it closer to August?
We saw her, it was closer to August.
Okay, I can take a look at your report. Did you actually see her on August 4th of 2020?
Yes.
Okay. Prior to your interview with her on August 4th of 2020, was she at state hospital facility for some time period?
She was there, I want to say, approximately 2 weeks before we saw her.
And is that a benefit to your evaluation or is it a detriment to your evaluation?
It's a benefit.
Why is it a benefit?
It's a benefit because it allows some observation of her behaviors for, one could say, a 24-hour period of time that we can then incorporate into our understanding of what is going on with her.
And so while she's down in Pueblo, right? Is that where this was conducted?
Yes.
Are you reviewing discovery and looking at collateral information prior to doing the forensic interview with her?
Yes.
Is there a reason why you don't do the forensic interview first and then look at it later?
We review the information that we have available to us. A lot of it is primarily the discovery so that we have an understanding of what's going on in her case, as well as the potential evidence against her so that we can better evaluate her own understanding of her case and the evidence against her.
And could you describe for the jury the state hospital, where she was staying, and the setting of the state hospital, I guess is the best way to describe where she was living for that 2-week period?
Sure. She was in our high security forensic building. There is a unit there specifically for female defendants. So she was on that unit. It's a locked unit, but individuals on that unit are otherwise free to roam around the unit. They usually have their own room. I'm pretty sure they do not share rooms, but I'm not 100% sure of that. Usually there are treatment groups that are happening on the unit. I imagine that she might have attended some of those, but I don't recall exactly if she did or not.
Are there people watching her? Are there nurses there that you could go ask questions about what her demeanor was like, how she's interacting with other people, that kind of thing?
Yes, there's nursing staff on those units 24/7.
And did you do that in this particular case? You and Dr. Gray, did you consult with the nurses within that unit to see how she was acting while she stayed at the state hospital?
We reviewed the documentation that they had for Ms. Stauch. I don't remember that we specifically spoke to nursing staff regarding how she had been doing on the unit.
And what documentation did you review? Just kind of summarize that for the jury.
Any of the mental health notes and records that are kept. So those would include interactions that she had with nursing staff. Those are kept on a daily basis. As I noted, when groups are run, there's usually documentation that goes along with that as well, but I don't remember incorporating that into our report, so I don't actually think that we saw anything associated with individual or group treatment.
Jump forward to 2022 when she went down for the insanity evaluation. Was she a resident at the state hospital for that evaluation?
She was not.
Did she just come down for the time period that you and Dr. Gray spent with her during that evaluation?
Yes.
The documentation that you talk about, do the nurses, are they trained as to why they're documenting their observations of particular people in that ward?
Yes, they are. Most of them have been there at least for some time, so they have an understanding of documenting behaviors that they are seeing. I think I would also add that we did read the notes by the unit psychiatrist who initially evaluated her whenever she arrived at the hospital, which is a typical thing that they do.
Do you remember that psychiatrist's name?
His last name is Hoffman.
And what did Dr. Hoffman have to say with regards to Ms. Stauch as she was entering the facility and during this 2-week time period?
From my recollection, he noted that she reported past depression, past anxiety, issues with panic attacks, excuse me. She also reported or endorsed symptoms that might be consistent with mania in a bipolar disorder. So ultimately, he noted that she could have some post-traumatic stress disorder, that she could have a bipolar disorder, but he noted specifically that there needed to be more information to really figure out if that was the diagnostic picture, given that a lot of it was based on her self-report.
And is that information that you and Dr. Gray used at least during the competency portion of this evaluation?
Yes.
For instance, was bipolar disorder a diagnosis that you were looking at as you were conducting this evaluation?
It was one of them.
And we're going to get to those in a little bit about the diagnosis. Why are you looking at diagnosis during a competency?
We consider a diagnosis because for competency, the legal definition is a mental or developmental disability, which essentially means if there is a mental illness that is impacting her, say, functional competency related abilities, which means whether she understands factual information pertaining to how court works, or whether she has a rational understanding of her case and can think through possible defenses in a rational manner.
And did you find that she could in this evaluation? Did you find her competent to proceed in the court proceedings?
Yes, ultimately we found her competent to proceed.
Now, again, the jury knows this, but I want to ask you, are you the first one doing a competency evaluation in this particular case?
Yes.
Are you familiar with Dr. Grimmett, who did the second competency evaluation?
Yes, I am.
You probably saw her out in the hallway earlier.
I did.
Okay. That's why I say the jury already knows about these things. So what I would like to do is talk about your forensic interview with the defendant, Ms. Stauch, on this June competency evaluation.
Okay.
So you meet with her in August of 2020, is that correct?
Yes.
What did she have to tell you about her personal background? Do you recall?
I mean, she said a number of things in terms of her personal background. She told us how she was born in North Carolina. She described a somewhat disruptive childhood, just as it pertains to some emotional, physical, sexual abuse at the hands of a stepfather. This individual, the stepfather, probably came into her life when she was about 4 years old, but she noted that the sexual abuse maybe started happening late in childhood or early adolescence, maybe between the ages of 9 and 12. She noted that she witnessed domestic abuse. I'm actually not 100% sure if she told us that during the competency evaluation or during the sanity evaluation.
And if I could interrupt you just there, in your report, if you have that in front of you, it helps you refresh.
And anytime the doctor needs to look at either reports, I don't have a problem for just looking at it to do the whole regression.
There's a lot of information in this case.
There is,
And
yes.
so if you need your report, we can take a look at it. But I do want to address what you talked about, the sexual assault when she was younger by a stepfather. Do you remember that aspect of it?
Yes.
And I'll just refer you to page 2 of 10 of your report. Do you recall her saying that she was approximately 12 years old when that happened?
That is what she told us during the competency evaluation.
Did she tell you something different in the insanity portion of the evaluation?
During the insanity evaluation, she said it started around age 9.
And that's almost what? Almost 2 years later, a year and a half to 2
Oh,
years?
the sanity evaluation was close to 2 years later.
Did she talk to you about her educational background during the competency portion of your evaluation?
Yes.
What did she say about her educational background?
She noted that she completed a bachelor's degree, a master's in education at Capella University, and a doctorate of education at Liberty University.
Did she tell you whether or not she was involved in sports and potentially received a scholarship for in sports?
Yeah, she did say that.
What did she say about that? Do you recall?
She said that she received a scholarship to a Division I school for softball specifically. Oh, sorry, an athletic scholarship.
Did she talk to you about her employment history?
Yes.
What did she say about her employment history?
In terms of her employment history, she noted that she had primarily worked in teaching, that she had a credential in special education specifically, that she worked for a period of time in South Carolina prior to coming to Colorado. Here in Colorado, she worked for a time period at Whitefield School District, and that her longest period of employment was approximately 6 years when she was in South Carolina.
During the competency portion of her evaluation, did she ever indicate that she lived in Florida at any given time and worked in Florida?
I don't think she mentioned that during the competency evaluation.
Did you also ask her questions about any potential prior mental health issues with Ms. Stauch during the competency evaluation?
We did.
And what did she say as to regards as she had ever been in any inpatient treatment for mental health issues?
During the competency evaluation, she said she had never been psychiatrically hospitalized.
And was that consistent? Well, let me ask you this first. Did you review the jail notes in this case with regards to Ms. Stauch
Yes.
when she was initially brought into the jail on March 5th of 2020?
Yes.
Was that consistent with the jail notes that you saw based on Ms. Stauch's prior inpatient or lack of inpatient treatment?
I'm pretty sure that it was consistent.
Okay. Do you want to look at the notes or?
I don't think we reported in our report specifically whether the jail had noted previous hospitalizations or not.
Okay. Let me just ask you this. Was it, let's see, March and June of 2022 is when you're doing the insanity evaluation. Does that sound about right?
Yes.
Had that changed in March of 2022 with regards to her history of inpatient treatment?
Yes. In March of 2022, she did tell us that she had a history of psychiatric hospitalization, specifically in Canada.
And were you able to ever corroborate whether or not she was ever an inpatient, in inpatient treatment in Canada?
We weren't.
Look.
We wanted to. She was not able to tell us what city it occurred in or the name of the actual facility. So when you don't have that information, it's hard to figure out where you need to request information from.
And I'm sorry, I'm jumping all over the place, but during the insanity evaluation, did you discuss the inpatient treatment program that she was alleging that took place in Canada?
During the sanity evaluation, she did not speak very much about it. If I'm remembering, she said that she could not remember it herself.
We're going to play a portion of video testimony, and we'll talk about that then.
Okay.
So let me go back to what we were talking about here. Were you familiar with Dr. Grimmett's report that happened after your competency evaluation, but before the insanity evaluation? If that makes sense? Are you also familiar that she told Dr. Grimmett about this Canada inpatient treatment?
Yes.
Now, was there some consistency with the amount of time that she spent in each version that she was telling different doctors?
I'm gonna take a look at my sanity report.
Okay.
In my sanity report, I noted that she had made statements to Dr. Grimmett about being hospitalized in Canada, said it occurred in 2018 to treat a psychosis and lasted only 2 days.
And do you recall what she's telling you all during her insanity evaluation?
Outside of the specifics, I noted in my report that she gave some vague information, but that she didn't recall the name or location of the facility itself.
We'll cover it when we play the video later.
Okay.
Okay. Back to the competency evaluation interview. I'll turn your attention to page 4 of 10 of your report, the middle paragraph there of the competency evaluation. Do you have a paragraph there listing things that nursing and the psychiatrist that you alluded to earlier talked about how she was doing on the ward during the competency portion of this?
Yes.
And what was going on based on your note there in your report?
In my report, I note that when she arrived at CMHIP, when they do an admission evaluation, she told mental health staff that she had heard voices in the past related to an ex-husband of hers, but she said that she wasn't currently experiencing hallucinations. She talked about her past trauma. She said that she had nightmares and that she had visual flashbacks. She reported being anxious, having panic attacks several days of the week. She said that in the past she had had symptoms consistent with a manic episode, specifically talking so fast that she did not make sense, rambling about things in a manner that didn't make sense, that she had experienced high energy, brief amounts of sleep, and impulsive and erratic behavior.
And was there other notes saying that at the same time she was calm and communicative and, I don't know, I keep using the word normal, but act normal under that setting?
Yeah, it said that generally speaking, she tended to present as calm and cooperative, pleasant. No apparent symptoms of acute mental illness were notable from mental health staff or even the psychiatrist.
In the last paragraph on that page 4 of 10 of your report, you have a note there inquiring things that she might have asked staff about, how she should act and that kind of thing. Do you see that in the report?
Yes.
What was that all about, and what did that mean in the course of your evaluation?
In the mental health notes from the state hospital, it noted that she specifically asked staff whether they could tell when a patient was faking instability or mental illness. You don't see that very often in the records. You do see it on occasion. For me, it was interesting to incorporate into this report simply because it opens up a hypothesis as to whether she herself might want to be exaggerating or feigning symptoms of mental illness.
And is that something that you consider going into the forensic interview when you're conducting the interview for the competency portion of this evaluation?
Whether or not somebody is exaggerating or feigning symptoms of their mental illness is something that we always consider when it comes to these types of evaluations.
And why is that?
Because in this context, there is a potential secondary gain in terms of potentially exaggerating or feigning symptoms of mental illness. Although I'd say it's not as common as one might think it would be. There are always individuals who might want to fake mental illness to either be found incompetent, delay the proceedings in their case, or in the sense of a sanity evaluation, it would be to be found insane and potentially avoid a prison sentence.
But at least at this point in time, in August of 2020, you're only evaluating her to see what her mental state is on that day. Is that right?
Yeah, for competency, you're looking at their current mental state to see whether a mental illness is impacting their current functioning.
And so, this is a proper question or not, but I'm going to ask it. In an insanity evaluation, would you want to dig deeper to get more collateral information because the stakes may be higher than they are in a competency evaluation?
I don't know if I would so much agree with the second part, the stakes part, but for a sanity evaluation, it often does involve a more thorough deep dive into past mental health treatment, past hospitalizations. I would say getting that history for a competency evaluation can be equally as important. You're just looking at the information that you get through a different lens depending upon what evaluation you're doing.
Did you conduct, or did you have the results of any psychological testing with regards to the competency evaluation that you conducted back in August of 2020?
Yes. For the competency evaluation, we had one of our colleagues, Dr. Hashimoto, do some psychological testing, and specifically, she gave the Personality Assessment Inventory, or PAI for short. And then we also did the MMPI-2, so the Minnesota Multifaceted Personality Inventory, second edition.
And why are those tests and results relevant in your evaluation?
Both of those tests, they're similar and different, but both of them are used to help with issues of diagnosis. It has a variety of scales that look at different types of diagnostic symptoms. So, for example, anxiety, depression, past trauma, schizophrenia. Both of those tests also have validity measures on them. Both of them can give information as to whether someone might be exaggerating symptoms of mental illness, or conversely, they're defensive about symptoms of mental illness. So we give these evaluations to help our diagnostic understanding of what someone might be experiencing or going through. It's just another data point. We give them when the diagnosis is a bit unclear. We also give them to see if there's any concern about further exaggeration or feigning.
So what were the results with regards to Ms. Stauch and the psychological testing that you've been talking about?
Both of those measures were invalidated. The first one that we gave was the personality assessment inventory. That one was invalidated due to, I'd say, potentially careless responding, or potentially having, we call it an idiosyncratic read of the items on that test. But what that means is they read the item and it's not exactly answered in the way that the item was written, or it's not pulling for the right information. So as a result of that, the entire profile was not interpretable. In response, Dr. Gray and I, during our interview, because we saw her 2 days in a row, we asked her about some of her responses to some of those specific test items. And then given that that was invalidated, we gave a second measure. That's when we gave the MMPI-2 to see if we could get some information from that. Unfortunately, those results were invalidated due to exaggeration.
When you say invalidated, are they invalidated based on Ms. Stauch's answers to the questions?
Yes.
In 302 questions, does that sound about right? Or is it close?
And there might be a little bit more, but that's about right.
A lot of questions.
Yes.
Multiple choice?
True, false.
True, false.
Yes. The PAI is on a Likert scale. I don't know if that matters, but.
I don't even know what that means.
Oh.
What does that mean? And I'll tell you what matters.
No problem. A Likert scale is, to put it simply, do you ever experience this? Give a response 1 through 4. So the way it's worded specifically is you don't ever experience this particular symptom, or you sometimes experience it, or you frequently experience it, or you often or always experience it.
So scale 1 to 10 type thing?
Yeah, except it's 1 through 4. It's only 4 choices.
Okay. Going back to the forensic interview with regards to the competency evaluation, did Ms. Stauch ever give you any self-diagnosis of potential mental illnesses that she felt she had?
During the competency evaluation?
Yes.
During the competency evaluation, I don't recall specifically, but I do know that she talked a lot about being manic. She talked about slipping in and out of reality.
Is that consistent with bipolar disorder being manic?
Mania is a component of bipolar disorder. And just because somebody says that they're manic doesn't necessarily mean that they are or have been or have bipolar disorder.
Did she ever bring up anything about having another personality or multiple personalities during your competency interview with her?
She did not.
Did you ask anything about that?
During the competency evaluation, we weren't specifically looking for a dissociative identity disorder. But interestingly enough, when we were reviewing her responses on the PAI, the first test that we gave that had been invalid, one of the questions we asked her specifically about talked about having 3 or 4 personalities. and she had responded true to that item. So we asked her about that, and she essentially told us that sometimes she experiences different aspects of herself. So for example, sometimes she feels more compassionate, or sometimes she feels more competitive when she's playing sports, or sometimes she lacks empathy when she's around her family, but she did not talk about or specifically delineate having different personalities in the way that she did during our sanity evaluation.
And was that of note to you? Because I know the big picture is coming on the insanity evaluation, but the first contact with her, you asked her directly about dissociative identity disorder or multiple personalities, and she denied that at that point?
Yeah, she definitely didn't endorse it in terms of the criteria for dissociative identity disorder and how they're written. So her response to us was pretty benign. We didn't think very much of it.
I imagine it became, what's the opposite of benign?
Important.
It became important when she did disclose that she had dissociative identity disorder during the insanity portion.
Yes.
Okay. And we'll talk about that when we get there as well a little bit more, okay? Needless to say, did you make some diagnosis of Ms. Stauch based on what you knew during the competency evaluation?
Yes.
And what diagnosis did you reach for Ms. Stauch?
We ultimately diagnosed her with a personality disorder, specifically a specified personality disorder, noting borderline and narcissistic features.
Tell the jury about that. What does that mean?
Sure. A personality disorder is essentially maladaptive personality characteristics that are evident throughout the lifespan. We noted borderline and narcissistic features given her history of instability of relationships, her history of mood swings that were, I want to say, best delineated by her public defender at that time. When we consulted with the public defender, she was the one who described an intense reactivity of emotion to different things, that just somebody who goes from 0 to 100 very quickly. We also noted her own self-report of impulsivity. Those were the primary features of a borderline personality that we noted with her. In terms of narcissistic features, she really touted her intelligence and her abilities. And when she spoke to us about her treatment in the jail, her expectations as it pertained to how she would not proceed with her defense, but how attorneys should treat her, there was some notable entitlement in that, that gave us a hint that there might be some narcissistic features in there as well.
And the jury's heard about rule out, but did you have any rule out diagnosis with Ms. Stauch?
We did.
Can you just explain again what that means and whether or not that was relevant into your determination that she was competent to proceed?
Rule out diagnoses are essentially provided when you feel like you don't have enough information to say, yes, she meets these criteria for a particular diagnosis. We did a rule out for bipolar disorder as well as post-traumatic stress disorder. And we noted that this was a rule out because a lot of it was based primarily on her self-report. We didn't have much in terms of collateral information from past treatment records to substantiate the things that she was telling us. But given that her self-report was consistent with what one might see, we wanted to at least acknowledge that this could be there. We're just not 100% sure that it is.
Did you eventually, I think you already alluded to this, did you eventually rule out bipolar disorder during the insanity evaluation?
We did.
What about post-traumatic stress disorder? Were you able to rule that out at any time?
Not completely.
And we'll talk about that again when we get to the insanity evaluation portion. I just want to go back a second to the psychological testing that was conducted in relation to the competency evaluation. On page 7 of 10 of your report, you indicate that results of psychological testing showed that she was significantly over-reporting symptoms of serious mental illness, responding to items in ways atypical even of genuine psychiatric impatience.
Yes.
This raises questions about the veracity of her self-report.
Yes.
What does that mean? And what are you basing that on?
So as I noted, these psychological tests that we gave, they had these validity measures. She invalidated the PAI. I already spoke to the reasons why. When it came to the MMPI, that one has even more validity scales on it, has more than just one that looks at issues of exaggeration, has 3. One of them is just generally, are you exaggerating symptoms of mental illness? And that one was very elevated. There is a third one on there that looks specifically, are you endorsing symptoms that even the very ill, psychiatrically hospitalized patients don't tend to endorse? And she endorsed a number of those to the point where that was elevated as well. So we give these tests, it's indicating to us there might be some feigning and exaggeration. We keep that in mind when considering the things that she is telling us.
And I'm going to jump all over the place, so I apologize, but did she also take the MMPI-2 during the insanity portion of her evaluation?
Yes, we gave it again.
Were the results consistent with what you just talked about from the competency evaluation time she took the test?
Yes, the second time we gave the MMPI-2, it was again invalidated due to exaggeration, and both of those scales that I've referenced were elevated.
And did she take it again with a Dr. Leach? And did you review the results from Dr. Leach, who's a psychologist, with regards to the MMPI-2?
Yes, she was given this test a third time. To my recollection, those results were not invalidated. But I don't remember specifically anything else about that testing. I'd have to go back and look through the notes.
Do you have your notes there on that? If you're not, I can approach with.
I have the summary that we wrote. All that we wrote about that third one is that she was getting close to those cutoff points for potential over-reporting symptoms of serious mental illness.
Would that be consistent with the prior 2 MMPI-2 tests that she taken both during your competency and insanity evaluation?
Consistent in that there was exaggerating of symptoms, inconsistent in that both of our tests were invalidated because of that.
Okay. And what does that tell you in the big picture with regards to her self-reporting, especially when she starts talking about dissociative identity disorder?
Unfortunately, I'd say that the indications of exaggeration or feigning undermines her own self-report.
Okay. In your report on the competency evaluation, in several sections, you allude to psychosis as to whether or not Ms. Stauch was hearing things that weren't there or seeing things that weren't there. Why do you note that in your report? What's the relevance of that?
During competency evaluations, we are taking into consideration what defendants say to us, but we are also observing them, looking for any signs of mental illness. Given that psychosis is one of the biggest things that we see for people who are eventually found incompetent, we're always assessing for psychosis in these types of evaluations. Individuals with psychotic disorders sometimes don't have the insight or awareness that they're ill. So we are looking to see if they are evidencing any signs that would indicate that they are potentially distracted, potentially hearing something that might not be, I want to say audible, but might not really be in the room, or whether they might be otherwise distracted by symptoms of psychosis.
Did you see any symptoms of psychosis with Ms. Stauch during any of your interviews with her during your entire time you spent with her?
None.
Does that also apply to insanity? Is psychosis something that you may be looking for in a defendant claiming to be not guilty by reason of insanity?
Yes.
Same reasons or different reasons?
With sanity, I would say that the number of qualifying mental illnesses is even more narrow than issues of competency or incompetency. But frequently, for sanity, psychosis is one of the primary issues that might result in somebody ultimately being opined insane at the time of the crime or found insane at the time of the crime. There are other mental illnesses that could qualify for that, but the specific legal definition of insanity requires a mental disease or defect, and the definition of that is essentially a mental illness that impairs one's perceptions or understanding of reality, which is psychosis.
And of course, that would have to go back to the time of the crime, that they were experiencing some kind of psychosis at the time of the crime, and that's what led them to commit the crime, perhaps? Is that what you're talking about?
Well, a psychosis or some other mental illness that impairs the perceptions and understanding of reality.
Is psychosis common with people who are found to be legally insane?
It is one of the primary reasons that might lead to somebody being found legally insane.
Can you give the jury, I'll say hypothetical because I don't want to infringe on anybody's rights, but a hypothetical of someone who might be insane at the time a crime is committed based on psychosis?
Sure. I think an obvious example might be, let's say, somebody who is diagnosed with schizophrenia. Maybe they started to exhibit signs and symptoms of schizophrenia during their early adulthood. They have a strong background or history documenting their schizophrenia, and then let's say they do murder a family member because they believe they have a delusion that that individual isn't really their family member, but is some sort of imposter trying to take over the government, and they are therefore trying to save the world by murdering this particular individual.
And so what's the second part of the insanity evaluation that you look at? Because it's much more than just having a severe mental disease or defect, isn't it?
Yes.
What's the second and third component of the insanity evaluation?
So the first one is whether they meet the threshold of a mental disease or defect. And then the definition of insanity here in the state of Colorado, there's two parts. The first one is that mental illness impairs their understanding of right from wrong. The second part is whether that mental illness impairs their capacity to form the specific intent as it's written in the specific crime charged.
Is that also referred to as the specific culpable mental state?
Yes.
And it could be intent, could be knowingly, could be recklessly, could be after deliberation, that kind of thing?
Correct.
And so I want to talk about the right from wrong in an insanity case, and I'll use your hypothetical. A family member is murdered due to the belief that they're going to take over the government and they felt like they had to kill. Is that basically what we're saying?
Yes.
And the mental disease that it's severe enough to cause them to think that. Is that a fair statement?
Yes, the mental disease or defect has to be tied directly to their understanding of what was going on at the time of the crime, potentially their motivation, their behavior, their emotions, and their thought processes at that time.
And so if they did not have the capacity to know right from wrong, they would think it would be right to kill that family.
Right, essentially for a greater good.
So would they do anything to cover up the fact that they killed that family member if they thought it was the right thing to?
In the sanity evaluations that I and some of my colleagues have conducted, sometimes people don't, and sometimes people do.
Is there also an issue? Well, I mean, in your hypothetical, would it be uncommon if someone was truly legally insane to say, what's the problem here? I had to kill this person. Don't you understand that?
I want to say that we do frequently see that where the individuals stick around following the actual murder. They don't run away. They don't try to hide. They don't try to obscure evidence.
And the second aspect of it, forming the culpable mental state or having the capacity to do that, is it really the nature of the killing that kind of dictates their actions, determine whether or not they had the capacity to form that intent?
Yeah, when it comes to the capacity associated with the specific mental state, as evaluators, we take a look at the statutory language associated with each of the crimes to see what is the mental state that we're looking at. And we look at those definitions, with intent, specifically discusses whether they have a conscious objective in mind. Knowingly is more of whether they have an awareness that their actions are going to cause a behavior or that their actions are going to cause a result. Recklessly is whether they are consciously not paying attention to the fact that their actions could cause a result. So we take a look at those definitions and we think through that cognitively in terms of what were they demonstrating at the time of the offense, even in their own self-report. What are they saying that they were thinking? What are they saying about their own behavior? And we're really looking at whether or not they have the capacity to make judgments, reasons to think things through.
Is the type of weapon that may be used, does that come into consideration when you're making that type of evaluation?
It can be. I would say it's not often a central focus of the evaluation.
Let's jump into your insanity evaluation of Ms. Stauch, okay? Let me see how we're doing on, Judge, we're doing okay on time? All right.
Yeah.
We now are in February of 2022. Defendant pled not guilty by reason of insanity. Is it the same process on how the state hospital is informed and then you and Dr. Gray are appointed to do the evaluation for the insanity?
Yes.
So did you request anything in addition in the discovery, the police reports, things like that, in preparation for your insanity evaluation?
We did. For the sanity evaluation, similarly to the competency evaluation, one of the first things we do is consult with both sides, defense and prosecution, to ask why was the issue of sanity raised, what are the concerns you might have, or lack thereof. In our sanity evaluation, we received a number of additional records from defense, Mr. Tellini specifically and his team. We reviewed the discovery material. Again, we reviewed the competency evaluation that had been written by Dr. Grimmett that had been new at that point in time. We also reviewed our own competency evaluation. And in addition, we conducted some collateral phone calls with individuals familiar with Ms. Stauch.
And who did you contact, the individuals who are familiar with Ms. Stauch?
We spoke with Al Stauch, her ex-husband. We also spoke with Brenda Acquard, her aunt. We made attempts to contact 3 other individuals, but were unsuccessful.
And as part of the things that you talked about with Mr. Cellini and his team, was that obtaining hospital records, medical background on Ms. Stauch for your review?
Yes,
And did they provide you with medical records for your review?
they did.
Did they provide you with any medical records from Canada from this alleged inpatient psychiatric treatment that Ms. Stauch's telling you about?
There was ultimately nothing from Canada.
Again, I'm jumping ahead. I apologize. But during the interview, did Ms. Stauch talk to you about a Dr. Fleischman or Fleischman? Does that sound familiar?
Yes,
And was that an individual that she said she was having therapy with for a year in Florida?
yes.
Did you get any records from a Dr. Fleischman with regards to psychiatric treatment that he may have done with the defendant?
We ultimately didn't. If I'm remembering correctly, Ms. Stauch told us that we could receive that information from a social worker working on her defense team, an individual named Kyle. But ultimately, the only thing associated with Florida that we received was a letter that accepted her into intensive treatment at House of Freedom.
What was that about? Do you recall?
Our understanding of House of Freedom is that it's essentially some sort of residential treatment for substance use. But Ms. Stauch clarified for us that all of that had been an error, that she had gone for just a day but didn't stay when she realized what it was for.
Did you have any indication back in her personal background that she even lived in Florida for a year period?
There was nothing to my recollection that she lived in Florida, just that she frequented Florida.
And I apologize. I already asked you who you talked to on the phone, the relatives.
You did.
Okay. Did you review the discovery again in preparation for your insanity evaluation?
Yes,
And why did you do that?
because 2 years had passed, and sometimes it's very hard to remember who you saw a couple of weeks ago, let alone a couple of years ago.
Sure. So tell us about the interview, and we're going to get into some video portions for the court's benefit. I don't, if the court wants me to jump into the videos before the break, or we can wait and do it after the break.
Let's try to go about 3:15.
Okay.
I don't know where that puts your evidence, but let's try and do that.
Well, you know, at this time, there is a stipulation for the admission of the forensic interview for the insanity evaluation that was conducted on March 24th and June 29th of 2022. And so in my hand, I have People's Exhibits 723 through 728. Each exhibit is a morning or afternoon session with the interview with Ms. Stauch, and they're broken up based on how we received them in discovery.
And defense, do you agree?
Your Honor, that's correct. We had stipulated that both insanity evaluations performed by Dr. Torres and Dr. Gray. We submitted evidence, as well as the videotape recording by Dr. Lewis will be submitted as evidence. Well, neither side is going to play the entirety of all the interviews, but then bits and pieces may be played as each party wishes.
All right. I think for purposes of the record, though, because there's 6 of them and they are all videos, but it sounds like they're of different sections. For purposes of the record, you need to identify what each one is.
Sure, Your Honor. And if it helps, People's Exhibit 723 is labeled Stauch, March 24th, 22-1.
People's Exhibit 724 is labeled Stauch, March 24th, 2022, 2. People's Exhibit 725 is labeled Stauch, March 24th, 2022, 3. People's Exhibit 726 is Stauch, June 29th, 2022, 1. People's 727 is labeled Stauch, June 29th, 2022, 2. And People's Exhibit 728 is labeled Stauch, June 29th, 2022, 3.
Right, Exhibit 723 through 728 will be admitted. Go ahead.
Well, before we get to the videos, does anybody want to help support the Gray
Yeah, let
Hughes
me just get to my
Investigates
notes here.
YouTube channel?
What I'd
Getting
like
up
to
at
do now, Dr.
7:45
Torres,
in the morning
is
and
I want
doing
to
a
play
9-hour
a portion
stream for
of
the freaks.
your interview that was conducted on March 24th, 2022, which is a portion of People's Exhibit 723. And then I'm going to have some follow-up questions afterwards. This is about 7 minutes long.
From where?
Over here.
We're going to play it on the TV screens.
Oh, I'm at the feed.
And so for the record, we're going to play People's Exhibit 723, starting at 1828 in the interview and stopping at 2532.
Dr. Torres, I've given everybody else the option if you would. It's only about 7 minutes, but if you want to step down and be somewhere else, if you want to stay there, that's okay, Chief.
I think this is okay. Thank you.
You mentioned that
I just want to make sure the volume's good, Your Honor. We paused it at 1832.
High as it'll go.
around the time this
Did you want to ask the jury if that was sufficient volume?
That work, that's about as high as it'll go anyway, so not much I can do about it after
We have
that.
some control over here too. It's not all the way up on here yet either.
Okay. All right, sounds like
started creating different personalities. Yeah, could you tell us more about that? So I wasn't allowed to go to people's houses in the night, or I was scared to let people come to my house and spend the night because I didn't ever know if he was going to have like an episode. Like when he had like episodes, we'd have to like run to the car and drive around till he passed out and sleep, you know, and then sneak back in the house. So I didn't ever know, like if I had friends stay over the weekend, like I didn't want them to be exposed to that, you know, because people pick on, you know, in school, people pick on, you know. So that, around the time I was like 10 or 11, I just started like almost like being able to like take myself out of the situation and let another part of me be the one get molested. And that was when I came up with Harmony. And Harmony can like tell you about the beast and stuff. I try not to do it because I've stored it in a place far away, you know what I mean? But so I started let Harmony be the one be molested and not me. Because that way, if my friends ever ask me, you know, like, why come you can't come over? I could create like a perfect picture in my world that you can come over one day, it'll be great, we'll do this, we'll play ball, we'll hang out. I didn't want them to go to that world where they had to know, like, who's living abuse. I was getting molested because my friends would have been like their moms and stuff like that would have been like, you need to tell somebody, you need to do this. So. And I was always scared of losing softball too, so that was like my outlet. Sure. So you created it. Mm-hmm. And it's the personality, so did you create anyone else? Remember I told you I lived in a trailer? That was in 1996. That was during the Olympics. The U.S. Women's Gymnastics team that won a gold medal. And that I played another personality doing that. That's Christina Brigana, and she's friends with like Carrie Strug, Dominic Dawes, and a bunch of people that are on the team. And like I had the whole trailer to myself, so she would like be able to like create apparatuses and like do like balance beams off stuff, you know, like because maybe days my mom would be gone, you know. And so that was just the way I would cope with and not knowing if my mom was ever going to take us back there. Because I knew she would. Every time she said she was never going back, we'd go back. Because that helped me through that year. Because I had to stay really good in school. You know what I mean? Because my plan was like to get out one day, you know, and do really good, which I did end up doing really good in school. I didn't know I have a doctorate degree, but like if it wasn't for being able to use it different, I guess you could probably like persona or whatever. I wouldn't have been able to live with her.
We have Harmony. Christina was the other one.
That was from when I was little. As I got older, there was more like Letecia, and there's Taylor, and there's Maria. She's protector. It's like I don't sometimes like if you look at like, a lot of my different social medias, they have different names. Different page, different one. You could always tell if she was going to play telephone because, like, if I was in Letecia, like Letecia at my MG10XU, so I could hit left-handed and right-handed, and like sometimes people wouldn't understand when I go to the plate, and they'd be like, "Hey, you need to hit left-handed, and you need to like," because there'd be like a runner, if you know like baseball. If there's like a runner in second and third, they're like, "You need to hit left-handed," but if I was in that personality, I couldn't hit left-handed.
We have, as you got older, there was Letecia. Taylor? Mm-hmm. You said Taylor was the protector?
Yeah, Taylor's my main person. No, Maria's my protector. Taylor's my main personality.
Thank you. Maria.
Mm-hmm. Victoria is the only personality that I have like empathy in because I store so much of trauma. If you want me to like be like if a friend's talking to me and they need me to give them advice, I have to switch to Victoria to actually try and be empathetic at all. Like severely empathetic, you know what I mean? I just don't have that.
All right. Taylor's the main personality.
She
Maria's
looks
the protector.
more normal
Victoria is the one
there
who has the most
than she looks in
empathy.
court. She looks like she's trying to make herself
And
look
then
psycho.
Yeah, she's bipolar. She would be doing the most.
I mean, she never looks great, but
You'll notice when I'm on Letecia. Actually, the psychiatrist the other day came to change my meds. She was doing the most. She's bipolar sick, and she was up for 4 or 5, 6 days.
I think
at
she
a
looks
time,
way
you
more
know.
crazy now in court.
Kepler or something like that.
You're currently on Kepler.
Kept something. That's something. Yeah. That. Kept from. I was gonna put me back on the Zyprexa, but I'll be eating too much on it. I don't like it.
Look at
Who are
those.
we talking to right now?
Look at those straps they got on her. Jeez, man, she's a psycho.
When you say Taylor is the main personality, what do you mean by
Probably because she tried to attack
It's
the
like,
cop.
okay, so you notice like where Letecia, she's like more like into her like thug life. I guess you can say like rap music, that kind of thing. But Taylor's everything is like Letecia all wanted to be because she gets to be like, yeah, kind to everybody, but like successful. She has a whole separate
What's
world,
she
you know.
doing
She's
right
married
now?
to Tyler. They have kids.
That's why you like me, Paulette.
Because everything that Taylor wanted to be, and Letecia is married to Tyler.
No. Taylor is everything Letecia. You got it backwards.
So who's Taylor? Who's Taylor? I missed that part. Is that one of her personalities? Or?
Taylor is married to Tyler. They have 3 kids, Ariana, Alicia, and Adriana.
Okay, we stopped it at 25:32. Before we get into what Ms. Stauch had to say here, who is present during this interview?
It was just
Wait, did you guys hear that?
Ms.
That was the
Stauch,
other-
myself, and Dr. Gray.
That was the other personality.
Why was there no attorneys in there with you?
We don't typically allow the attorneys to be insanity evaluations with us.
Why is that?
The primary reason is because we would want to prevent any potential interference by an attorney, whether it would be a prosecutor or a defense attorney or somebody telling the defendant to withhold any information or to elaborate further on any information.
And was that Miss Stauch that we saw in the video?
Yes.
Is it the same Miss Stauch that's seated to my left with her head down on a notebook here in between the two attorneys?
It is.
May the record reflect identification of the defendant.
The record will so reflect. Go ahead.
So let's talk about what she's saying. What impact does it have when she says, I created these personalities?
When it comes to dissociative identity disorder, that's
You don't have a
not
choice.
the understanding in terms of what that looks like. It's not about creating or having control over several distinct personalities.
And so what is dissociative identity disorder, and why do you say that's not about it?
Dissociative identity disorder, in short, it's when somebody is experiencing two or more personality states, and it's usually accompanied by some sort of amnesia, blackouts, a period of not remembering what you were doing.
So how did she have an alibi when she doesn't, wouldn't
it's a
remember
complex
anything
diagnosis.
that the bad people did?
Essentially,
Well, her bad personality.
the different personality states themselves
Beaming up the attorney, look.
are not controlled. When an individual has this diagnosis, they might not even initially be
Caligal 3.
aware that they are exhibiting different personality traits, hence the blackouts or the loss of memory for periods of time. And the emergence of these different personality states, we call them alters, but the emergence of them can be very random, not necessarily I'm going to now go into this personality state and now I'm going to go into the second personality state. So the fact that she told us that she created them herself, in terms of our conceptualization, we started to wonder about the possibility that she was exaggerating or feigning this particular diagnosis.
And does this relate back to the competency evaluation when you asked her directly about the way she answered on the psychological testing with regards to, I believe you said 3 different personalities?
That, I would say, was more in retrospect. When we were doing the sanity evaluation, I don't even recall remembering that specific detail from the competency evaluation.
When you went back and reviewed that, that's when you saw that detail?
Yes.
Okay. What about the fact that she mentions that one of her personalities or her personas was involved with the gymnastic team and that she's friends with the gymnastics team? Is that something unusual, perhaps, to have that persona?
Again, for me, it was her report that this was a creation of hers, and that it's associated with something that was happening, per her report, in 1996, the Olympics that year. And if I'm remembering correctly, she noted that that was just another personality that she created at that time.
With people who actually suffer from dissociative identity disorder, would they know the other personas?
Sometimes.
Explain.
So it's going to be, I'm going to say, case by case dependent, but the research suggests that the clinical presentation of a dissociative identity disorder, they used to think that there was no memory or awareness of these other personalities that one might be experiencing. But now it's thought to be more porous, meaning that there is some awareness that this might be happening, but it's going to be a case by case thing.
Yeah, why did she set up an alibi if she didn't know what the other
We're going to see some more examples.
personalities
of
were
this in some
doing.
video takes, but just one last question about this.
She had alibis
You mentioned
throughout the
earlier
entire
that there's
thing.
some amnesia or blackouts. Would people who suffer from dissociative identity disorder remember what they did when they are in another personality?
They might have some awareness of it, and sometimes they might not.
Is it on a spectrum? Are there more severe issues with people who may suffer from that diagnosis than others?
Yes.
And is that consistent with all the mental illnesses in the DSM-5? Some are worse than others depending on the person.
Yes, even within a particular diagnosis, someone might have a more severe presentation than another person.
The next portion of the video we're going to watch looks like it's close to 10 minutes long. It's going to be on People's Exhibit 724, starting at 1448 and ending at 2455. Again, if you want to sit back here or sit up there, whatever you're more comfortable.
This is fine, thank you.
I am triggered. I needed the bunny so I would feel better. How about you?
1448, yes.
And just decided to get married, so that would happen. So I think we probably should have just a real bit like that each other. But it was to keep from having to do those crazy things that were custody. We wanted to make sure whatever we did never hurt anything to do with children. So it was good on that. But then early in my marriage, Albert goes to Oklahoma. He's away at Oklahoma. He's away in Colorado Springs for training. And I'm taking care of the kids on his weekends to make sure he didn't lose his weekend. So I would have the kids on his weekend, but he would be in Oklahoma and he'd be in Colorado Springs. So like a lot of our marriage, I'd say 85% of it, we never even lived together. We never lived together until Colorado, August. Like officially lived together. Because,
Funny night.
yeah, that was when we moved to Colorado Springs. Because we moved to Colorado Springs in March, but he didn't come yet from Alaska. Now I got the kids in school and stuff. So we really didn't live together until I started working at French, and I got back from probably graduating high school, and then we had all went on the cruise. So really, it was August 2019 when we actually like lived together. So it was more of like almost like a convenience. Like I feel like the marriage of convenience was I did everything for the kids. I took care of the kids. You know what I'm saying? I worked and we could buy whatever we wanted because we both had really good incomes. And I know that whatever, but that's the truth. You know what I mean? That's what it more so like.
When you started dating Albert, were you still living in North Carolina?
So this was South Carolina.
Living in South Carolina.
I was living in South Carolina.
What is that? Is that a bunny on the ground?
You and Albert.
What were you looking at, Letecia? What were you looking at?
No, like, okay, so Albert's mom is a nurse practitioner for a psychiatrist. A lot of extensive experience in psychiatry. They would constantly tell Albert, I needed to be on medication or I need to be doing this throughout our whole marriage. So that would cause a lot of problems. Like even if you look at the report that she wrote to police before I got arrested, she talks about, in there about, 1 minute I'm this way, 1 minute I'm that way, you know what I mean? So like, basically was married to him and her, you know what I'm saying? So it wasn't necessarily a lot of physical, there was not, any physical abuse, it was a lot of emotional abuse. He's a narcissist, so he's the victim and everything. He took advantage of my mental, sometimes I way my mental status would be, and like go to his mom about it, and they'd all try to like, tell me I need to be on this meds, or I need help for this, or I'm crazy, So it was more so mental and emotional. There was never any physical up until the end. when we got custody of the kids, he thought I was in cahoots with her, which I guess you can kind of say I was. So if you look at my phone record, you'll see my plan was leaving, but I didn't want to leave the kids. Several messages you can see me say, I don't want to leave the kids because I know they will get taken care of before we had custody of them. But their mom, she started dabbling in drugs, but she wasn't ready to get the kids back yet. So my plan to her was always like, I'm going to let you know right before I leave. You better have a house, you better have everything together, and then I'll help you get the kids back to the lineup. So when he found out that I, what he called it, was in cahoots with her, that's when he started getting violent and aggressive, like throwing lamps in the house, throwing, like, there's a video on my phone they have where he stopped the car, because I record it all the time, because I wanted to keep all that evidence for Landon to have. And he's beating the piss out of Gannon, and he's flinging stuff like irate because he thinks we're all in cahoots against him to get the kids back. And he's like, you're just trying to take the kids from me. You're trying to get them back to their mom. So once I got the Colorado Springs and we lived together, that's when it became like that. There was no kidding me with his hands. It was just flinging stuff in the house, being angry, slamming doors, punching doors. Like, he would get like that because he swore down I was working with her. I mean, which I guess you can see it as me working with her, but I felt like if I left, they wanted to be taken care of. Like, he was going to be schoolwork. He was going to make sure they were clean. Nobody, he would. So he doesn't have that nurturing piece or that ability to multitask or none of those things. So in a way, I was kind of working with her to get the kids back home, but I guess he took that as me going against him. I was doing what was right for them. So I believe it.
And so the kids would have been his two kids.
Right. If you look at all the school paperwork, who always talked to, up until he realized what I was doing, that I was collecting evidence to get the kids back home to her, because she had already promised me that I could see the kids whenever I wanted in Carolina, like that she would not take them out of my life. She had already told me that. And so, like, once I started collecting, he would notice I'd be driving down the road and I'd have the phone on. And I'd just start collecting everything, because I'm already a paranoid person. But I knew, like, if I start collecting stuff, you know, like, I would have it to give to her for everything. Because I wanted her to get her sobriety first, get a home, whatever. And once he noticed I started doing that, that's when it got a little bit violent with him speaking. I was trying to set him up and take the kids from him. Like, his weren't paranoia. His was just because he knew I was right with him. He knew that everything I was collecting was preparing for when I left. Because if you even look at my phone searches on the evidence, you'll see that, like, I was, like, looking for a place to stay. I was, like, getting everything in order. I had already told Gannon, like, on Wednesday, I'm going to call your mother and tell her what's going on, but we got to wait till Wednesday. And the reason I said wait till Wednesday, because I was starting that flight attendant job, and I wanted to make sure that everything had went through my flight attendant, that I had been, like, officially hired. I was going to the training, everything before I said something to her that, hey, I'm leaving. You know what I mean? Here's our plan. This is what we're going to do to get the kids back. They wanted to go with me, but I told them, I was like, don't charge me with kidnapping. If you don't call the country, we got to have a plan, you know. So, but that was always the plan. So they can call it cahoots, whatever they want to call it. But my plan was to make sure I know that Rhonda and Matt would take care of that. Landon's mom and dad. I know as long as they, because when I was in South Carolina and I had the kids, they were the only two people that helped me with anything. I had by myself, so I knew they would be safe with them. Whatever I needed to do to prepare them to have them, that was the application. So.
And about how many months, maybe before this alleged offense happened, did things take that where he really became present?
I know it sounds minimal. I've created so many different personas in my life, in so many different ways to cope with everything I've been through. The sunlight is one of them. Like, being in somewhere warm, being somewhere where I can use those coping skills to help me when I have a flashback, when I wake up from a nightmare, so I tried to talk to him about it. And I said, hey, Colorado and me just don't, it's causing me to get worse mentally. I was having more of my manic episodes. I was just having more episodes where I forget and loss of time. And a lot of it was because I didn't have those coping skills. You can't play softball here in Colorado. You know what I mean? Not during the months that I'm used to playing back home. And so, all these skills I built over time were taken from me in Colorado. So when I got here officially in August, it was weird because I had to do outside duty work too. For teaching, to have outside duty, stuff like that. I was freezing in September, and I was like, I wanted to do something else, or let me go be a flight attendant where I could do warm sometimes. And I'll set my schedule where I'll be with the kids a few days a week, and I'll be a flight attendant a few days a week. Because I knew mentally I needed that outlet because I'd used it all my life. That's when he took offense to it, of if you're going to be a flight attendant, there's nobody going to be here to watch the kids. And I was like, I'll be here on these days, but these days I want. So that was around September, October of 2019. Because I had applied for a flight attendant job, and I was supposed to start it the next year because they would have a waiting list or whatever. That's when it got like that, when he saw that I was actually going to be leaving or be gone part-time. He can't operate without having someone do everything. So that's
We just stopped it at 2455. Before we get into the content of what Ms. Stauch is saying, could you give the jury understanding of the form of questions you're asking? In other words, are you suggesting the answer when you ask questions, or are you wanting to get information from her and explain why you do?
Sure. During a lot of these forensic evaluations, we like to ask questions in an open-ended manner to give the defendant the opportunity to explain their life story or their perceptions to us. We try to avoid, to the best of our ability, yes or no answers. We definitely don't like to feed them information, especially when it relates to diagnosis that they can then regurgitate back to us or to someone else. So the questions we ask tend to be open-ended.
And is that what we see in this last segment we saw? Is that kind of how the entire interview went? You would ask a question and you would get a answer and there would be rambling and there'd be nonstop talking. Is that the sense of how the whole evaluation went?
She did have a tendency to ramble during our evaluation. I think that there were times where maybe we asked a question, especially as it pertained to the offense, where she spoke at length, easily 30 minutes, 40 minutes before we asked any follow-up.
Speakers going.
And with regards to the segment we just watched, did you or Dr. Gray ask questions about her relationship with Al shortly before the crime?
We did.
And is that the response we're seeing where she's talking about, I was gonna leave Al, that kind of thing?
Yes, we were trying to understand the nature of her relationship with Mr. Stauch since it's relevant to this case.
And did you have an opportunity to listen to several pretext phone calls that were conducted between Al Stauch and the defendant, Letecia Stauch?
Yes.
And is what she's saying in this last segment consistent with what she's saying in these pretext calls, where she's asking him, are we going to be together? Are we going to get back together, bring our family back together over and over and over again?
I do remember that from the pretext calls. Yes, this report would be inconsistent with that specifically. And I might suggest that both things could be true at the same time.
Sure. It's complicated, right? It's a relationship. You don't know all the behind the scenes information that's going on. Is that a fair statement?
Yes.
How about when you talked to Al Stauch on the phone as part of your insanity evaluation, did he give you information about their relationship just prior to Gannon being killed?
He also noted that things were rocky, to say the least, that there had been some thoughts about separating and that no actions had been taken at that time.
What about when she talks about living in Colorado and not being able to play softball and she needs to be in the sun, that kind of thing? Was that any relevance to your evaluation when it comes to insanity?
When it comes to insanity, the primary focus of that evaluation does tend to be at the time of the offense, and it's helpful for us to have an understanding what the defendant was going through. I'd say even up to a couple of weeks before the actual event,
No,
just to
she's
understand
not.
what was their
Voice in
emotional
the head.
state,
Don't say that.
what symptoms might they have been exhibiting at that time. Did they undergo any particular stressors that could have exacerbated symptoms of mental illness at that time?
I want to talk about the stressors. When we talk about dissociative identity disorder, is there a triggering event that might commonly be seen in people who suffer from that mental illness that causes them to switch personalities?
There can be, and at the same time, it can be random.
Triggering
Again,
event.
she mentions switching personalities. You recall her saying something about that?
I'm trying to remember specifically what was said during this clip. Would you be able to remind me?
Sure. She mentioned something about being able to switch personas based on the weather and how she can adapt to different things. And do you recall that line of her answer? If you don't, it's not that.
Not specifically, no.
I mean, if DID exists, you
No,
can't
this would be a good time to take a break.
intentionally go in and out of a character. It would be something that would just
Right, ladies and gentlemen, we will take our afternoon.
unbeknownst
break.
to yourself, you'd
Everyone back in
switch.
the jury room at, say, 3:30. We should be able to start on time at that point. Again, don't discuss the case among yourselves. Don't discuss the case with anyone else.
And
With
Letecia,
that, I'll
don't,
rise for the jury,
communicate
please.
with yourselves.
The Torso Killer. You know what sounds good? Sushi. I like the sea urchin. It tastes like seawater, but it's so yummy because people say it's good, even though
Now,
it
see,
tastes
the
like
record should
garbage.
reflect the jury has left the courtroom. Dr. Torres, you can step down if you would like to do that.
Thank you.
Court will be in recess.
All rise.
Where is my sushi?
Yeah, they sure like breaks here, man. They don't miss one. I mean, you can go forget the ever going a little long or, you know, a minute or two early, or yeah, it's just the whole thing is just weird. Instead of like coming back for lunch early to get out of court early one day or get more in, they always just sort of, you know, the same thing every day. Finally, a smoke break. Man, people still smoke? Don't you know how bad that is for you? God, Gray, that's so mean. A lot of us smoke. I know, but it's still bad for you, right? I mean, you get it, right? I mean, it is bad for you, right? I'm just trying to let you know, remind you. You don't think I knew that, Gray? Ah, okay. Well, I'm just letting you know, okay? I care about the freaks. Why else would I say something if I didn't give a damn? Yeah, who doesn't need to smoke after listening to that? There are other options out there, like the Retsin cigarettes. Those are pretty good. The low-carb cigarettes that are just coming out, they're fantastic. And the gluten-free cigarettes. Those ones are pretty good. There's some that have higher protein levels than others. You might want to try those. If you're somebody who's working out, I'd try the low gluten, the zero gluten cigarette with 4% protein. I mean, sure, your lungs will have a bunch of crap on them that look like meat, but, you know.
Bitch, please.
Gilligan, little buddy. Okay, let me try it. Not stupid. Gilligan, little buddy. Mom. Batshit.
I think we all heard batshit no matter what, didn't we? All right, well, just get you some comforting. Here we go. Although the delivery driver just drove by, so of course, Blue and Chloe are upset. The organic cigarettes were healthier. You know? I wonder if they have them in bins. You know, you go to like a health food store and these, you know, the bins where you grab granola out of? They have cigarettes in there, but they're organic, you know? They're unbelievable. Only the best for our customers. Don't you think that looks pretty cool? But I realized that there's too much space on there. So the first notebooks I sent out just have blue on it. But then later I was like, let me try putting the pause on the front, and boom! It looked pretty sweet. All right? And then I put one inside because he signs it. You know, Blue actually signs this thing. All right, there you go. So now they have the so if you ordered them and you don't have the palm prints, I'm sorry. I mean, I just sent them out the way they were, and I was like, let me try this. You know, it didn't occur to me. So don't go, God, Gray, I didn't get the one with the paws on it. You know, that one. Yeah, so when you open it up, it's one inside, too, where I signed that thing. You know what I'm saying? Well, I wasn't going to open the packages back up, you know, because they have to reprint it. Well, they all have the paw print inside, but I'd say like the first 8 or so that I sent out didn't have the paws on the front. You know what I'm saying? I think it's pretty cool, right? And that's right. If you send $25 to PayPal, you get one of those notebooks with the handy-dandy blue pen that has my little sketch image of myself, Freak, and Grant Hughes Investigates. But it's a blue-colored pen that you twist. That one doesn't fit into the actual strap, I noticed. I mean, you can force it in there, I guess. So I'm leaving the pen that comes with it in there. It's sort of this wooden-looking thing. And then I put that in the blue pen in the package as well, and a stress ball. I mean, man, what don't you get? I don't know, Mel's Diner. I don't know. I forgot what your actual. You guys. The problem with you guys all having different usernames than your names, I can't. It's hard to remember. There's very few people that I remember their actual real name just from an email. Hey, oh, this is my address. But I see your fake names every single day, all the time. I was positive that the T is more bright than the C. Still, probably test again in a couple days. See what's Well, I guess you could always get another one to get the paws on it at some point if you run out of space on it. What I should have done is not show it. Then nobody would know. I get this one? Well, you get the blue notebook. I don't know if it has the 2 paws on it. Mel's Diner, if that's what you're saying. I sent out 28, and I think like 7 or 8. I was already finished, and then a few hours later I go, hey, let me try putting this in. Oh, that looks cool. You know, I can't really go open them all back up again, print off new labels, and waste the packaging. But I did send all 28 off today. Okay, so there you go. Where you going, Chloe? Here, you want to get up here? Oh, there you go. Nice. You can see it, Chloe jumped up on one to come up on my lap. Yeah, it's like a foot. It looks like it's 5 feet up in the air on the camera. Here, let me show you. So it's a little soft pillow. Right now she's about 1.5 feet above it. I just throw her over the top of the balloon. It looks like she fell out of the sky. Yeah, somebody, I can't remember who it was, sent me a picture. Oh, wait, it was Juju Positive, I think. Sent me a picture of her dog just chilling out in the living room watching Blue and Chloe on the TV. It was the weirdest thing I've ever seen. Chloe is so funny. She doesn't care about anything. You can just pick her up, hold her way up in the air, and she just sits there and looks around. And then you grab her, flip her over onto her back, start rubbing her belly, and then she'll just lay there for a minute on her back, wanting to have more. Then she flips over and she'll just start playing and, you know. I wish you could just clone exactly what she is for all, like, you know, Blue's a great dog too, but he's more like, I don't know what you call it. They're both just awesome the way they are, really. I can't say, I mean, Blue's obviously the one I've had for a long time, and, you know, he's my favorite. Blue, but Chloe's personality is so cute. See, Blue, what he is he's so lovable. Like, he'll get up on your lap and then he just tucks his head underneath your chin and pushes off so you can start scratching him and his tail's wiggling like Chloe's is right now. Wiggle, wiggle, wiggle. Yeah. Blue gets, the thing about, what's weird about Blue is you leave the house and you jingle the keys, he gets really upset. Here, I'll just play it. So right now I have the keys in my hand. He's not sure. Chloe tries to jump in and says, "Hey, let me jump in," and she'll bite him in the butt while he's barking. It's just like crazy. Like she doesn't really support. Like Chloe doesn't support Blue. She makes him more angry. Like he's barking, "Hey, you're leaving," and then Chloe's behind him while he's barking, biting him in his calf, biting him in his ass. Comes up and bites him. Trick you, Blue. I trick both of you. Do your pirouette again. Keep going. Twirl, twirl, twirl. She likes doing the twirl. It's just that sound. Right there. See how he's wondering what I'm going to do? Some sort of separation anxiety. Like I think the people we got him from would leave him at home by himself for the entire day for 2 years. So that's why they wanted to give him away to somebody that had time. And now I've been working from home most of the time. Well, the whole time, really. So I think when he sees me leave, he's like, "Hey, you're gonna leave me for the whole day again?" See, he's got the little side eye on me. He's not sure. Is he gonna take off or what?
Is Gray gonna take off? Gray, you gonna leave? Gray, you gonna leave?
should reflect the jury's not present in the courtroom. Is there anything we need to take up outside the presence of the jury at this point in time? Prosecution?
No, Your Honor, thanks.
Defense? Yes, sir. Okay. Go ahead and bring it up.
How long is this gonna be today? How much longer is this gonna be? I've got some fettuccine planned for later. It's gonna be so good. I can't wait to eat it. A little garlic bread. A Caesar salad. Man, that's gonna be good. Man, if I could just keep this trial over with for the day. Hurry up, jury. Hurry up. Get up there. My stomach's even growling.
All rise for the jury, please. Thank you, Dale. Seated. Court will recall 20 CR 1358. Letecia Stauch record should reflect the jury has returned to the courtroom. Ladies and gentlemen, I wanted to talk to you just very briefly because of something that Mr. Combs said to me. Regulation of room temperature in this room has been challenging. So I want you all to know that if you need to bring something in, such as a jacket, a parka, a scarf, a wool cap, or gloves, mittens, those sorts of things, if you need to bring that in and you've forgotten to do it, and you've left it back in the room, and we need to take a break for you to go get that, we're
Can I
happy
bring
to do
in
that.
hand warmers?
So just let us know
Sir,
if that's
can I bring in
if
hand
that's an
warmers?
issue. So
You didn't say
with
hand
that,
warmers
Young?
specifically.
Thanks,
Sir,
Judge.
can I do? Oh,
Same thing for you.
What do I do? Can I
You
bring
need-
hand,
appreciate it. Thank
Can I
you.
bring hand warmers?
You and I didn't have an opportunity to go over these videos prior to your testimony. Is that right?
That's correct.
And so you don't know what's coming up on the next video. Is that a fair statement?
I don't.
I'm going to do a better job of kind of giving you a preview of that, and then I'll ask you what to look for. Would that work for you?
Yes.
Okay. So the next video is we're still on People's Exhibit 724. We're going to fast forward to 1 hour and 19 minutes and 26 seconds. We're going to play a 3-minute clip. In this video, I'd like you to watch for evidence of dissociative identity disorder, and then I'm going to ask you some follow-up questions on what that means to your evaluation of Ms. Stauch in that disorder based on what we see on the clip. Is that fair?
Okay.
All right. So with that, Your Honor, we'll like to play 1 hour, 19 minutes and 26 seconds, and we'll stop it at 1 hour, 22 and 25 seconds.
And by the way, everybody, this is the final stretch of the show, so if you'd like to help support the channel, that would be awesome.
So
Thank you.
Letecia believes that Sam Hunt are always together. Y'all know who Sam Hunt is? Country singer, right? Okay, so he always like kind of laughs at me about this because I be telling him Sam Hunt writes these songs about me all the time, you know what I mean? And so we went through, when I'd be in my bipolar episodes, like we had everybody convinced back home that Sam Hunt was Harley's dad because Hunt's their last name, you know what I mean? And then I don't know, because I be getting like this ego of like, why wouldn't you want to be like, I still do the same thing now, even at the jail, and I don't even have nothing but an orange suit. You know what I mean? But I still be thinking the most, you know what I'm saying? So, like, I am aware of the discrepancies in my personalities and being, you know, working with special needs kids throughout the time I have, I know when I recognize something's abnormal to be around somebody. I'll be like that, and then next thing you know, I won't come out of my room. Especially around like holidays and stuff like that. Like, I won't come out of my room. I'll just be sitting in my room the whole time. Like, in my marriage, Albert would be like, "Won't you come in here and watch TV?" And I'd be like, "No, I'm staying in here." "Why do you want to stay in here?" But then I go into the mode of like, well, I mean, I spent a lot of time in my closet growing up. Why not? You know? And I would just not eat, flow with me, you know, the world's going to end, I want to die, you know, and then I'd fluctuate back into it again. So, like common sense, I knew something, you know, wasn't right. Like, I'm not a stable person. I'm not a person that you're going to say that being a professional that I am, went through all this time with schooling. How do you think I did it? It's because I didn't sleep. You know what I mean? I'd be so excited. I'd be doing this degree and that degree and that degree. How did I get them all? Because of those times. But then there'd be times when I wouldn't be turning in my schoolwork, and I'd have to message the teacher and be like, "Look, the rest right now, you know, like next week I'll catch up and do 3 weeks worth of work, but just not this week, you know." And so like you learn that's just not normal. Like if you guys, one of y'all came to work with each other like that, and you consistently came like that, you'd be thinking one of two things: are you on drugs, or is something really wrong? And I don't do drugs, so like the more that happened, you know, like I became cognizant of it. And then Harley, as she got older, she started noticing. She was like, "Mom, you'll be this personality, then you'll be this one, and then I don't even know sometimes." And she just learned to like, you know, like to deal with it. And then sometimes they can't even pry me out of the room because I won't leave for days, you know. So as it happens more, you.
So we stopped it at 122.25. She's talking about discrepancies in her personalities and that she's aware of them. Do you recall her saying that?
Yes.
Tell the jury, how does that impact, if it impacts it at all, your diagnosis or lack of diagnosis of dissociative identity disorder?
Well, as noted before, awareness of the different personality states in dissociative identity disorder, it's complicated in that you can be aware of them, and at the same time, you might not be so aware of others. But that being said, when I watch those clips, despite what Ms. Stauch is saying, to me, it sounds like she's trying to explain different mood states as opposed to different personality states. And it sounds to me as though she's trying to explain to us that she can be manic and then depressive or have depression, kind of reflecting a bipolar disorder. But what's particularly marking is that idea that she can anticipate when she's going to come out of a depression. As she noted in the video, she talks about having all this energy to have all of these degrees, and then she might be depressed, not want to come out of her room. She might not do the work associated with teaching that she's supposed to be doing, but she can catch up on it the following week when she comes out of this depressive state. I mean, in bipolar disorder, again, you can't anticipate or plan when you're going to be manic or when you're going to be depressed. Those are not things that one can control.
Regardless of what was going on with Ms. Stauch when she was in school, she was able to complete her schooling and eventually obtain a doctorate degree. Is that fair?
Yes, that's what she said.
So when you talk about she may have been depressed at some time, it didn't mean she didn't black out and forget about the schoolwork. She just knew she had to go back and do it in a future time or at a later time.
That's how it sounds to me.
She also mentions in this clip that Harley, her daughter, knew about her different personalities. Do you recall her saying that?
Yes.
Did you or Dr. Gray try to contact Harley Hunt, her daughter, during the course of your evaluation?
We did.
Were you able to talk to her?
We talked to her only briefly, but we never were able to conduct an interview with her.
And why is that? Do you know?
Ultimately, she said that she needed to seek some legal counsel before she could speak to us.
Do you know whether or not
Taco
Harley
dance on
Hunt
Letecia?
eventually talked to law enforcement at some point during this investigation?
My understanding is that she eventually did.
And do you know whether or not she actually testified in this trial?
I'm aware that she testified.
Would it be surprising to you that she testified that she didn't know anything about her mom?
Your Honor, I want to object. This is an inappropriate question asking this witness to comment on.
No, I think you can I think the question is phrased is objectionable. You, number one, you are reciting what some other witness had to say and you can't testify. Number two, I think that you can rephrase the question to ask her in a hypothetical fashion, if a witness had testified or if the facts were to establish X, what would be your opinion? I think you can do that.
And I understand. I'll rephrase the question, Your Honor. If Harley Hunt said something inconsistent with what Ms. Stauch said in the video, would that impact your decision on whether or not she had? Well, let me strike that. Would that tell you whether or not she was being credible when she told you that Harley was aware about her different personalities?
I'm going to object to the question asking her to comment on the credibility of a witness.
Sustained. You can't ask somebody to comment on the credibility of someone else. You can ask her whether or not it would be consistent or inconsistent, but you can't say that it's credible or not.
Well, we're talking about Ms. Stauch. You're doing an evaluation and you're relying on her self-reporting to certain things. Is that fair?
Yes.
Would that self-reporting be impacted if you knew Harley Hunt said something inconsistent with what she said on the video?
I would say collateral information is always very helpful in these types of evaluations.
And obviously at the time that you're doing the video interview with Ms. Stauch, Harley Hunt was not cooperating with you or anyone else. Is that right?
I don't know if she was cooperating with anyone else. She just politely declined to participate in our interview with her.
Okay. The next clip I'm going to play is at 1 hour and 27 minutes and 34 seconds. We're going to stop it at 1 hour and 33 minutes and 24 seconds. And in this particular clip, Ms. Stauch will be talking about delusions or hearing things. And then I'm going to ask you some follow-up questions about what she says about that, okay?
Okay.
So with that, we can start the next clip.
Minutes ago, you said you hear voices, that they're all your personality,
Right.
and that's it.
Yeah, and the devil. But you know, there's always the devil. The devil is probably trying to tell you to do something. Like when I was on the high school junior 26, the devil was telling me to jump off the heights because it had to be a white family to jump off the heights. That's the devil. That's like cosmic powers trying to like come in and intervene. That's going to be with all of us. You know what I'm saying? The closer you are to God, the devil's going to come get you all the time. You know what I mean? But as far as like, you know, I don't believe in this whole thing that people say, and no disrespect to y'all, even jobs, but for me, I don't believe in this whole thing where people say, oh, these people are talking to them. These are your cosmic powers and your personalities. Like, all my personalities are going to talk to me and be like, why don't you just slap that girl? And I'd be like, no, I'm not slapping her. Like, those type of things. But I don't think with these people beyond this whole best thing and maybe doing that stuff. Like, none of that. But there's always the devil that has you to do that. You know what I mean? Like running a Jeep off in the form of chance for you to run a Jeep off. You know what I mean? But I don't believe in the other stuff. So, you know.
So you don't believe in which other stuff?
Right. I be seeing people come in and they be on meds and they be swearing up and down like, you know, like, oh, these people were telling them to do this. And I'm like, what? You know what I mean? It's only going to be the devil. Like, the devil told me to jump off a hot kill myself. That's different. It ain't going to be just random people sitting out somewhere telling you this. Like, this ain't how it works. You know what I mean? Yes, does my different personalities tell me to do different things? Yes, but that's still a part of me, just in a separate world. That's not, you know, I don't know. I just feel like they be just a little bit emotional making that stuff up. I believe in, if they want to say anything wrong, that's the devil. or that's yourself. I mean, even if you got 5 cells, it's them. It ain't. If you, that's people not on drugs like me, people that be on meth and all that. Like, I be seeing them coming there and they be swearing up and down, the most craziest stuff is going on. Like, I don't believe in that. I feel like it's the devil. Not, have I? Yes. I've been in forms of psychosis in my life where I saw things. Or maybe you can call them delusion. But on a regular basis, no. Like if I'm in a different world, like if I go to a world like a Janelle's world, I see everything Janelle sees. But that's because I've created those worlds. I've been able to be like, I know what Janelle does. Or if I go to Christina Brianna and I'm doing gymnastic stuff around cell, like I know that I can make a balance beam, or I can put apparatus out or whatever. But I know those are things that I leave this place to go to that place, so I put them. You see what I'm saying? It's not something that there's oh, that looks like the sun is in here. Like, no, it's not like that. I actually created those worlds. I know what goes in there. I put it there. You know what I mean?
Sounds like it's almost a conscious choice on your part.
Pretty much.
Yeah.
Except Maria. Now, I don't have a choice on that part, because I can't control going to Maria. That, I can switch back and forth, but I cannot switch to Maria without it being triggered. Like, you'd have to put me, like, under some, like, drug-induced setting or something to trigger to get Maria. I can't forcefully switch to her, but everyone else I can, because it's a conscious way of doing it, Like, every time I go to court, I tell Miss Robinson, the lady out here, she goes with me to court, I'll be like, bye-bye, Miss Robinson, I'm leaving. And she's like, don't leave yet. And I just go to a whole other world. Like, sometimes I'll be calling my name. She'll have to, like, snap me out of it. And I'll just be in a whole different thing, doing all different stuff. But I've created that as a way to deal with things in life. It's not something that, that is like a chemical imbalance or something, I don't think. I think it's just me. But then not Rhea, though. She's a trained sniper now, so she can do the most.
Where did she get training to do?
Maria does for hire. She got trained from Russia. She does for hire, but she's from Mexico. She got trained for hire. She does $1,500 per minute. She does different things. That includes everything. Like, you see her come out, she's talking about eliminate this person, eliminate that person, but there's only certain people. It's pedophiles, people that like sexually molest people, people that rape people, like those that need to be eliminated from the planet. You see what I'm saying? These are people, you can say, well, you're a Christian, you're supposed to not say that, but Maria's not Christian, so she don't say that. Those are people that just need to be completely wiped off the face of the planet. Because if you're going to sit there and hurt a child and pedophile and molest them and all that, then you need to be breathing.
So we stopped it at 133.24. There's a lot to unpack there.
Yes, there is.
Let's start with her conversations about the devil and the devil telling her to do things. Okay, what's your take on that?
Our take on that is ultimately, it seemed like an exaggerated symptom, that one specifically. She talked about auditory hallucinations, hearing personality states, again, in dissociative identity disorder. The research related to clinical presentation says that's possible. Hearing the devil wouldn't be associated with a dissociative identity disorder. Hearing the devil could be associated with a psychosis. But again, given Ms. Stauch's history, there's nothing there to corroborate that she's had any significant psychosis that persist, that one might hear that symptom and say that symptom goes with this particular clinical presentation. What was also striking was, at least as it pertains to issues of psychosis, is that individuals who do have a psychotic disorder specifically are usually hesitant to draw attention to their symptoms. They can be difficult to assess because they might deny symptoms, or they might just withhold information as it pertains to those. So the fact that Ms. Stauch just very openly told us about this hallucination, hearing the devil and hearing the devil at different moments of her life, it's just not a particularly credible symptom in the way that she presented it.
The way she presented it was in reference to the hike that took place on January 26th. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And so, for the sake of argument, if in fact the devil was communicating with her, did she have ability to say, no, I'm not going to jump off a cliff? In other words, she didn't listen to the devil.
Yeah, that's important.
Why is that important?
When it comes to issues of psychosis, people sometimes hear hallucinations that command them or tell them they should behave in a particular manner. Some individuals with psychosis have difficulty controlling their behavior in light of that, and some people can control their behavior in light of that. It kind of depends how sick they are at the time.
And she mentions again to you and Dr. Gray. Incidentally, Dr. Gray is asking specific questions about psychosis, it sounds like, during this portion of the interview.
Yes.
And she understood those questions and is responding to those questions. Is that fair?
Yes.
She starts to talk about her different worlds. And was that a common theme throughout the interview?
Yes, generally speaking, whenever she spoke of these other personality states, she frequently talked about how she created the personality states, she created the worlds, she could move from one world to another on her own volition, with the exception of Maria.
Now, how does that fit into a diagnosis of dissociative identity disorder? Do people who suffer from that disorder describe their different personalities as going to different worlds?
I've never assessed somebody with a legitimate dissociative identity disorder to be able to know if that's how they usually describe it or not. What strikes me is that it's convenient that the one personality that is particularly important and relevant to this evaluation is the one that she has no access to.
Talk about that in just a second. But with regards to going to this worlds, for instance, too much information, but when I'm having a problem trying to go to sleep, I go to a beach and I think about sitting on that beach and listen to the ocean. Am I suffering from some kind of dissociative identity disorder because I do that?
I would say that I would need to do a more thorough assessment.
No further questions. Yeah, I did. All right, well, I guess maybe I'm off. I don't know. I'm never going to think about that again. Let's talk about Maria, okay? You just said that there's an exception to her different personalities with Maria. How significant is that to your evaluation?
As I said, Maria ultimately ends up being one of the most relevant personalities associated with the evaluation of her sanity at the time of the offense. She talks about all of these other personalities. She explains to us that she is unaware of a couple of her personalities, that she learns of them through the evidence. She seems more aware of a separate set of personalities. And then when it came to Maria, she said that she could not tell us what Maria was thinking at any given time. Just like she noted that she can move from one world to another in these other personality sets, Taylor, Christina. I don't know that I could remember all of the names off of the top of my head. When it came to Maria, she said that she couldn't do that with Maria. But it's also interesting to me that she seems to have an awareness of Maria's existence in terms of her being a trained sniper, where she was trained, the idea that Maria speaks different languages. All of that seems a bit far-fetched to me in terms of this idea of dissociative identity disorder. Because dissociative identity disorder, the minority of, well, I'd say the majority of individuals who experience it as multiple personality states coexisting at the same time within them, which is where the identity confusion comes into play. It's not usually presented so overtly in terms of, I have this separate personality with all of these different qualities than me.
Is it inconsistent to say that she knew this much information about Maria and yet at the same time say she can't control switching over to Maria?
To me, I would think that if she had no access to Maria, I would expect her to have less of an awareness or understanding of that particular personality.
While we're talking about Maria, at some point during the interview with Ms. Stauch, whether it was in March or in June, did you ask to speak to Maria?
We did ask her if we could.
And how did she respond to that?
She essentially said that she couldn't just switch into Maria. She noted that, I think she said a little bit in there, that something would have to trigger that particular personality to come out of her. I think, if I'm remembering correctly, during the course of our assessment, she said that we would need to bring out specific evidence or discovery to help her return to that state. Just how she noted that she was aware of these other personalities. We asked about what Maria was thinking at the time of the alleged offense, and that's when Ms. Stauch told us that she could not tell us what Maria was thinking at any point in time.
I'm going to fast forward to November of 2022. Did you review an interview that was conducted by a Dr. Lewis with Ms. Stauch in her insanity evaluation?
I did.
And did you see a portion of that interview where Dr. Lewis said, "Hey, can we speak to Maria?" And then Maria appears talking in a Spanish accent?
Yes.
Was that Ms. Stauch in the interview?
It was.
Was that inconsistent with what you saw when you asked her if you could speak to Maria?
I would say, generally speaking, it seemed to be. Dr. Lewis asked multiple times, to my recollection, before Maria emerged. I also saw Dr. Lewis doing something with handwriting, and I'm not familiar with whatever technique that was.
Okay. We may be watching that at a later time, okay? The next segment I want to talk to you about is reference to Maria again, and it's in reference to an incident that happened when she was being transported from South Carolina to Colorado, where there was an assault on a deputy. Do you recall that information?
Yes.
And do you recall talking to her about that information?
Briefly, yes.
Okay, we're going to play this clip, and then I'll ask you some more follow-up questions about that. And just so the record's clear,
We're still on People's Exhibit 724. We're now at 1 hour and 39 minutes and 2 seconds, and we will stop it at 1 hour and 41 minutes and 10 seconds.
If you look at that report where the drive here, that lady was trying to get me with her gun. And like you can see on the camera, well, I kept on telling her, like, I knew exactly what she was over there doing and thinking. And I kept telling her, like, I know what you're doing over here. I know you're out to get me, you're trying to shoot me with your gun. Like, I knew all that, you know what I mean? So like, that was a time, an example where it was very heightened, where I was like all over the place thinking they were out to get me with the stuff. And that I was trying to read what she had going on, and she was trying to shoot me with her gun. I don't know if you saw that report, but like you could see it in there where I keep looking at the cameras, telling them this. Example of here.
Perception is always accurate, or
From like the premonitions?
no, on the when you get really paranoid and it seems like you know what other people are.
Yeah, because like think about it. In that instance with that lady, that Deputy James, it was accurate. She did having a gun on me. So or what else she'd been doing with a gun, pointing at me. She was trying to kill me with it. So like that was a perfect example why it was accurate, you know what I'm saying? And of course Maria came. That whole incident happened when Maria came, and she's just gonna regulate on, you know what I mean? So it's usually always accurate. Like the whole incident with the guy trying to tell me I hit somebody. I didn't really hit somebody, but these people were out to get me the whole time, and I kept telling them, like, look, there ain't no way I hit somebody. Y'all were setting me up, like, who hit somebody and there's no marks? So I knew they were doing that because his last name was Sanchez and Maria's last name is Sanchez. So how did that happen? You know what I mean?
Okay, we stopped it at 1 hour, 41 minutes and 10 seconds. Was it clear to you when you're talking to her that she's saying Maria was the one that kind of took over and assaulted the deputy on the way back from South Carolina?
Yes.
Looking at the interview with Dr. Lewis, where it's alleged that Ms. Stauch turned into this persona named Maria Sanchez, talking in a Spanish accent, did you review the video of the assault coming back from South Carolina?
I did not.
Would you like to see that?
Sure.
See, these guys are ready for it. I got to find the exhibit number. Let's try People's Exhibit 338. I didn't rehearse with them either. For the record, we're playing 338.
she keeps threatening me. Stop. Well, she keeps threatening me.
Stop.
She keeps on threatening me. I have stopped it. She keeps on. Well, she got out of the restraints. She keeps on. Threatening me. I will for you. She keeps
Put your arm down.
Put your arm but she keeps threatening me the whole time.
Tisha, give me your arm.
I will to you, but not to her.
Tisha, give me your
I
arm.
will to you, but not
Cooperate
to her.
with me. Cooperate with me.
I will with you, but not with her.
Cooperate with me.
I will with you, not with her.
Tisha?
I bet that makes her feel bad, Letecia.
I
That
will
makes her
with you,
feel
I
bad
said.
when you said, I
would
will with you, but not with her. I will with you, but not with her. I will with you, but not with her.
I said I would with you. I said I would with you.
Stop resisting.
I'm resisting. I said I would with her.
Wait a minute, is that Maria? Oh, it's Maria! My God, it's Maria, everybody! Holy crap, that's Maria! Holy mother of God!
I'm not
resisting. Yes, you are.
Hey, we stopped it at a minute 56. You heard several voices on that.
Yes.
Did you ever hear a voice that was consistent with the voice that you saw in Dr. Lewis's interview of Ms. Stauch, where she was talking in a Spanish accent?
I did not.
Did you recognize Ms. Stauch's voice in this video clip?
I did.
And is it the same Ms. Stauch that you evaluated and the same person seated in this courtroom that you did your insanity evaluation?
Yes.
Is that consistent with or inconsistent with what she's telling you that she turned into Maria when she assaulted this deputy, the video we just watched?
It's not consistent with the Maria that I saw in Dr. Lewis's videos.
But is
she
it
didn't
consistent
tell
with
you.
what she's telling you, that she switched worlds or switched personalities and Maria went into protection
Maria
mode,
also has
assaulted the deputy?
dissociative personality disorder.
I would expect that if she
It's really
had
complex.
gone into this personality of Maria, that it would be presenting as the Maria that I saw in Dr. Lewis's videos, meaning with a Hispanic accent.
Right, what she's not saying is that Maria also has a dissociative personality disorder and also has multiple personalities. So we're not really sure where it ends. Does one of those also have one? Wow.
And this is about a 10-minute clip. So if you want to sit down, but just to kind of give you a preview of what we're going to be talking about. Again, it has to deal with dissociative identity disorder, her switching personalities, and then actually talking about events close in time to the crime. Okay? It's up to you if you want to sit there or back here. Okay?
Did you say this was just 10 minutes?
This is about 10 minutes, right?
I can stay here.
Okay.
Drama!
2 hours and 21 seconds. We're going to hit play.
If I turn the light on.
Yes, I do have a couple of questions. This kind of relates back to a few things. So you've mentioned flashbacks. Can you describe more what that feels like for you? Yeah. So, anytime that I feel like I'm threatened or something is in trouble, danger, threatened, in kind of way, I'll always have a flashback of like me trying to protect my mom. Like there was one time when my mom's boyfriend Greg was like beating my mom and he blood threw her through the glass window at the front, and I ran around the house, got the bat, hit him in the legs and knocked him down. So like I'll have flashbacks of those times with those things happening. You know what I mean? I try to like, I did therapy before. We try to like reframe it. You know what I mean? I
I did that before through the school district. It just doesn't work for me. I would still have that flashback, and then that's why sometimes I switch personalities and go in the protective mode, because I'll have that flashback and I'll think I'm back in that same time. You know what I mean? Like, for example, I text my boss and tell her that my stepdad died. I had a flashback that morning when Lena came into my room. I thought, I guess it was like 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning, I texted my boss and told her that my stepdad had died. But that was because I was having flashbacks the whole time and nightmares of the day when my stepdad died, because I weren't really sure if he was dead or not. You know what I mean? And it happens a lot, because like I can see somebody walking on the street and I'll be like, that looks like him. One of the triggers is red and black. Okay, and I know you have red and black on. So I can even watch like NC State. That's one of them, basketball. You go to the NC State game, red and black. You know what I mean? Because it's surrounded. It's not just one, it's surrounded. He would come in with red shirt on and black. And he always named this as like his whole thing of like his mom. So his mom was killed supposedly by his stepdad. So he always wears red and black to like commemorate this. You know what I mean? So like I can see somebody walking on the road with red and black on it, and I'll have a flashback of stepdad coming in the room, turning his lights on. He'll go, "My name is James Lowry," and he has this whole like monologue thing that he does before he heightens up to the huge. You know what I mean? And so that happens. That's why when I was driving one day on the back roads, I was thinking there was somebody walking, and I was thinking it was him. And so, like, it gets scary because, like, what if one day I was to, like, try to run that person over, like, thinking that was really him, you know what I mean? So those are the kind of flashbacks I have, and most of them, I'd say 90% of them have something to do with him. Me and Kyle call him Jackass James just because we, like, you'll see it triggers me so much. Jackass James, because that's what, Other that I have flashbacks, it's from fire, because the house burned down when I was younger, and my mom blamed me, and I called 911, and I got in trouble for calling 911 because my mom was saying that the way they read the report, she wasn't going to be able to, like, get the house fixed on her insurance, and, like, same thing, got in trouble for calling 911 when said that here. What happened was I was trying to cook for my siblings, and I had a pod, and curtains used to not be in there now, or whatever. And I had to run go get my little brother, and I was trying to find my sister. And I came back in, they caught flame on the thing, and it burnt my mom's whole kitchen with me. So, like, anytime there's something hot, I can smell it. Like, I can smell the fire that's out there. Like, sometimes, like, if, for example, it can be something small, like, people could be doing, like, a wood fire in the woods, like, burning trash, or, like, a bonfire. I don't do bonfire, because I will be the bonfire, and I'll just be like, no, like, and I'll have a flashback of the time that the fire happened in the house. The reason we moved from North Carolina to South Carolina was to someone shot our house and set it on fire, because we lived in a very neighborhood. So I'll have flashbacks of my mom calling me, telling me that everything we had worked for was burned in this house. So those are, like, just some examples of what happens. I mean, I can almost, like, feel like it's burning, or I can almost feel like I'm there. I smell it. I see it. You know what I mean? And then I'll remember everything. And it's almost like, it's different than when I switch personalities. When I switch personalities, like, I go to those whole different. When that happens and I have a flashback in that same place that it happened, like, I just visually there. And it happened so much for my stepdad. Like, I tried the psychotherapy and the whole reframing it. I don't expect me to reframe getting molested by a person that your mom married and trusted you. How do you want me to reframe it? That's what I'd always tell him, like, that he didn't do it, because he did. That just doesn't work. And so, like, I tried doing all that, but I couldn't. Anyone that looked like him, anyone that freaking, like, walked like him, like, anything. Throughout my whole entire life. And Especially with the whole, like, whenever he come in with the whole, like, James Larry, if their person's name was James, I'd always cringe and like, you know what I mean? When I read, this sounds bad, God forgive me. When I read the scripture in the book of James, I can't even go to the scripture in the book of James without having those flashbacks. And that's bad. Reading my Bible. Can't even read that section because that's his name. Because I'd be thinking, like, as good as James was, because James was Jesus' brother, how? And this is named James. Like, there's something wrong here. And my brother, she gave my brother Dakota James his middle names, and I don't that. So those are like times that things just like were reading a flashback. And like when they did my brother's graduation, we walked across the stage and they were like, he graduated high school and I was there. And they were like, Dakota James Lowry. I literally was like, freaking out. Like, don't tell him that. He is not like his dad. You know. Just like a lot.
You're saying that these flashbacks are
If
more
you
than
like
just
pina
a
coladas, get
Oh, God,
according
yeah.
to
They, I'm telling you, almost like you're right there. See, so all your senses are activated. You know what I mean?
I also recognize that red and black is trigger for you. That you're feeling the flashbacks today when you saw me.
So when you first said something to me, I didn't say anything to you, but that was the reason I didn't. Do you remember when you first were like, how are you doing? And I didn't say anything to you? I told myself, like, you know what I mean? Like, she has nothing to do with Jackass James. You know what I mean? So I'm sorry, don't think I tried to disrespect you in any way when you first said them to me, but I go into like that defense mode on it. My friend, when she comes to visit me on the video stream, she won't. She won't wear it. Like, she won't do it because she knows that's one of me. I told her that it was wrong for her. Like, and I, you know, I went to school, like, I'd go watch ball games at North Carolina, but if we played NC State, I'd be like, oh, hell no. Because I'd just, like, surrounded by a sea of red and black. Not.
And you've mentioned triggers. We've talked about several different triggers that you have. What exactly is a big trigger?
Well, if they don't trigger a flashback, which is usually what happens. It kind of depends on what my mental state already is. So basically, if it's just, I'm a little heightened, it'll be a flashback. If I am in severe protective mode, like scared for my life or someone else's life, it will go into anyone's enemy, and I'm protecting those people around me. One time we were at Burger King, this was in January of 2020, and this guy, he came in, and he was trying to pick on Lena about the drink machine. I felt like she was, this guy was trying to do something to her.
A Whopper?
Looked like James in a way, sort of, kind of like body shape, everything. I get to the table at Burger King, and I'm like turning out the whole entire Burger King, like, to protect her. Like, I feel like that's my job. I have to do it first before Maria. Maria does it. I'm not going to remember it. And if she does it, it's going to be bad, because then it's going to be somebody who is trying to hurt somebody else who's going to hurt me.
Did you get a Coke or a Pepsi? Oh, they don't have Coke.
I'm going to start with the last thing she said there. She said, I want to do something to protect people before Maria does, because if she does it, Maria is going to perhaps take it to a different level. Do you recall her saying that?
Yes.
And then she went on to said, I can't remember what Maria does. Do you remember that?
Yes.
How significant was that to your evaluation when you're considering dissociative identity disorder?
It was important to us during our evaluation. And I suspect we'll talk in more detail about it, but we had her delineate the events leading up to this offense. And she does, I use the word speculate, because she has told us that she doesn't know what Maria is thinking at any point in time. But she, at the same time, tells us that at the time of the offense, Maria might have thought that the individual who was killed, ultimately Gannon, was Letecia's stepfather.
Did she ever tell you at any point during the entirety of these interviews how she was able to tell you what Maria did if she doesn't remember what Maria does?
No, she was never able to explain that to us.
She talked about flashbacks at several times during this portion of the video. What's the significance of the flashbacks and why were you asking follow-up questions about that?
Flashbacks, again, were relevant to the question of mental state at the time of the offense. As I noted, she said that Maria, well, we were asking follow-up. I'm going to answer the second part first. We were asking follow-up questions. Mental health symptoms at the time of the alleged offense were somewhat layered on top of each other and quite frankly a bit confusing to follow. So, you know, throughout the course of our evaluation, she would talk about dissociating and she would talk about these missions as though she were in a manic episode. She would also talk about dissociating and then the issue of flashbacks, which in itself is a form of dissociation, but not a dissociation as it pertains to a different personality state. So we were looking for symptoms potentially associated with this post-traumatic stress disorder, and flashbacks are a presentation associated with that. But given that her own self-report was confusing, difficult to follow, not really consistent with any of the specific presentations that we would expect for dissociative identity disorder or psychosis or even flashbacks associated with PTSD, we were asking follow-ups.
Was it inconsistent with how she described the flashbacks? Initially, she says, when I have a flashback, I switch personalities. Do you remember that?
She has said that, yes.
Did she later on come back and say, flashbacks are different than me switching personalities?
Yes.
What significance does that have, if any?
Again, it's trying to understand what is this clinical diagnosis that we're looking at. When it comes to flashbacks, flashbacks are when you feel as though you are specifically reliving a traumatic event from your past. It's more than just seeing something and being reminded of something that happened to you in the past, which we all probably experience from time to time. There's nothing particularly pathological about the latter one. But when it comes to flashbacks, usually an individual exhibits behaviors that are notable by other individuals because all of a sudden it's as though the person is no longer here in this awareness and reality because they are essentially reliving something that has happened to them in the past. So it's noticeable.
Did you see any evidence of her flashing back to anything while you were interviewing her during this period?
No.
It seems like that you were asking questions, and I guess I can ask, were you trying to figure out what the triggering event was that would cause her to switch personalities during this conversation?
During this conversation, I think I was just trying to get a better understanding of what is it that she means when she says flashbacks. It's not uncommon to see in these types of evaluations people using psychological jargon without really using it correctly or understanding exactly what it means, which is, again, why we ask open-ended questions. So I was asking what she meant by flashbacks, because as I noted before, throughout the evaluation, she seemed to layer or conflate or use terminology but seemed to mean something else. So I was just trying to get a better picture or understanding of what it was that she was trying to communicate.
And is this the first time you're hearing anything about red and black being some kind of triggering event for her?
That clip might have been the first time that she specifically stated that. I'd have to go back and watch all of the interviews to be sure about that.
Okay. But you recall her talking about that, and were you the one wearing red and black, or was Dr. Gray wearing red?
No, I was wearing a red and black coat that day.
Did you notice anything unusual when you first met her wearing your red and black outfit?
I remember when she came in, because that was the first interview for the sanity evaluations. She seemed a bit sullen, a bit, she wasn't as polite or bright as she was when we did the competency evaluations.
Speaking of that, did you and Dr. Gray perform some psychological testing during the course of these interviews?
Yes.
Did you have her remember phrases or words or numbers and sequences of numbers?
We did, yes.
I'm asking way too many questions in one time. How did she do on that? Let's talk about the number sequences first.
Sure. During the competency evaluation specifically, we gave a very brief cognitive screener. It's called, well, in short, it's called the MOCA. It's the Montreal Cognitive Assessment Test. It literally takes maybe 5 to 10 minutes to administer. And it looks at a variety of different cognitive domains. So things like attention, short-term memory. And when I say short-term memory, I'm speaking about being able to remember words over the course of a few minutes. It also looks at abstraction abilities, naming abilities, a little bit that looks at executive functioning, which is kind of an umbrella term that encompasses cognitive abilities associated with reasoning and problem solving and planning. But she did fine. She did fine on all of that. There wasn't anything noticeable that would call our attention to her having cognitive deficits or a cognitive disorder.
What about brain damage? Anything to indicate that she may have had brain damage?
Nothing specifically.
Did you administer what's called the Montreal Cognitive Assessment?
Yes, that's what I was just talking about.
Okay. Just happen to have that in my hand here. Hand you what's been marked as 736. People 736. Recognize that piece of paper?
I do.
And what is that?
This was the brief cognitive screener that I was just talking about that we administered with Ms. Stauch during the course of her competency evaluation.
And with regards to People's Exhibit 736, is that a fair and accurate copy of the test and her results of that test, or at least her documentation of that test as you did it back during your evaluation?
Yes.
At this time, I'd move to admit People's Exhibit 736.
No objection.
Exhibit 736 will be admitted. Go ahead.
In People's Exhibit 736, on the right-hand top corner, there's a picture of a clock.
Yes.
Did you describe that particular clock and what Ms. Stauch did as a result of that examination?
Yes. That particular task, we call it clock drawing. Essentially, it's when we ask an individual from scratch to draw a clock, to put in all the numbers 1 to 12, and then to set the time to 10 past 11. We usually try to make sure that there is no clock in the room that they can copy. This particular, I'm not a neuropsychologist, so I'd say neuropsychology is not my specific specialty, but I do understand that this particular test is sensitive to some sort of brain impairment when that is present. So Ms. Stauch's clock drawing it's fine, for lack of a better term. She has a circle, she has all of the numbers, and the hands are appropriately set to 10 past 11.
And are you familiar with whether or not Dr. Lewis performed a similar test with Ms. Stauch in November of 2022?
Yes,
Did you see the results of that particular test?
I did.
Were they consistent with what you saw during your evaluation?
They are not.
Why?
I don't remember exactly what those other clocks looked like. Vaguely, I do remember that one was a clock, but all of the numbers were stacked on possibly the right-hand side, could have been the left-hand side. And I think there was a second clock drawing that looked significantly impaired. I don't remember the specifics of it.
You have an opportunity to review Dr. Lewis's report in relation to her opinion, Mrs. Stauch's saying.
Yes.
And was that a big part of her opinion, indicating that Ms. Stauch may have some kind of brain damage as a result of the clock that she drew November of 2022?
Yes.
At this time, I'd like to go old school and publish this exhibit by just holding it up in front of the jury.
That's fine, or you can just pass it to them and.
Okay, so we can do that. That's definitely old school. I will pass it to the jury. We'll have them take a look at it. We'll pass it through.
I'm old, so it's just school.
Clock.
Yeah.
Yes.
And while they're doing that, can we approach just to?
Yeah.
No.
Huh? It's a house.
I hope she takes a stand so I can get some clips.
For the record, the jury, everyone had a chance to look at that. Okay, Dr. Torres, the next segment we're going to play is, again, People's Exhibit 724. It's going to start at 2 hours and 16 minutes and 57 seconds. In this particular clip, we're going to be hearing more about Maria and who she protects. And then I'm going to ask some follow-up questions with regards to dissociative identity disorder and your evaluation in regards to that disorder, okay? So with that, we'll play the next clip.
With your dissociations, you said for apart from Maria, there's a level of conscious awareness about it. Would you say it's like daydreaming in terms of other lives, other personalities?
Yeah, it is actually a whole world. But daydreaming to me would be just somebody having like a good imagination. You know what I mean? No, it's like a whole entirely different world. Like, for example, if you were to talk to Harmony, Harmony can tell you exactly what it was like to be abused in depth, like detail by detail. Every sexual part that questions she'd want to answer, she could do for you. You see what I'm saying? So I try not to say that's like daydreaming because that's like real. You know what I mean? Where if, I think the other ways to like explain it. Maria, like I said, she don't she doesn't have awareness that everybody else is just her world and she's protecting me. And there's not people consistent in her world. Like, for example, Maria wouldn't know you. The only people consistent in Maria's world is Chance, Harley, and like people that she's been sought out to protect. So it's not really daydreaming, it's an actual job that she has to do. And the kids were part of that world. Like, anybody want to do something to Gannon, Lena, Ty, Harley, Maria feels like she can get them too, because I've spent my whole life not having adult protection. I'm going to give them protection in 5 different forms. And that's because it's more of like different worlds that are created, not necessarily just, you know, like when I do it in a courtroom, I go to that whole world, not like the people can go with me, not me just making it up like, oh, I'm at the beach. Not like that. It's actually me going there to the beach doing the most.
I feel really silly about bringing up the beach. Let me ask you some questions about what we just saw. Again, she talks about Maria and she talks about who she protects and who she's in the world. Now she's expanding who Maria protects. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And she includes Lena, Gannon, Harley, and I believe she said Chance, if I recall correctly. Do you recall that?
Yes.
What significance is that, knowing that we're going to see eventually her interview where she seems to indicate that she turned into Maria when Gannon was killed? What's your take on that?
I would think, or at least, you know, my understanding of dissociative identity disorder, these different personality states have their own details associated with them. To me, in terms of Ms. Stauch's self-report, her presentation, it has always been confusing to me how all of the personalities seem to have an awareness of Ms. Stauch's own history. I'm not necessarily an expert in dissociative identity disorder. There are some people who devote a large chunk of their work to that practice. I am an expert in forensics. I'm an expert in clinical diagnosis. I have some awareness of these.
How would you know if the other personalities
of these diagnoses?
I don't know.
With that being said, in terms of my understanding of the conceptualization of that disorder, there just seems to be too much of an overlap in terms of what Ms. Stauch says about these other personalities, the way in which she can control going from one to another, the ways in which
it's just like an actor going.
They overlap.
She should just say it
with
like
each
that.
Other.
It's like an actor going into role.
Did you or
and out
Dr.
of
Gray
role
ever consider
and playing
the
a
fact
different
that she
character?
could just be making this all up?
Yeah.
Yes.
Of course.
That she could just be winging it as she's talking to you, and she must have slipped about talking about protecting Gannon in this segment?
I don't know that we ever thought of it specifically like that. I mean, we did consider the possibility of feigning or exaggerating,
is a lot
simply
of
given
times
the fact that
psychologists
she
can't
exaggerates.
Talk like what we
She
know
seems
is
to
reality.
exaggerate in her self-report to us throughout these interviews, the psychological testing, the fact that her self-report during the sanity evaluations is at times consistent and at times significantly inconsistent with her self-report at the time of the competency evaluations, as well as the collateral data that we had available to us. You know, she tells us that these personality states have been present since her adolescence. And she specifically mentions that
I get
Maria
frustrated listening to
shows up. I don't know exactly when, but she mentioned to us that Maria was around when she was 16. You would just think that somebody would have
There
seen
was no
something, maybe not a mental health professional, given that her
family
mental
member.
health treatment
As we said
was
yesterday.
somewhat spotty. But even the individuals that we spoke to, nobody had heard of this or knew anything
Well, there
about
you
it.
go. There you go.
Talk to Al. Did you talk to Al Stauch about these things?
We asked him,
Oh, she played Maria a few times.
we asked him, I don't remember the specific question, but we did. We asked him if he knew of her behaving erratically, going into different personality states. We asked him specifically if he was aware of somebody called Maria Sanchez. And overall, no, he didn't endorse
What do you mean
seeing or
overall?
knowing anything about this.
Overall.
Would Harley Hunt,
What does
her
that
daughter, probably be the best person
Just say no.
to know about those things because she's been with her whole life?
We had hoped to ask Harley that question, but as I said, we weren't able to speak to her ultimately, so we didn't get that opportunity.
Party tonight, Al. And Maria's coming.
Why did you ask Miss Stauch whether or not she was daydreaming or words to that effect? Do you recall that question?
Yes. Again, given her tendency or the way that she was presenting to exaggerate, I wanted to see what she said in response to that question, because of her self-report of creating these identities, creating these worlds. To me, it sounds more like a fantasy. It sounds more like daydreaming than actually what would be expected with dissociative identity disorder in terms of not having
See,
that
like,
sort of control.
just the way she talks,
So I wanted
gives
to
her
see
too
what
much
she said if
credit.
I asked her,
Yeah.
are these daydreams, or how is it different from a daydream?
During the entirety of both your competency evaluation and the insanity evaluation, did she ever tell you that she couldn't recall what Maria did or that there was a blackout and I have no recollection of what happened?
She said it largely to two major events, one of them being this alleged offense. The other one was when Maria emerged at age 16. Ms. Stauch was telling us about some arrest or some problem she had gotten involved in. I forget exactly what state this occurred in, if she was in North Carolina or South Carolina at the time. But it had something to do with a bottle shattering. And then, if I'm recalling correctly, I think she said that she may have assaulted someone else, but she said that it was Maria who did it in protective mode and that Ms. Stauch has no memory of it.
Okay. Kind of want to finish up today's testimony with going back to your hypothetical on insanity. Remember that?
Yes.
The family member felt that he was going to power to change the world, and they wanted to kill that family member because he wanted to prevent that person from doing that.
Sure. Yes. Close enough.
In that hypothetical situation, would you expect the person who's charged with a crime, if they are truly legally insane, to make up stories about how the crime happened?
No, I would expect more consistency from one report to another. Often when people are arrested, they're interviewed by police. I mean, sometimes they refuse to be interviewed. But whenever they are, it's helpful to read what they say to police because it's so close to the time of the offense. If there's a video of it or an audio recording, even better, because I can see it with my own eyes or hear it with my own ears. But usually when an individual does ultimately meet the insanity defense, there's more consistency. There's documentation about a history. There's information enough to substantiate the claims and the self-report and what was occurring with that person at the time of the offense.
And is that in large part because they didn't have the capacity to know that it was wrong, therefore they don't have the capacity not to admit to it? That makes sense?
Say that. I think there's some double negatives in there. I'm trying to follow.
Let's go to your hypothetical.
Okay.
Charged person or the person claiming to be insane says, I killed my family member because if I didn't, they would have changed the world. And there's nothing wrong with that.
Mm-hmm.
Would there be a reason for that individual to lie about the reason why he did that if they didn't think it was wrong?
Usually, again, in the evaluations that I've done, the issue of lying or changing the story doesn't often come up. Usually the story or the presentation is pretty consistent across time periods. Sometimes there might be a couple of details that are off. They're usually not large conceptual details, but I would attribute that just to issues of normal memory, forgetting across time, because sometimes we see these people for evaluations years after the offense has actually occurred.
And Dr. Torres, the next segment we're going to play is about an hour and 14 minutes long. We're going to wait and do that tomorrow. Friday, that's right. We're not here tomorrow, so Friday. But this is going to be, the next clip is where she describes the events leading to the death of Gannon and the events surrounding that, at least the first version events that she gives you. Okay, are you familiar with that part?
Yes.
I may remind you again on Friday, but that's where we'll start out Friday morning. So now's a good time to stop, Judge.
Dr. Torres, you can go ahead and step down for now.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we will have our evening break. Again, do not discuss the case among yourselves. Do not discuss the case with anyone else. Do not do your own independent research about any aspect of this case. Remember, you can still blog or communicate with others, just not about this case. You can't do any blogging about your jury experience or communication with other jurors. You can still watch TV and go on the internet. If anything regarding this case comes through your feed, change the channel or turn the page and do not give it any attention. Do not use any information from any other source concerning the facts or the law applicable to this case other than the evidence presented and the instructions that I give to you. We should be able to start right on time at 9 o'clock on Friday morning, so be where you need to be. As I said earlier, feel free to bring in jackets, blankets, those sorts of things, and we'll see what we can do about Friday. So with that, all right, for the jury, please.
Yes, you too.
Thank you. You may all be seated. Record should reflect the jury has left the courtroom. Mr. Tillimi, is the defendant prepared for courteous advisement?
Sure.
Okay. All right. Prosecution, what felony convictions would you rely upon to impeach the defendant's credibility if she were to testify?
I don't believe there are any, Judge.
All right. Ms. Stauch, how old are you, ma'am? All right. And how much education have you had? Okay. I've heard through the trial that you have a bachelor's, a master's, and a doctorate degree. Is that accurate? Okay. I'll turn that one on. I will. Just for this one, yeah. That is, it's either 3 or 4. Right. And how's your health today, ma'am? Are you now or have you been under the influence of any alcohol or drugs in the past 24 hours? Do you understand that you have a right not to testify? And that if you choose not to testify, then the jury can be instructed about that right and be told that the jury cannot infer your guilt from the fact that you remain silent, and it would still be the prosecution's burden to prove the elements of the case to the jury beyond a reasonable doubt. Do you understand, however, that you have a right to testify? Do you understand that if you want to testify, no one can prevent you from doing so? Do you also, do you further understand that if you choose to testify, you may be cross-examined by the prosecution concerning any matters which are relevant and material to this case? Do you also understand that juror questions may be submitted, but the same rules of law, evidence, and procedure that apply to juror question or that apply to lawyer questions will also apply to juror questions, and that improper juror questions will not be permitted. However, legally proper juror questions may be asked of you if you decide to testify. Essentially, you've seen that process of questions that have been submitted by jurors to other witnesses. You would be subject to that same process. Do you understand that? Do you understand that the decision to testify or not to testify is yours personally, and only you can make this decision? Do you further understand, even though your attorney may disagree with your decision, that the decision is entirely yours and yours alone?
Yes.
Do you fully understand this advisement?
Yes, sir.
Is there anything further you wish for me to explain to you concerning your right to testify or not testify?
No, sir.
I've given you this advisement because it's required under the law before you make a decision regarding whether you choose to testify or not. I'm not going to ask you about that now. You're entitled to see all of the evidence that's been brought against you by the prosecution. So we need to finish with their case first, but I also understand that we may be getting towards the end of that either by the end of this week or maybe be the beginning of next week. So I want to give you some time to think about it. I want to give you some time to talk to your attorneys about it. There's a lot of evidence in this case. There are a lot of things that you may need to consider before you make that decision. At some point, however, I will ask you the ultimate question. What is your decision? You don't need to tell me now, but I want you to think about that because at some point I'm going to ask you that question. Okay?
Okay.
All right. I muted those again. Okay. You tested them, right? Just tap. Yeah. Okay. All right. Just wanted to make sure. No, I turned them off, so they should be okay. All right. Is there anything that we need to address outside the presence of the jury at this point in time, prosecution?
Just logistically, Your Honor, can we leave stuff here? Or do you have stuff happening tomorrow?
Who is that? You can leave it here.
Okay.
Just clean a space off at the end of the corner of the table. So they've got some place to sit and some place to put something. But I don't think that really is going to take very long. It's more going to be, I think, in the form of argument than it's going to be a whole lot of presentation of anything else.
Okay.
And then what, the 10 o'clock is WebEx. So the other one is WebEx. And then the last one will be, where am I doing that? Mediation. Yeah, and I'll be here the whole time. So yeah, no, you can leave it all here.
Okay.
The only issue I want to disclose to you, the only issue is tomorrow afternoon I'm doing a mediation for somebody on something.
Okay.
And it's a criminal case. So, but you know how those work, and I'll be here. Is he in custody? So he's not in custody, but I'll be here. There will be an attorney with him and stuff. So I think everything will be okay.
Okay.
So
Thank
okay.
you.
All right. All right, then we'll see everybody on Friday morning. Do you anticipate that you're going to be done on Friday?
Well, it will totally depend on length of probably direct and cross, mostly of Dr. Torres. We've got one witness after that. I gave the exhibits that we're going to use through that witness to Mr. Tellini. I think it was yesterday I gave you those.
Okay.
It'll depend on just
That's
how
fine.
that goes. I would anticipate latest, probably Monday sometime.
Okay. And so if necessary, are we taking Dr. Lewis out of order?
She's flying in Saturday night, but she's not flying out till Wednesday.
Oh, we ought to be good then.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. All right. All right. If we have some downtime on Friday, it's not going to be that big a deal. We will talk about jury instructions and see where we are going and go from there. Okay. Court will be in recess. Thank you.
Well, how's it going, everybody? I don't know. Would any of you guys be interested in continuing on tomorrow with some of that part that we skipped the other night on the Jodi Arias? Day 2 or day... I think it was day 2 of the trial. It's actually pretty interesting, entertaining, because it's so similar to me. I could do something like, because it's only, it's not going to be 8 hours, because I've got it already condensed to 3, so I could, like, bring it over onto this computer or something. Or figure out how to do it. But, yeah. Anyways, let's see. So thank you. Wasn't the greatest day, but it wasn't horrible, in here. We had Kathy Chapin, Danielle, Annie T, Kira Doobie, Annie T, Marie Crossley, Simple Life Days, Annie T, Tracy, John Dunn, Melinda Motimaiden, Floor Morena, Taco Queen, Nana Pam, Shimona V, Beth Radish, Annie T, Jay Tharp, Benji, Danielle, Beth Radish again, Plato, Annie T, Lori Will, Peter Danielle, Brown Eyed Girl, 714, Robin, Mel's Diner, a new member, DOJI, Kathy Chapin, Cindy J, Robin, Susie Clue, Danielle, Mickey Duff, Robin Berardo, Flora Morena, Callie Gal 3. I just lost my spot. Oh, there it is. Jessica Terry, Creative Cups, Mickey Techie, Robin, Larky, Karen D, Robin, Danielle, and Bella K. Had a good number of people, though. That's pretty cool. So thank you, guys. I appreciate it. And looks like, what are you doing, Blue? Oh, okay. That's just foot. I was wondering if that was something else. Look at the dogs. Look how they're just cleaning themselves over there. Chloe's scratching her ear. Blue's cleaning his foot. Maybe he stepped into a piece of cake. Who knows? Makes you just want to go to sleep, man. Cool. So maybe I'll do it. It'd be like, I wouldn't get up early to do it, so it'd probably be something like, I don't know, 10 o'clock my time. Well, actually, that's going to be weird. How would I do that? Well, actually, at 10:30 in the morning, I have to record an episode with 3 Minute of Mystery for, I don't know, we're just doing one sort of update thing with Coley McCraney. And so I guess that would be over at like 12. So maybe, around what would have been lunchtime today in the trial. I think it'll be cool. Or maybe, let's see, let me think. What? Is what going to be live? Oh, I don't know. We're just recording it. You mean the 3 Minute of Mystery thing? No, I think it's just recording using Zoom, and then he'll upload something. But it's like his channel now or something. I don't know. It's not really, kind of a strange situation. All of the videos that we did are all part of, they're on some pay service somewhere that we're not part of. But that's okay. I knew, I just said, screw it, I don't have time for that. But yeah, I mean, I think Letecia is just absolutely full of crap. You know what I don't like is how psychologists, when they're going over these things, they discuss it in a way as if there's something, it was mildly interesting, but after looking at it, I was able to deter. No, it's just obvious. You don't need to have this extra sort of studies that you're doing or something. It's I don't know how to explain what I feel. To me, a lot of times, I think there's people in the psychological world who want there to always be something to diagnose and to cure, and therefore there's really no bad people in the world. It's just if we could just treat them correctly. We just got to get them the right psychological medicines and they're all fixable. Maybe in 1,000 years that might be something that's possible, but I don't believe that at all. Maybe it'll be something in 1,000 years where you can just inject someone to be, anti-violent or something. I don't know. I wouldn't even want that either. It's just, you can't really... Yeah, I hope you guys know what I'm trying to say. It's hard to actually put into words. And the whole field itself is based on you believing that what somebody's telling you they're experiencing is true. I think so, obviously there's real things out there, right? But how do you know on a case-to-case basis if somebody's telling you the truth, or if what they're presenting to the doctors that are looking is even real? You could sit there, I could literally sit there and go, blah, 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 blah. And then they go, what are you doing? What? Oh, you took me out of... I was an alien talking in my own language. You took me out of my dissociative alien person. How would you know that I wasn't telling you the truth? Because it's ludicrous? You mean like having 12 different people running around in your head and not one soul in your entire life ever saw you outside of yourself when you can't control it? So you can't control it, yet you have 12 distinct personalities and not another soul ever saw them. Doesn't that just immediately tell you, hello? Yeah, they just all came right around the time she killed Gannon. There were 12 personalities. One of them killed him. We don't even know which one that is. We'll have to play, who done it mystery murder to figure out who the other 11 were that may have killed. But we actually seem like we found out that Maria might be the culprit. I think that might be the one with the bonbon on top of her head. Or what looked more like a UFO. I think Blue just yacked on the ground over here. It's okay, Blue. It's okay, buddy. It's okay. We'll get you in a minute. Yeah. Yeah, anyways. Thanks, everybody. Yeah, there's no way in hell that somebody didn't notice one of the 12 personalities that she had her entire life, because she's claiming it came from when she was abused as a child. I actually don't believe in the whole industry, or not industry, the dissociative personality disorder. I think if it's rare, it's even way more rare. People just pretend that they have that. Okay? I think it's just incredibly rare, and I think they all know exactly what they're doing. They're just, maybe they put themselves back in the state where like, but of course their regular mind is going to remember. I don't believe the people that go out there and they say, oh, I have all these different personalities and I don't remember a damn thing when I'm in that personality. You're full of shit. Okay? It's the same brain here. I don't believe that stuff. Okay? I know that they're completely aware every time that they're doing and being one of the other people that they claim. All right? Now, Gray, you're not a psychologist. What do you know? Well, you're right. Okay? I don't know. I just don't believe it. To me, it seems like a really convenient thing to use for criminals after the fact, or just people trying to explain why they may have done something. Every time I'm an ass, I don't tell Zozo, hey, guess what? Today I was Derek. Today I was Derek, okay? I didn't even remember anything, but Derek wrote a message and put it on a table for me to read later and said, Gray, this is Derek. I was an ass earlier to Zozo, okay? And I go, wow, I was? And then I usually get a hold of Zozo and I say, hey, it was Derek at it again, man. Derek was doing it again. It's really strange. Unbelievable. That bastard. Hey, did you hear that, Derek? She said, F you.
What do you mean? What do you mean, Zozo? I wasn't mean to you at all. What are you talking about?
Yeah, wow. Oh, see that? Like Derek just jumped into my mind like that. It was unbelievable. Yeah, it's amazing how convenient Derek can be. As a matter of fact, everybody out there that I've ever, listen, Reddit jackasses, all you people out there that I've ever been, you perceived to be mean to, I just want you to know that wasn't me. I'm right here. I'm flowers and butterflies. It was Derek, the wacko, okay? I'm sorry. He just happens to be one of my other personalities that I can't get rid of. He comes out like an appendage that I just never wanted, but it's still there. Okay? All right, everybody. Wow, I feel relieved now. I am whoa, all that time. I'm absolutely like an angel, but a guy named Derek, who's in one of my other personalities, has been the ass all those years. Sorry, everybody. Can we just start over? I'll tell Derek never to come back. All right, everybody. Thank you for being here, and thank you for all the super chats and whatnot. And I think there was a PayPal earlier. I don't have it sitting right here, but let me check. Let's see, where is that? No, there's a couple of them actually. Oh, and it was Amy Higgs. That's very cool. And also Karen, I guess it's probably like, I'll just say Karen. I don't want to say her last name. Got it. I feel so much better now. I didn't realize it until just now that I was talking that there was this other character named Derek. Man, so all of you jackasses that have been mean to me because you thought I was mean to you, well, you can just go screw yourselves, okay? Because it wasn't me. It was a guy named Derek who was using my physical body to enact his rage against everybody. All right? Whoa! You bastards. I think you should all send in super chats to apologize for treating me so poorly. A person with a mental disorder. And wow. Man, it's awesome. It's going to work. I know it. All right. Anyways, thanks everybody. We'll see you. We'll do the thing tomorrow we'll do the Arius day 2. I think there was a lady with the camera stuff on it. Check that out. Okay. All right. Yeah, I'll be back to Derek again tonight.
What do you mean back to Derek? How do you know that I'll show up tonight?
I don't know. I guess it's just up to you, right? I won't even know it when you show up. I'll just wonder what happened for the last 5 minutes.
That's exactly right. That's exactly right. Good luck tonight, Gray.
You know my name?
Yes, I know your name. You just don't know mine.
Well, I thought you said it was Derek.
Yes, it is Derek. So now you know my name.
Okay, that's awesome. Okay. You're confused? What do you mean, Paulette? All right, anyways. Hey, thanks, everybody. We'll see you later. And thanks. Yeah, wait, let's see. Tonight I just have some random cases and stuff to do. I'm going to try to do some Daybell. I'm going to get the medical examiner audio. I'm not going to play the 5 hours or anything. But there's also just some crazy shit going on. Like this DoorDash driver, Danielle sent it to me. DoorDash driver just goes to somebody's house, and then the person just took him in and killed him, cut him up into bits, put him in a bag. And I'll play the press conference on that one. Then there was an update on one of that case that we did a while ago, Markham, where they interviewed the guy that found her, and everybody thought he was the one. There was an update on that, but now they released the affidavit, so it actually explains everything. So that might be pretty interesting. And, just other things. Who knows? All right. Great, everybody. We'll see you later. Say goodbye, Chloe. They didn't say anything. Yeah. All right. We'll see you guys later. And until next time, be safe out there.
Bitch, please. Drama.